Prelude and Chapter 1, Part 1 of Royal Highness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. Royal Highness by Thomas Mann. Translated by A. Cecil Curtis. Prelude. The scene is the Albrechtstrasse, the main artery of the capital, which runs from the Albrechtsplatz and the Old Schloss to the barracks of the Fusiliers of the Guard. The time is noon on an ordinary weekday. The season of the year does not matter. The weather is fair to moderate. It is not raining, but the sky is not clear. It is a uniform light grey, uninteresting and sombre, and the street lies in a dull and sober light which robs it of all mystery, all individuality. There is a moderate amount of traffic, without much noise and crowd, corresponding to the not over-busy character of the town. Tramcars glide past, a cab or two rolls by. Along the pavement stroll a few residents, colourless folk, passers-by, the public, people. Two officers, their hands in the slanting pockets of their grey greatcoats, approach each other, a general and a lieutenant. The general is coming from the Schloss, the lieutenant from the direction of the barracks. The lieutenant is quite young, a mere stripling, little more than a child. He has narrow shoulders, dark hair, and the wide cheekbones so common in this part of the world, blue, rather tired-looking eyes, and a boyish face with a kind but reserved expression. The general has snow-white hair, is tall and broad-shouldered, altogether a commanding figure. His eyebrows look like cotton wool, and his moustache hangs right down over his mouth and chin. He walks with slow deliberation, his sword rattles on the asphalt, his plume flutters in the wind, and at every step he takes the big red lapel of his coat flaps slowly up and down. And so these two draw near each other. Can this rencontre lead to any complication? Impossible. Every observer can foresee the course this meeting will naturally take. We have on one side and the other age and youth, authority and obedience, years of service and docile apprenticeship. A mighty hierarchical gulf, rules and prescriptions separate the two. Natural organization, take thy course. And instead, what happens? Instead, the following surprising, painful, delightful, and topsy-turvy scene occurs. The general, noticing the young lieutenant's approach, alters his bearing in a surprising manner. He draws himself up, yet at the same time seems to get smaller. He tones down with a jerk, so to speak, the splendour of his appearance, stops the clatter of his sword, and, while his face assumes a cross and embarrassed expression, he obviously cannot make up his mind where to turn his eyes, and tries to conceal the fact by staring from under his cotton-wool eyebrows at the asphalt straight in front of him. The young lieutenant, too, betrays to the careful observer some slight embarrassment, which, however, strange to say, he seems to succeed, better than the grey-haired general, in cloaking with a certain grace and self-command. The tension of his mouth is relaxed into a smile at once modest and genial, and his eyes are directed with a quiet and self-possessed calm, seemingly without an effort, over the general's shoulder and beyond. By now they have come within 3 paces of each other, and instead of the prescribed salute, the young lieutenant throws his head slightly back, at the same time draws his right hand, only his right, mark you, out of his coat pocket, and makes with this same white-gloved right hand a little encouraging and condescending movement, just opening the fingers with palm upwards, nothing more. But the general, who has awaited this sign with his arms to his sides, raises his hand to his helmet, steps aside, bows, making a half-circle as if to leave the pavement free, and deferentially greets the lieutenant with reddening cheeks and honest, modest eyes. Thereupon the lieutenant, his hand to his cap, answers the respectful greeting of his superior officer, answers it with a look of childlike friendliness, answers it, and goes on his way. A miracle, a freak of fancy. He goes on his way. People look at him, but he looks at nobody, looks straight ahead through the crowd, with something of the air of a woman who knows that she is being looked at. People greet him. He returns the greeting, heartily and yet distantly. He seems not to walk very easily. It looks as if he were not much accustomed to the use of his legs, or as if the general attention he excites bothers him, so irregular and hesitating is his gait. Indeed, at times he seems to limp. A policeman springs to attention. A smart woman, coming out of a shop, smiles and curtsies. People turn round to look at him, nudge each other, stare at him, and softly whisper his name. It is Klaus Heinrich, the younger brother of Albrecht II, and heir presumptive to the throne. There he goes. He is still in view. Known, and yet a stranger, he moves among the crowd, people all around him, and yet as if alone. He goes on his lonely way and carries on his narrow shoulders the burden of his Highness. Chapter 1. The Constriction. Artillery salvos were fired when the various new-fangled means of communication in the capital spread the news that the Grand Duchess Dorothea had given birth to a prince for the second time at Grimburg. 72 rounds resounded through the town and surrounding country, fired by the military in the walls of the citadel. Directly afterwards, the fire brigade also, not to be outdone, fired with the town salute guns, but in their firing there were long pauses between each round, which caused much merriment among the populace. The Grimburg looked down from the top of a woody hill on the picturesque little town of the same name, which mirrored its grey sloping roofs in the river which flowed past it. It could be reached from the capital in half an hour by a local railway, which paid no dividends. There the castle stood, the proud creation of the Margrave Klaus Grimbart, the founder of the reigning house in the dim mists of history, since then several times rejuvenated and repaired, fitted with the comforts of the changing times, always kept in a habitable state, and held in peculiar honour as the ancestral seat of the ruling house, the cradle of the dynasty. For it was a rule and tradition of the house that all direct descendants of the Margrave, every child of the reigning couple, must be born there. This tradition could not be ignored. The country had had sophisticated and unbelieving sovereigns who had laughed at it, and yet had complied with it with a shrug of the shoulders. It was now much too late to break away from it, whether it was reasonable and enlightened or not. Why, without any particular necessity, break with an honoured custom, which has managed somehow to perpetuate itself? The people were convinced that there was something in it. Twice in the course of 15 generations had children of reigning sovereigns, owing to some chance or other, first seen the light in other Schlosses. Each had come to an unnatural and disgraceful end. But all the sovereigns of the land, and their brothers and sisters, from Henry the Confessor and John the Headstrong, with their lovely and proud sisters, down to Albrecht, the father of the Grand Duke, and the Grand Duke himself, Johann Albrecht III, had been brought into the world in the castle, and there, 6 years before, Dorothea had given birth to her firstborn, the heir apparent. The castle was also a retreat as dignified as it was peaceful. The coolness of its rooms, the shady charms of its surroundings, made it preferable as a summer residence to the stiff Hollerbrunn. The ascent from the town, up a rather badly paved street between shabby cottages and a scrubby wall, through massive gates to the ancient ruin at the entrance to the castle yard, in the middle of which stood the statue of Klaus Grimbart, the founder, was picturesque but tiring. But a noble park spread at the back of the castle hill, through which easy paths led into the wooded and gently swelling uplands, offering ideal opportunities for carriage drives and quiet strolls. As for the inside of the castle, It had been last subjected at the beginning of the reign of Johann Albrecht III to a thorough clean-up and redecoration, at a cost which had evoked much comment. The furniture of the living rooms had been completed and renewed in a style at once baronial and comfortable. The escutcheons in the Hall of Justice had been carefully restored to their original pattern. The gilding of the intricate patterns on the vaulted ceilings looked fresh and cheerful. All the rooms had been fitted with parquet, and both the larger and the smaller banqueting halls had been adorned with huge wall paintings from the brush of Professor von Lindemann, a distinguished academician, representing scenes from the history of the reigning house, executed in a clear and smooth style which was far removed from and quite unaffected by the restless tendencies of modern schools. Nothing was wanting. As the old chimneys of the castle and its many-coloured stoves, reaching tier upon tier right up to the ceiling, were no longer fit to use, anthracite stoves had been installed in view of the possibility of the place being used as a residence during the winter. But the day of the 72 salvos fell in the best time of the year, late spring, early summer, the beginning of June, soon after Whitsuntide. Johann Albrecht, who had been early informed by telegram that the labour had begun just before dawn, reached Grimburg station by the bankrupt local railway at 8 o'clock, where he was greeted with congratulations by 3 or 4 dignitaries, the mayor, the judge, the rector, and the town physician. He at once drove to the castle. The Grand Duke was accompanied by Minister of State, Dr. Baron Knobelsdorff, the Adjutant General of Infantry, Count Schmettern. Shortly afterwards 2 or 3 more ministers arrived at the royal residence, the court chaplain, Dom Wislezenus, president of the High Consistory, 1 or 2 court officials, and a still younger adjutant, Captain von Lichterloh. Although the Grand Duke's physician in ordinary, Surgeon General Dr. Eschrich, was attending the mother, Johann Albrecht had been seized with the whim of requiring the young local doctor, a Dr. Sammet, who was of Jewish extraction into the bargain, to accompany him to the castle. The unassuming, hard-working and earnest man, who had as much as he could do and was not in the least expecting any such distinction, stammered, quite delighted, several times over, thus provoking some amusement. The Grand Duchess's bedroom was the bride chamber, a 5-cornered, brightly painted room on the first floor, through whose window a fine view could be obtained of woods, hills, and the windings of the river. It was decorated with a frieze of medallion-shaped portraits, likenesses of royal brides who had slept there in the olden days of the family history. There lay Dorothea. A broad piece of webbing was tied round the foot of her bed, to which she clung like a child playing at horses, while convulsions shook her lovely frame. Dr. Gnadebusch, the midwife, a gentle and learned woman with small fine hands and brown eyes, which wore a look of mystery behind her round, thick spectacles, was supporting the Duchess, while she said, "Steady, steady, your Royal Highness. It will soon be over. It's quite easy, just once more. That's nothing. Rest a bit, knees apart. Keep your chin down." A nurse, dressed like her in white linen, helped too, and moved lightly about with phials and bandages during the pauses. The physician in ordinary, a gloomy man with a greyish beard, whose left eyelid seemed to droop, superintended the birth. He wore his operating coat over his Surgeon General's uniform. From time to time there peeped into the room, to ascertain the progress of the confinement, Dorothea's trusty Mistress of the Robes, Baroness von Schulenburg-Tressen, a corpulent and asthmatic woman of distinctly dragoon-like appearance, who nevertheless liked to display a generous expanse of neck and shoulders at the court balls. She kissed her mistress's hand and went back to an adjoining room, in which a couple of thin ladies-in-waiting were chatting with the Grand Duchess's chamberlain-in-waiting, a Count Windisch. Dr. Sammet, who had thrown his linen coat like a domino over his dress coat, was waiting modestly and attentively by the washstand. Johann Albrecht sat in a neighbouring room used as a study, which was separated from the bride chamber only by a so-called powder closet and a passage room. It was called the library in view of several manuscript folios, which lay slanting in the massive bookshelves and contained the history of the castle. The room was furnished as a writing room. Globes adorned the walls. The strong wind from the hills blew through the open bow window. The Grand Duke had ordered tea, and the groom of the chamber, Prahl, had himself brought the tray, but it was standing forgotten on the leaf of the desk, and Johann Albrecht was pacing the room from one corner to the other in a restless, uncomfortable frame of mind. His top boots kept creaking as he walked. His aide-de-camp, von Lichterloh, listened to the noise as he waited patiently in the almost bare passage-room. The minister, the adjutant-general, the court chaplain, and the court officials, 9 or 10 in all, were waiting in the state-room on the ground floor. They wandered through the larger and the smaller banqueting halls, where trophies of banners and weapons hung between Lindemann's pictures. They leaned against the slender pillars, which spread into brightly coloured vaulting above their heads. They stood before the narrow, ceiling-high windows, and looked out through the leaded panes over river and town. They sat on the stone benches which ran round the walls, or on seats before the stoves, whose Gothic tops were supported by ridiculous little stooping imps of stone. The bright sunlight made the gold lace on the uniforms, the orders on the padded chests, the broad gold stripes on the trousers of the dignitaries glisten. The conversation flagged. Three-cornered hats and white-gloved hands were constantly being raised to mouths which opened convulsively. Nearly everybody had tears in his eyes. Several had not had time to get any breakfast. Some sought entertainment in a timid examination of the operating instruments and the round leather-cased chloroform jar, which Surgeon General Eschrich had left there in case of emergency. After von Bühl zu Bühl, the Lord Marshal, a powerful man with mincing manners, brown toupet, gold-rimmed pince-nez, and long yellow fingernails, had told several anecdotes in his quick, jerky way, he dropped into an armchair, in which he made use of his gift of being able to sleep with his eyes open, of losing consciousness of time and place while retaining a steady gaze and alert attitude, and in no way imperilling the dignity of the situation. Dr. von Schröder, Minister of Finance and Agriculture, had had a conversation earlier in the day with the Minister of State, Dr. Baron Knobelsdorff, Minister of Home Affairs, Foreign Affairs, and the Grand Ducal household. It was a spasmodic chat, which began with a discussion on art, went on to financial and economic questions, alluded, somewhat disapprovingly, to a high court official, and did not leave even the most exalted personages out of account. It began with the two men standing, with their hats in their hands behind their backs, in front of one of the pictures in the larger banqueting hall, each of them thinking more than he said. The finance minister said, "And this? What's this? What's happening? Your Excellency is so well informed." "Merely superficially. It is the investiture of 2 grand princes of the blood by their uncle the Emperor. As your Excellency can see, the 2 young men are kneeling and taking the oath with great solemnity on the Emperor's sword." "Fine, extraordinarily fine! What colour! Dazzling! What lovely golden hair the princes have! And the Emperor, exactly as he is described in the books. Yes, that Lindemann well deserves all the distinctions which have been given him." "Absolutely. Those which have been given him, those he quite deserves." Dr. von Schröder, a tall man with a white beard, a pair of thin gold spectacles on his white nose, a belly protruding slightly underneath his stomach, and a bull neck which lapped over the stiff collar of his coat, looked, without taking his eyes off the picture, somewhat doubtfully at it, under the influence of a diffidence which seized him from time to time during conversations with the Baron. This Knobelsdorff, this favourite and exalted functionary, was so enigmatical. At times his remarks, his retorts, had an indefinable tinge of irony about them. He was a widely travelled man, had been all over the world, he had so much general knowledge, and interests of such a strange and exotic kind, and yet he was a model of correctness. Herr von Schröder could not quite understand him. However much one agreed with him, it was impossible to feel that one really understood him. His opinions were full of a mysterious reserve, his judgments of a tolerance which left one wondering whether they implied approval or contempt. But the most suspicious thing about him was his laugh, a laugh of the eyes in which the mouth took no part, a laugh which seemed to be produced by the wrinkles radiating from the corners of his eyes, or vice versa, to have produced those same wrinkles in the course of years. Baron Knobelsdorff was younger than the finance minister. He was then in the prime of life, although his close-trimmed moustache and hair smoothly parted in the middle were already beginning to turn grey. For the rest, a squat, short-necked man, obviously pinched by the collar of his heavily laced court dress. He left Herr von Schröder to his perplexity for a minute, and then went on. Only, perhaps, it might be to the interests of a prudent administration of the privy purse if the distinguished professor had rested content with stars and titles. To speak bluntly, what may all these delightful works of art have cost? Herr von Schröder recovered his animation. The desire, the hope of understanding the Baron, of getting on to intimate and confidential terms with him, excited him. "Just what I was thinking," said he, turning round to resume his walk through the galleries. "Your Excellency has taken the question out of my mouth. I wonder what this investiture cost, and all the rest of these wall pictures. For the restoration of the castle 6 years ago cost $1 million altogether." "At least that." "A solid $1 million, and that amount was audited and approved by Lord Marshal von Bühl zu Bühl, who is sitting yonder in a state of comfortable catalepsy, audited, approved, and disbursed by the keeper of the privy purse, Count Trümmerhauff." "Disbursed or owing?" "One of the two. This total, I say, debited to a fund. A fund?" "In a word, the fund of the Grand Ducal settled estates." "Your Excellency knows as well as I what that means. No, it makes me run cold. I swear I am neither a skinflint nor a hypochondriac, but it makes me run cold when I think of a man, with present conditions staring him in the face, coolly throwing $1 million away. On what? On a nothing, a pretty whim, on the beautification of the family schloss in which his babies have to be born." Herr von Knobelsdorff laughed. "Yes, heaven knows romance is a luxury, and a mighty expensive one too. Excellency, I agree with you, of course. But consider, after all the whole trouble in the Grand Ducal finances is due to this same romantic luxury. The root of the evil lies in the fact that the ruling dynasty are farmers. Their capital consists in land and soil, their income in agricultural profits. At the present day, they have not been able up to the present to make up their minds to turn into industrialists and financiers. They allow themselves with regrettable obstinacy to be swayed by certain obsolete and idealistic conceptions, such as, for instance, the conceptions of trust and dignity. The royal property is hampered by a trust entailed in fact. Advantageous alienations are barred. Mortgages, the raising of capital on credit for commercial improvements, seem to them improper. The administration is seriously hindered in the free exploitation of business opportunities by ideas of dignity. You'll forgive me, won't you? I'm telling you the absolute truth. People who pay so much attention to propriety as these, of course, cannot and will not keep pace with the freer and less hampered initiative of less obstinate and unpractical business people. Now then, what, in comparison with this negative luxury, does the positive million signify, which has been sacrificed to a pretty whim, to borrow your Excellency's expression? If it only stopped there. But we have the regular expenses of a fairly dignified court to meet. There are the Schlosses and their parks to keep up, Hollerbrunn, Montbriant, Jägerpreis, aren't there? The Hermitage, Delphinenort, the Pheasantry, and the others. I had forgotten Schloss Zegenhaus and the Hederstein ruins, not to mention the old Schloss. They are not well kept up, but they all cost money. There are the court theatre, the picture gallery, the library to maintain. There are 100 pensions to pay, no legal compulsion to pay them, but motives of trust and dignity. And look at the princely way in which the Grand Duke behaved at the time of the last floods. But I'm preaching you a regular sermon." "A sermon," said the Minister of Finance, "which your Excellency thought would shock me, while you really only confirmed my own view. Dear Baron," here Herr von Schröder laid his hand on his heart, "I am convinced that there is no longer room for any misunderstanding as to my opinion, my loyal opinion between you and me. The King can do no wrong. The sovereign is beyond the reach of reproaches. But here we have to do with a default, in both senses of the word. A default which I have no hesitation in laying at the door of Count Trümmerhauff. His predecessors may be pardoned for having concealed from their sovereigns the true state of the court finances. In those days nothing else was expected of them. But Count Trümmerhauff's attitude is now not pardonable. In his position as the keeper of the privy purse, he ought to have felt it incumbent on him to put a brake on His Highness's thoughtlessness, to feel it incumbent on him now to open His Royal Highness's eyes relentlessly to the facts." Herr Knobelsdorff knitted his brows and laughed. "Really," said he, "so your Excellency is of the opinion that that is what the Count was appointed for. I can picture to myself the justifiable astonishment of his lordship if you lay before him your view of the position. No, no, your Excellency need be under no delusion. That appointment was a quite deliberate expression of his wishes on the part of His Royal Highness, which the Count must be the first to respect. I expressed not only an I don't know, but also an I won't know. A man may be an exclusively decorative personality, and yet be acute enough to grasp this. Besides, honestly, we've all of us grasped it. And the only grain of comfort for all of us is this, that there isn't a prince alive to whom it would be more fatal to mention his debts than to His Royal Highness. Our prince has a something about him which would stop any tactless remarks of that sort before they were spoken." Quite true," said Herr von Schröder. He sighed and stroked thoughtfully the swan's down trimming of his hat. The two men were sitting, half turned towards each other, on a raised window-seat in a roomy niche, past which a narrow stone corridor ran outside, a kind of gallery, through the pointed arches of which peeps of the town could be seen. Herr von Schröder went on. "You answer me, Baron. One would think you were contradicting me, and yet your words show more incredulity and bitterness than my own." Herr von Knobelsdorff said nothing, but made a vague gesture of assent. "It may be so," said the Finance Minister, and nodded gloomily at his hat. "Your Excellency may be quite right. Perhaps we are all blameworthy, we and our forefathers too. But it ought to have been stopped. For consider, Baron, 10 years ago an opportunity offered itself of putting the finances of the court on a sound footing, on a better footing anyhow, if you like. It was lost. We understand each other. The Grand Duke, attractive man that he is, had it then in his power to clear things up by a marriage which, from a sound point of view, might have been called dazzling. Instead of that, speaking not for myself, of course, but I shall never forget the disgust on everybody's faces when they mentioned the amount of the dowry." The Grand Duchess, said Herr von Knobelsdorff, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes disappeared almost entirely, is one of the handsomest women I have ever seen. That is an answer one would expect of your Excellency. It's an aesthetic answer, an answer which would have held quite as good if His Royal Highness's choice, like his brother Lambert's, had fallen on a member of the Royal Ballet. Oh, there was no danger of that. The Prince's taste is a fastidious one, as he has shown. He has always shown in his wants the antithesis to that want of taste which Prince Lambert has shown all his life. It was a long time before he made up his mind to marry. Everybody had given up all hope of a direct heir to the throne. They were resigned for better or worse to Prince Lambert, whose unsuitability to be heir to the throne we need not discuss. Then a few weeks after he had succeeded, Johann Albrecht met Princess Dorothea, cried, "This one or none," and the Grand Duchy had its sovereign lady. Your Excellency mentioned the thoughtful looks which were exchanged when the figures of the dowry were published. You did not mention the jubilation which at the same time prevailed. A poor princess, to be sure, but is beauty, such beauty, a power of happiness or not? Never shall I forget her entry. Her first smile, as it lighted on the gazing crowds, won their love. Your Excellency must allow me to profess once more my belief in the idealism of the people. The people want to see their best, their highest, their dream, what stands for their soul, represented in their princes, not their money bags. There are others to represent those. That's just what there are not, just what we have not got. The more's the pity, then. The main point is, Dorothea has presented us with an heir apparent. To whom may heaven grant some idea of figures. I agree. End of section 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of Royal Highness by Thomas Mann. Translated by A. Cecil Curtis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. At this point, the conversation between the two ministers ceased. It was broken off by the announcement by aide-de-camp von Lichterloh of the happy issue of the confinement. The smaller banqueting hall was soon filled with officials. One of the great carved doors was quickly thrown open, and the aide-de-camp appeared in the hall. He had a red face, blue soldier's eyes, a bristling flaxen moustache, and silver lace on his collar. He looked somewhat excited, like a man who had been released from deadly boredom and was primed with good news. Conscious of the unusualness of the occasion, he boldly ignored the rules of decorum and etiquette. He saluted the company gaily, and, spreading his elbows, raised the hilt of his sword almost to his breast, crying, "Beg leave to announce a prince!" "Good," said Adjutant General Count Schmettern. "Delightful, quite delightful. I call that perfectly delightful," said Lord Marshal von Bühl zu Bühl in his jerky way. He had recovered consciousness at once. The president of the High Consistory, Dom Wislezenus, a clean-shaven, well-built man, who, as the son of a general, thanks to his personal distinction, had attained to his high dignity at a comparatively early age, and on whose black silk gown hung the star of an order, folded his white hands on his breast, and said in a melodious voice, "God bless his Grand Ducal Highness." "You forget, Captain," said Herr von Knobelsdorff, laughing, "that in making your announcement you are encroaching on my privileges and province. Until I have made the most searching investigations into the state of affairs, the question whether it is a prince or princess remains undecided." The others laughed, and Herr von Lichterloh replied, "As you wish, Your Excellency." "Then I have the honour to beg Your Excellency to assume this most important charge." This dialogue referred to the attributes of the Minister of State, as Registrar of the Grand Ducal House, in which capacity he was required to satisfy himself with his own eyes of the sex of the princely offspring, and to make an official declaration on the subject. Herr von Knobelsdorff complied with this formality in the so-called powder closet in which the newborn babe was bathed. He stayed longer there, however, than he intended to, as he was puzzled and arrested by a painful sight, which at first he mentioned to nobody except the midwife. Dr. Gnadebusch showed him the child, and her eyes, gleaming mysteriously behind her thick spectacles, travelled between the Minister of State and the little copper-coloured creature, as it groped about with one, only one, little hand, as if she was saying, "Is it all right?" It was all right. Herr von Knobelsdorff was satisfied, and the wise woman wrapped the child up again. But even then she continued to look down at the prince, and then up at the Baron, until she had drawn his eyes to the point to which she wished to attract them. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes disappeared, he knit his brows, tried, compared, felt, examined for 2 or 3 minutes, and at last asked, "Has the Grand Duke yet seen it?" "No, Excellency." "When the Grand Duke sees it," said Herr von Knobelsdorff, "tell him that he will grow out of it." And to the others on the ground floor he reported, "A splendid prince!" But 10 or 15 minutes after him the Grand Duke also made the disagreeable discovery. That was unavoidable, and resulted for Surgeon General Eschrich in a short, extremely unpleasant scene, but for the Grimburg Dr. Sammet in an interview with the Grand Duke, which raised him considerably in the latter's estimation, and was useful to him in his subsequent career. What happened was briefly as follows. After the birth, Johann Albrecht had again retired to the library, and then returned to sit for some time at the bedside with his wife's hand in his. Thereupon he went into the powder closet, where the infant now lay in his high, richly gilded cradle, half covered with a blue silk curtain, and sat down in an armchair by the side of his little son. But while he sat and watched the sleeping infant, it happened that he noticed what it was hoped that he would not notice yet. He drew the counterpane back, his face clouded over, and then he did exactly what Herr von Knobelsdorff had done before him, looked from Dr. Gnadebusch to the nurse and back again, both of whom said nothing, cast one glance at the half-open door into the bride chamber, and stalked excitedly back into the library. Here he at once rang the silver eagle-topped bell which stood on the writing-table, and said to Herr von Lichterloh, who came in, very curtly and coldly, "I require Herr Eschrich." When the Grand Duke was angry with any member of his suite, he was wont to strip the culprit for the moment of all his titles and dignities, and to leave him nothing but his bare name. The aide-de-camp again clapped his spurs and heels together and withdrew. Johann Albrecht strode once or twice in a rage up and down the room, and then, hearing Herr von Lichterloh bring the person he had summoned into the ante-room, adopted an audience attitude at his writing-table. As he stood there, his head turned imperiously in half-profile, his left hand planted on his hip, drawing back his satin-fronted frock-coat from his white waistcoat, he exactly resembled his portrait by Professor von Lindemann, which hung beside the big looking-glass over the mantelpiece in the Hall of the 12 Months, in the town Schloss, opposite the portrait of Dorothea, and of which countless engravings, photographs, and picture postcards had been published. The only difference was that Johann Albrecht in the portrait seemed to be of heroic stature, while he really was scarcely of medium height. His forehead was high where his hair had receded, and from under his grey eyebrows his blue eyes looked out, with dark rings around them, giving them an expression of tired haughtiness. He had the broad, rather too high cheek-bones which were characteristic of his people. His whiskers and the soft tuft on his chin were grey, his moustache almost white. From the distended nostrils of his small but well-arched nose, 2 unusually deep furrows ran down to his chin. The lemon-coloured ribbon of the family order always showed in the opening of his waistcoat. In his buttonhole the Grand Duke wore a carnation. Surgeon General Eschrich entered with a low bow. He had taken off his operating coat. His eyelid drooped more heavily than usual over his eye. He looked apprehensive and uncomfortable. The Grand Duke, his left hand on his hip, threw his head back, stretched out his right hand and waved it, palm upwards, several times up and down impatiently. "I am awaiting an explanation, a justification, Surgeon General," said he, with a voice trembling with irritation. "You will have the goodness to answer my questions. What is the matter with the child's arm?" The physician in ordinary raised his hand a little, a feeble gesture of impotence and blamelessness. He said, "An it please your Royal Highness, an unfortunate occurrence, unfavourable circumstances during the pregnancy of Her Royal Highness." "That's all nonsense!" The Grand Duke was so much excited that he did not wish for any justification. In fact, he would not allow one. "I would remind you, sir, that I am beside myself. Unfortunate occurrence! It was your business to take precautions against unfortunate occurrences." The Surgeon General stood with half-bowed head, and sinking his voice to a submissive tone, addressed the ground at his feet. "I humbly beg to be allowed to remind you that I, at least, am not alone responsible. Privy Councillor Grasanger, an authority on gynecology, examined Her Royal Highness, but nobody can be held responsible in this case." "Nobody, really! I permit myself to make you responsible. You are answerable to me. You were in charge during the pregnancy. You superintended the confinement. I have relied on the knowledge to be expected from your rank, Surgeon General. I have trusted to your experience. I am bitterly disappointed, bitterly disappointed. All that your skill can boast of is that a crippled child has been born." "Would your Royal Highness graciously weigh—" "I have weighed. I have weighed and found wanting. Thank you." Surgeon General Eschrich retired backwards, bowing. In the anteroom he shrugged his shoulders, while his cheeks glowed. The Grand Duke again fell to pacing the library in his princely wrath, unreasonable, misinformed, and foolish in his loneliness. However, whether it was that he wished to humiliate the physician in ordinary still further, or that he regretted having robbed himself of any explanations, 10 minutes later the unexpected happened, and the Grand Duke sent Herr von Lichterloh to summon young Dr. Sammet to the library. The doctor, when he received the message, again said, quite delighted," and at first changed colour a little, then composed himself admirably. It is true that he was not a complete master of the prescribed etiquette, and bowed too soon, while he was still in the door, so that the aide-de-camp could not close it behind him, and had to ask him in a whisper to move forward, but afterwards he stood in an easy and unconstrained attitude, and gave reassuring answers, although he showed that he was naturally rather slow of speech, beginning his sentences with hesitating noises, and frequently interspersing them with a "yes," as if to confirm what he was saying. He wore his dark yellow hair cut en brosse, and his moustache untrimmed. His chin and cheeks were clean-shaved, and rather sore from it. He carried his head a little on one side, and the gaze of his grey eyes told of shrewdness and practical goodness. His nose, which was too broad at the bottom, pointed to his origin. He wore a black tie, and his shiny boots were of a country cut. He kept his elbows close to his side, with one hand on his silver watch-chain. His whole appearance suggested candour and professional skill. It inspired confidence. The Grand Duke addressed him unusually graciously, rather in the manner of a teacher who has been scolding a naughty boy, and turns to another with a sudden assumption of mildness. "I have sent for you, doctor. I want information from you about this peculiarity in the body of the newborn prince. I assume that it has not escaped your notice. I am confronted with a riddle, an extremely painful riddle. In a word, I desire your opinion." And the Grand Duke, changing his position, ended with a gracious motion of the hand, which encouraged the doctor to speak. Dr. Sammet looked at him silently and attentively, as if waiting till the Grand Duke had completely regained his princely composure. Then he said, "Yes, we have here to do with a case which is not a very common occurrence, but which is well known and familiar to us. Yes, it is actually a case of atrophy." "Excuse me, atrophy?" "Forgive me, Royal Highness. I mean stunted growth, yes." "I see, stunted growth. Stunting, that's it. The left hand is stunted. But it's unheard of. I cannot understand it. Such a thing has never happened in my family. People talk nowadays about heredity." Again the doctor looked silently and attentively at the lonely and domineering man, to whom the news had only just penetrated that people were talking lately about heredity. He answered simply, "Pardon me, Royal Highness, but in this case there can be no question of heredity." "Really, you're quite sure?" said the Grand Duke rather mockingly. "That is one satisfaction. But will you be so kind as to tell me what there can be a question of then?" "With pleasure, Royal Highness. The cause of the malformation is entirely a mechanical one. It has been caused through a mechanical constriction during the development of the embryo. We call such malformations constriction formations. Yes." The Grand Duke listened with anxious disgust. He obviously feared the effect of each succeeding word on his sensitiveness. He kept his brows knit and his mouth open. The 2 furrows running down to his beard seemed deeper than ever. He said, "Constriction formations. But how in the world? I am quite sure every precaution must have been taken." "Constriction formations," answered Dr. Sammet, "can occur in various ways, but we can say with comparative certainty that in this case, it is the amnion which is to blame." "I beg your pardon, the amnion?" "That is one of the fetal membranes, Royal Highness, yes, and in certain circumstances the removal of this membrane from the embryo may be retarded and proceed so slowly that threads and cords are left stretching from one to the other, amniotic threads as we call them, yes. These threads may be dangerous, for they can bind and knot themselves round the whole of a child's limb. They can entirely intercept, for instance, the life ducts of a hand and even amputate it. Yes." "Great heavens, amputate it! So we must be thankful that it has not come to an amputation of the hand?" "That might have happened, yes, but all that has happened is an unfastening, resulting in an atrophy." "And that could not be discovered, foreseen, prevented?" "No, Royal Highness, absolutely not. It is quite certain that no blame whatever attaches to anybody. Such constrictions do their work in secret. We are powerless against them, yes." "And the malformation is incurable? The hand will remain stunted?" Dr. Sammet hesitated. He looked kindly at the Grand Duke. "It will never be quite normal, certainly not," he said cautiously. "But the stunted hand will grow a little larger than it is at present. Oh yes, it assuredly will." "Will he be able to use it? For instance, to hold his reins or to make gestures like anyone else?" "Use it a little, perhaps not much. And he's got his right hand, that's all right." "Will it be very obvious?" asked the Grand Duke, and scanned Dr. Sammet's face earnestly. "Very noticeable? Will it detract much from his general appearance, think you?" "Many people," answered Dr. Sammet evasively, "live and work under greater disadvantages, yes." The Grand Duke turned away and walked once up and down the room. Dr. Sammet deferentially made way for him and withdrew towards the door. At last the Grand Duke resumed his position at the writing table and said, "I have now heard what I wanted to know, Doctor. I thank you for your report. You understand your business, no doubt about that. Why do you live in Grimburg? Why do you not practice in the capital?" "I am still young, Royal Highness, and before I devote myself to practising as a specialist in the capital, I should like a few years of really varied practice, of general experience and research. A country town like Grimburg affords the best opportunity of that, yes." Very sound, very admirable of you. In what do you propose to specialize later on? In the diseases of children, Royal Highness. I intend to be a children's doctor, yes. You are a Jew? Asked the Grand Duke, throwing back his head and screwing up his eyes. Yes, Royal Highness. Ah. Will you answer me one more question? Have you ever found your origin to stand in your way, a drawback in your professional career? I ask as a ruler, who is especially concerned that the principle of equal chances for all shall hold good unconditionally and privately, not only officially. Everybody in the Grand Duchy, answered Dr. Sammet, has the right to work. But he did not stop there. Moving his elbows like a pair of short wings in an awkward, impassioned way, he made a few hesitating noises, and then added in a restrained but eager voice, "No principle of equalization, if I may be allowed to remark, will ever prevent the incidents in the life of the community of exceptional and abnormal men who are distinguished from the bourgeois by their nobleness or infamy. It is the duty of the individual not to concern himself as to the precise nature of the distinction between him and the common herd, but to see what is the essential in that distinction, and to recognize that it imposes on him an exceptional obligation towards society. A man is at an advantage, not at a disadvantage, compared with the regular, and therefore complacent majority, if he has one motive more than they to extraordinary exertions. Yes, yes, repeated Dr. Sammet. The double affirmative was meant to confirm his answer. Good, not bad, very remarkable anyhow, said the Grand Duke judicially. He found Dr. Sammet's words suggestive, though somewhat off the point. He dismissed the young man with the words, "Well, doctor, my time is limited. I thank you. This interview, apart from its painful occasion, has much reassured me. I have the pleasure of bestowing on you the Albrecht Cross of the 3rd class with crown. I shall remember you. Thank you." This was what passed between the Grimmburg doctor and the Grand Duke. Shortly after, Johann Albrecht left the castle and returned by special train to the capital, chiefly to show himself to the rejoicing populace, but also in order to give several audiences in the palace. It was arranged that he should return in the evening to the castle and take up his residence there for the next few weeks. All those present at the confinement at Grimmburg who did not belong to the Grand Duchess's suite were also accommodated in the special train of the bankrupt local railway, some of them travelling in the sovereign's own saloon. But the Grand Duke drove from the castle to the station alone with von Knobelsdorff, the Minister of State, in an open landau, one of the brown court carriages with the little golden crown on the door. The white feathers in the hats of the chasseurs in front fluttered in the summer breeze. Johann Albrecht was grave and silent on the journey. He seemed to be worried and morose. And although Herr von Knobelsdorff knew that the Grand Duke, even in private, disliked anybody addressing him unasked and uninvited, yet at last he made up his mind to break the silence. "Your Royal Highness," he said deprecatingly, "seems to take so much to heart the little anomaly which has been discovered in the Prince's body. And yet one would think that on a day like this the reasons for joy and proud thankfulness so far outweigh." "My dear Knobelsdorff," replied Johann Albrecht, with some irritation and almost in tears, "you must forgive my ill humour. You surely do not wish me to be in good spirits. I can see no reason for being so. The Grand Duchess is going on well, true enough, and the child is a boy, that's a blessing too. But he has come into the world with an atrophy, a constriction caused by amniotic threads. Nobody is to blame, it is a misfortune, but misfortunes for which nobody is to blame are the most terrible of all misfortunes, and the sight of their sovereign ought to awaken in his people other feelings than those of sympathy. The heir apparent is delicate, needs constant care. It was a miracle that he survived the attack of pleurisy 2 years ago, and it will be nothing less than a miracle if he lives to attain his majority. Now heaven grants me a second son. He seems strong, but he comes into the world with only one hand. The other is stunted, useless, a deformity. He will have to hide it. What a drawback! What an impediment! He will have to brave it out before the world all his life. We must let it gradually leak out, so that it may not cause too much of a shock on his first appearance in public. No, I cannot yet get over it, a prince with one hand." "With one hand," said Herr von Knobelsdorff. "Did your Royal Highness use that expression twice deliberately?" "Deliberately? You did not then? For the prince has two hands, yet as one is stunted, one might, if one liked, also describe him as a prince with one hand." "What then?" "And one must also wish, not that your Royal Highness's second son, but that the heir to the throne were the victim of this small malformation." "What do you mean by that?" "Why, your Royal Highness will laugh at me, but I am thinking of the gipsy woman." "The gipsy woman? Please go on, my dear Baron." "Of the gipsy woman, forgive me, who 100 years ago prophesied the birth of a prince to your Royal Highness's house, a prince with one hand, that is how tradition puts it, and attached to the birth of that prince a certain promise, couched in peculiar terms." The Grand Duke turned on his seat and stared, without saying a word, at Herr von Knobelsdorff, at the outer corner of whose eyes the radiating wrinkles were playing. Then, "Mighty entertaining," he said, and resumed his former attitude. "Prophecies," continued Herr von Knobelsdorff, "generally come true to this extent, that circumstances arise which one can interpret, if one has a mind to, in their sense, and the broadness of the terms in which every proper prophecy is couched makes this all the more easy. With one hand, that is regular oracle style. What has actually happened is a moderate case of atrophy. But that much counts for a good deal, for what is there to prevent me, what is there to prevent the people, from assuming the whole by this partial fulfilment, and declaring that the conditional part of the prophecy has been fulfilled? The people will do so, if not at once, at any rate, if the rest of the prophecy, the actual promise, is in any way realized, it will put two and two together, as it always has done, in its wish to see what is written turn out true. I don't see how it is going to come about. The prince is a younger son. He will not come to the throne. The intentions of fate are obscure, but the one-handed prince is there, and so may he bestow on us as much as he can." The Grand Duke did not answer, secretly thrilled by dreams of the future of his dynasty. "Well, Knobelsdorff, I will not be angry with you. You want to comfort me, and you have not done it badly, but I must do what is expected of me." The air resounded with the distant cheers of many voices. The people of Grimmburg were crowded in black masses behind the cordon at the station. Officials were standing apart in front, waiting for the carriages. There was the mayor, raising his top hat, wiping his forehead with a crumpled handkerchief, and poring over a paper whose contents he was committing to memory. Johann Albrecht assumed the expression appropriate to listening to the smoothly worded address and to answering concisely and graciously, "Most excellent, Mr. Mayor." The town was dressed with flags and the bells were ringing. In the capital all the bells were ringing, and in the evening there were illuminations, not by formal request of the authorities, but spontaneous. The whole city was a blaze of light. End of section 2. Chapter 2 of Royal Highness by Thomas Mann. Translated by A. Cecil Curtis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. The country. The country measured 8,000 square kilometers and numbered 1,000,000 inhabitants. A pretty, quiet, leisurely country. The tops of the trees in its forests rustled dreamily, its broad acres showed signs of honest care, its industries were undeveloped to the point of indigence. It possessed some brick kilns, a few salt and silver mines. That was almost all. A certain amount of tourist traffic must also be mentioned, but he would be a bold man who described it as a flourishing industry. The alkali springs, which rose from the ground in the immediate neighbourhood of the capital and formed the centre of an attractive bathing establishment, constituted the claims of the city to be considered a health resort. But while the baths at the end of the Middle Ages had been frequented by visitors from afar, they had later lost their repute, and had been put in the shade by other baths and forgotten. The most valuable of the springs, that called the Ditlinde spring, which was exceptionally rich in lithium salts, had been opened up quite recently, in the reign of Johann Albrecht III, and as energetic business and advertising methods were not employed, its water had not yet succeeded in winning world recognition. 100,000 bottles of it were sent away in the year, rather less than more, but a few strangers came to drink it on the spot. The Diet was the scene all year round of speeches about the barely satisfactory results of the trade returns, by which was really meant the entirely unsatisfactory results, which nobody could dispute, that the local railways did not cover their expenses, and the main lines did not pay any dividends, distressing but unalterable and inveterate facts, which the Minister for Trade, in luminous but monotonous declarations, explained by the peaceful commercial and industrial circumstances of the country, as well as by the inaccessibility of the home coal deposits. Critics added something about defective organization of the state industrial administration. But the spirit of contradiction and negation was not strong in the Diet. The prevailing frame of mind among the representatives of the people was one of dull and true-hearted loyalty. So the railway revenues did not by any means rank first among the public revenues of a private investment nature. The forest revenues had ranked first for years in this land of woods and plough. The fall in them, their startling depreciation, however sufficient reasons there were for it, was a much more difficult matter to mend. The people loved their woods. They were a fair and compact type, with searching blue eyes and broad, rather high cheekbones, a sensible and honest, solid and backward stamp of men. They clung to their country's forest with all the strength of their nature. It lived in their bones. It was to the artists which it bred the source and home of their inspirations, and it was quite properly the object of popular gratitude, not only in regard to the gifts of soul and intellect of which it was the donor. The poor gathered their firewood in the forest. It gave to them freely, they had it for nothing. They went stooping and gathering all kinds of berries and mushrooms among its trunks, and earned a little something by doing so. That was not all. The people recognized that their forest had a very distinctly favourable influence on the weather and the healthy condition of the country. They were well aware that without the lovely woods in the neighbourhood of the capital, the spa garden outside would not attract foreigners with money to spend. In short, this not over-industrious and up-to-date people could not help knowing that the forest stood for the most important asset, the most profitable heritage of the country. And yet the forest had been sinned against, outraged for ages and ages. The Grand Ducal Department of Woods and Forests deserved all the reproaches that were laid against it. That department had not political insight enough to see that the wood must be maintained and kept as inalienable common property, if it was to be useful not only to the present generation, but also to those to come, and that it would surely avenge itself if it were exploited recklessly and short-sightedly, without regard to the future for the benefit of the present. That was what happened, and was still happening. In the first place, great stretches of the floor of the forest had been impoverished by reckless and excessive spoliation of its litter. Matters had repeatedly gone so far that not only the most recent carpet of needles and leaves, but the greatest part of the fall of years past had been removed and used in the fields, partly as litter, partly as mould. There were many forests which had been completely stripped of mould. Some had been crippled by the raking away of the litter. Instances of this were to be found in the public woodlands as well as in the state woodlands. If the woods had been put to these uses in order to tide over a sudden agricultural crisis, there would have been no reason to complain. But although there were not wanting those who declared that an agricultural system founded on the appropriation of wood litter was inexpedient, indeed dangerous, the trade in litter went on without any particular reason, on purely fiscal grounds, so it was put, that is to say, on grounds which, examined closely, proved to be only one ground and object, namely the making of money. For it was money which was wanted. But to get this money, ceaseless inroads were made on the capital, until one fine day it was realized with dismay that an unsuspected depreciation in that capital had ensued. The people were a peasant race, and thought that the way to be up to date was to display a perverted, artificial, and improper zeal, and to employ reckless business methods. A characteristic instance was the dairy farming. One word about that. Loud complaints were heard, principally in the official medical annual, that a deterioration was noticeable in the nourishment, and consequently in the development of the country people. What was the reason? The owners of cows were bent on turning all the full milk at their disposal into money. The spread of the dairy industry, the development and productiveness of the milk trade, tempted them to disregard the claims of their own establishments. A strength-giving milk diet became a rarity in the country, and in its stead recourse was had to unsubstantial skimmed milk, inferior substitutes, vegetable oils, and, unfortunately, alcoholic drinks as well. The critics talked about underfeeding. They even called it physical and moral debilitation of the population. They brought the facts to the notice of the Diet, and the government promised to give the matter their earnest attention. But it was only too clear that the government was at bottom infected with the same perversity as the mistaken dairy farmers. Timber continued to be cut to excess in the state forests. Once cut, it was gone, and meant a continual shrinkage of public property. The clearings might have been necessary occasionally, when the forests had been damaged in one way or another, but often enough they had been due simply to the fiscal reasons referred to, and instead of the proceeds of the clearings being used for the purchase of new tracts, instead of the cleared tracts being replanted as quickly as possible, instead, in a word, of the damage to the capital value of the state forests being balanced by an addition to their capital value, the quickly earned profits had been devoted to the payment of current expenses and the redemption of bonds. Of course, there could be no doubt that a reduction of the national debt was only too desirable, but the critics expressed the opinion that that was not the time to devote extraordinary revenues to the building up of the sinking fund. Anybody who had no interest in mincing matters must have described the state finances as in a hopeless muddle. The country carried a debt of £30,000,000. It struggled along under it with patience and devotion, but with secret groans. For the burden, much too heavy in itself, was made trebly heavy through a rise in the rate of interest, and through conditions of repayment such as are usually imposed on a country whose credit is shaken, whose exchange is low, and which has already almost come to be reckoned as interesting in the world of financiers. The succession of financial crises appeared to be never-ending. The list of failures seemed without beginning or end. And a maladministration, which was made no better by frequent changes in its personnel, regarded borrowing as the only cure for the creeping sickness in the state finances. Even the Chancellor of the Exchequer, von Schröder, whose probity and singleness of purpose were beyond all doubt, had been given a peerage by the Grand Duke, because he had succeeded in placing a loan at a high rate of interest in the most difficult circumstances. His heart was set on an improvement in the credit of the state, but as his resource was to contract new debts while he paid off the old, his policy proved to be no better than a well-meant but costly blind. for a simultaneous sale and purchase of bonds meant a higher purchase than selling price, involving the loss of thousands of pounds. It seemed as if the country were incapable of producing a man of any adequate financial gifts. Improper practices and a policy of hushing up were the fashion. The budget was so drawn up that it was impossible to distinguish between ordinary and extraordinary state requirements. Ordinary and extraordinary items were jumbled up together, and those responsible for the budgets deceived themselves, and everybody else, as to the real state of affairs, by appropriating loans which were supposed to be raised for extraordinary purposes to cover a deficit in the ordinary exchequer. The holder of the finance portfolio at one time was actually an ex-court marshal. Dr. Krippenreuther, who took the helm towards the end of Johann Albrecht III's reign, was the minister who, convinced like Herr von Schröder of the necessity for a strenuous reduction in the debt, induced the Diet to consent to a final and extreme addition to the burden of taxation. But the country, naturally poor as it was on the verge of insolvency, and all Krippenreuther got was unpopularity. His policy really meant merely a transfer from one hand to the other, a transfer which itself involved a loss, for the increase in taxation laid a burden on the national economy which pressed more heavily and more directly than that which was removed by the sinking of the national debt. Where, then, were help and remedy to be found? A miracle, so it seemed, was needed, and meanwhile the sternest economy. People were pious and loyal, they loved their princes as themselves, they were permeated with the sublimity of the monarchical idea, they saw in it a reflection of the deity. But the economical pressure was too painful, too generally felt. The most ignorant could read in the thinned and crippled forests a tale of woe. The consequence was that repeated appeals had been made in the Diet for a curtailment of the civil list, a cutting down of the appanages and crown endowments. The civil list amounted to £25,000, the revenues of the crown domains to £37,000. That was all. And the crown was in debt, to what extent was perhaps known to Count Trümmerhauff, the keeper of the Grand Ducal purse, a regular stickler, but a man of absolutely no business instincts. It was not known to Johann Albrecht, at any rate he seemed not to know it, and therein followed the example of his forefathers, who had rarely deigned to give more than a passing thought to their debts. The people's attitude of veneration was reflected in their princes' extraordinary sense of their own dignity, which had sometimes assumed fanciful and even extravagant forms, and had found its most obvious and most serious expression in every period, in a tendency to extravagance and to reckless ostentation as exaggerated as the dignity it represented. One Grimburger had been christened the Luxurious in so many words. They had almost all deserved the nickname. So that the state of indebtedness of the house was a historical and hereditary state, reaching back to the times when all loans were a private concern of the sovereign, and when John the Headstrong, wishing to raise a loan, pledged the liberty of the most prominent of his subjects to do so. Those times were past, and Johann Albrecht III, a true-born Grimburger in his instincts, was unfortunately no longer in a position to give free rein to his instincts. His fathers had played ducks and drakes with the family funds, which were reduced to nothing, or little better than nothing. They had been spent on the building of country seats with French names and marble colonnades, on parks with fountains, on splendid operas and all kinds of glittering shows. Figures were figures, and much against the inclination of the Grand Duke, in fact without his consent, the court was gradually cut down. The Princess Catherine, the sister of the Grand Duke, was never spoken of in the capital without a touch of sympathy. She had been married to a member of a neighbouring ruling house, had been left a widow, and had come back to her brother's capital, where she lived with her red-headed children, in what used to be the heir apparent's palace on the Albrechtstrasse, before whose gates a gigantic doorkeeper stood all day long in a pompous attitude with staff and shoulder belt complete, while life went on with peculiar moderation inside. Prince Lambert, the Grand Duke's brother, did not come in for much attention. There was a coolness between him and his relations who could not forgive him his mésalliance, and he hardly ever came to court. He lived in his villa overlooking the public gardens with his wife, an ex-dancer from the court theatre, who bore the title of Baroness von Rohrdorf, after one of the prince's properties, and there he divided his time between sport and theatre-going, and struggling with his debts. He had dropped his dignities, and lived just like a private citizen, and if he was generally supposed to have a struggle to make two ends meet, nobody gave him much sympathy for it. But alterations had been made in the old castle itself, reductions of expenses, which were discussed in the city and the country, and discussed usually in an apprehensive and regretful sense, because the people at bottom wished to see themselves represented with due pride and magnificence. Several high posts at the court had been amalgamated for economy's sake, and for years past Herr von Bühl zu Bühl had been Lord Marshal, Chief Master of the Ceremonies, and Marshal of the Household at once. There had been many discharges in the Board of Green Cloth and the Servants' Hall, among the pike staffs, yeomen of the guard, and grooms, the master cooks and chief confectioners, the court and chamber lackeys. The establishment of the royal stable had been reduced to the barest minimum. And what was the good of it all? The Grand Duke's contempt for money showed itself in sudden outbursts against the squeeze, and while the catering at the court functions reached the extreme limits of permissible simplicity, while at the supper at the close of the Thursday concerts in the Marble Hall nothing but continual roast beef with sauce remoulade and ice pudding were served on the red velvet coverings of the gilt-legged tables, while the daily fare at the Grand Duke's own candle-decked table was no better than that of an ordinary middle-class family, he defiantly threw away a whole year's income on the repair of the Grimburg. But meanwhile the rest of his seats were falling to pieces. Herr von Bühl simply had not the means at his disposal for their upkeep. And yet it was a pity in the case of many of them. Those which lay at some little distance from the capital, or right out in the country, those luxurious asylums cradled in natural beauties whose dainty names spoke of rest, solitude, content, pastime, and freedom from care, or recalled a flower or a jewel, served as holiday resorts for the citizens and strangers, and brought in a certain amount in entrance money which sometimes, not always, was devoted to their upkeep. This was not the case, however, with those in the immediate neighbourhood of the capital. There was the little Schloss in the Empire style, the Hermitage, standing silent and graceful on the edge of the northern suburbs, but long uninhabited and deserted in the middle of its overgrown park, which joined on to the public gardens, and looked out on its little mud-stiff pond. There was Schloss Delphinenort, which, only a quarter of an hour's walk from the other, on the northern part of the public gardens themselves, all of which had once belonged to the Crown, mirrored its untidiness in a huge square fountain basin. Both were in a sad state. That Delphinenort in particular, that noble structure in the early Baroque style, with its stately entrance colonnade, its high windows divided into little white-framed panes, its carved festoons, its Roman busts in the niches, its splendid approach stairs, its general magnificence, should be abandoned to decay for ever, as it seemed, was the sorrow of all lovers of architectural beauty, when one day, as the result of unforeseen, really strange circumstances, it was restored to honour and youth. Among them, at any rate, the satisfaction was general. For the rest, Delphinenort could be reached in 15 or 20 minutes from the Spa Garden, which lay a little to the northwest of the city, and was connected with its centre by a direct line of trams. The only residences used by the Grand Ducal family were Schloss Hollerbrunn, the summer residence, an expanse of white buildings with Chinese roofs, on the farther side of the chain of hills which surrounded the capital, coolly and pleasantly situated on the river and famed for the elder hedges in its park; farther, Schloss Jägerpreis, the ivy-covered hunting box in the middle of the woods to westward; and lastly the town castle itself, called the Old Castle, although no new one existed. It was called thus, with no idea of comparison, simply because of its age, and the critics declared that its redecoration was more a matter of urgency than that of the Grimmburg. Even the inner rooms, which were in daily use by the family, were faded and cracked, not to mention the many uninhabited and unused rooms in the oldest parts of the many-styled building, which were all choked and fly-blown. For some time past the public had been refused admission to them, a measure which was obviously due to the shocking state of the castle. But people who could get a peep, the tradesmen and the staff, declared that there was stuffing peeping out of more than one stiff, imposing piece of furniture. The castle and the court church together made up a grey, irregular, and commanding mass of turrets, galleries, and gateways, half fortress, half palace. Various epochs had been contributed to its erection, and large parts of it were decaying, weather-beaten, spoilt, and ready to fall into pieces. To the west it dropped steeply down to the lower-lying city, and was connected with it by battered steps clamped together with rusty iron bars. But the huge main gate, guarded by lions couchant, and surmounted by the pious, haughty motto, Turris fortissima, nomen Domini, in almost illegible carving, faced the Albrechtsplatz. It had its sentries and sentry-boxes. It was the scene of the changing of the guard, with drums and martial display. It was the playground of all the urchins of the town. The old castle had 3 courtyards, in the corners of which rose graceful stair turrets, and between whose paving stones an unnecessary amount of weeds was generally growing. But in the middle of one of the courtyards stood the rose-bush. It had stood there for ages in a bed, although there was no other attempt at a garden to be seen. It was just like any other rose-bush. It had a porter to tend it. It stood there in rain, snow, and sunshine, and in due season it bore roses. These were exceptionally fine roses, nobly formed, with dark red velvet petals, a pleasure to look at, and real masterpieces of nature. But those roses had one strange and dreadful peculiarity. They had no scent, or rather they had a scent, but for some unknown reason it was not the scent of roses, but of decay, a slight but plainly perceptible scent of decay. Everybody knew it, it was in the guide-books, and strangers visited the courtyard to convince themselves of it with their own noses. There was also a popular idea that it was written somewhere that at some time or other, on a day of rejoicings and public felicity, the blossoms of the rose-bush would begin to give forth a natural and lovely odour. After all, it was only to be expected that the popular imagination would be exercised by the wonderful rose-bush. It was exercised in precisely the same way by the owl-chamber in the old castle, which was used as a lumber-room. Its position was such that it could not be ignored, not far from the gala-rooms and the Hall of the Knights, where the court officers used to assemble on court days, and thus in a comparatively modern part of the building. But there was certainly something uncanny about it, especially as from time to time noises and cries occurred there, which could not be heard outside the room, and whose origin was unascertainable. People swore that it came from ghosts, and many asserted that it was especially noticeable when important and decisive events in the Grand Ducal family were impending, a more or less gratuitous rumour, which deserved no more serious attention than other national products of a historical and dynastic frame of mind, as for instance a certain dark prophecy which had been handed down for hundreds of years, and may be mentioned in this connection. It came from an old gypsy woman, and was to the effect that a prince with one hand would bring the greatest good fortune to the country. The old hag had said, "He will give to the country with one hand more than all the rest could give it with two." That is how the prophecy was recorded, and how it was quoted from time to time. Round the old castle lay the capital, consisting of the old town and the new town, with their public buildings, monuments, fountains and parks, their streets and squares, named after princes, artists, deserving statesmen, and distinguished citizens, divided into two very unequal halves by the many-bridged river, which flowed in a great loop round the southern end of the public garden, and was lost in the surrounding hills. The city was a university town. It possessed an academy which was not in much request, and whose curricula were unpractical and rather old-fashioned. The professor of mathematics, Privy Councillor Klinghammer, was the only one of any particular repute in the scientific world. The court theatre, though poorly endowed, maintained a decent level of performances. There was a little musical, literary, and artistic life. A certain number of foreigners came to the capital, wishing to share in its well-regulated life and such intellectual attractions as it offered, among them wealthy invalids who settled down in the villas round the spa gardens, and were held in honour by the state and the community as doughty payers of taxes. And now you know what the town was like, what the country was like, and how matters stood. End of section 3. Chapter 3 of Royal Highness by Thomas Mann, translated by A. Cecil Curtis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. Hinerka the shoemaker. The Grand Duke's second son made his first public appearance on the occasion of his christening. This festivity aroused the same interest in the country as always attached to happenings within the royal family circle. It took place after weeks of discussion and research as to the manner of its arrangement, was held in the court church by the President of the High Consistory, Dom Wislezenus, with all the due ceremonial, and in public to the extent that the Lord Marshal's office, by the Prince's orders, had issued invitations to it to every class of society. Herr von Bühl zu Bühl, a courtly ritualist of the greatest circumspection and accuracy, in his full dress uniform, superintended, with the help of two masters of the ceremonies, the whole of the intricate proceedings, the gathering of the princely guests in the gala rooms, the solemn procession in which they, attended by pages and squires, walked up the staircase of Heinrich the Luxurious and through a covered passage into the church, the entry of the spectators from the highest to the lowest, the distribution of the seats, the observance of due decorum during the religious service itself, the order of precedence at the congratulations which took place directly after the service was ended. He panted and puffed, smiled ingratiatingly, brandished his staff, laughed in nervous bursts, and kept executing retreating bows. The court church was decorated with plants and draperies. In addition to the representatives of the nobility, of the court and country, and of the higher and lower civil service, tradesmen, country folk, and common artisans in good high humour filled the seats. But in a half-circle of red velvet armchairs in front of the altar sat the relations of the infant, foreign princes as sponsors, and the trusty representatives of such as had not come in person. The assemblage at the christening of the heir apparent 6 years before had not been more distinguished, for, in view of Albrecht's delicacy, the advanced age of the Grand Duke, and the dearth of Grimberg relations, the person of the second-born prince was at once recognized as an important guarantee for the future of the dynasty. Little Albrecht took no part in the ceremony. He was kept to his bed with an indisposition which Surgeon General Eschrich declared to be of a nervous character. Dom Wislezenus preached from a text of the Grand Duke's own choosing. The Courier, a gossiping city newspaper, had given a full account of how the Grand Duke had one day fetched with his very own hands the large metal-clasped Bible out of the rarely visited library, had shut himself up with it in his study, searched in it for a whole hour, at last copied the text he had chosen onto a piece of paper with his pocket-pencil, signed it Johann Albrecht, and sent it to the court preacher. Dom Wislicenus treated it in a musical style, so as to speak, like a leitmotif. He turned it inside and out, dressed it in different shapes and squeezed it dry. He announced it in a whisper, then with the whole power of his lungs, and whereas, delivered lightly and reflectively at the beginning of his discourse, it seemed a thin, almost unsubstantial subject. At the close, when he for the last time thundered it at the congregation, it appeared richly orchestrated, heavily scored, and pregnant with emotion. Then he passed on to the actual baptism, and carried it out at full length so that all could see it, with due stress on every detail. This, then, was the day of the Prince's first public appearance, and that he was the chief actor in the drama was clearly shown by the fact that he was the last one to come on the stage, and that his entry was distinct from that of the rest of the company. Preceded by Herr von Bühl, he entered slowly, in the arms of the Mistress of the Robes, Baroness von Schulenburg-Tressen, and all eyes were fixed on him. He was asleep in his laces, his veils, and his white silk robe. One of his little hands appeared to be hidden. His appearance evoked unusual delight and emotion. The cynosure and centre of attraction, he lay quietly there, bearing it all, as may be supposed, patiently and unassumingly. It was to his credit that he did not make any disturbance, did not clutch or struggle, but, doubtless from innate trustfulness, quietly resigned himself to the state which surrounded him, bore it patiently, and even at that early date sank his own emotions in it. The arms in which he reposed were frequently changed at fixed points in the ceremony. Baroness Schulenburg handed him with a curtsy to his aunt Catherine, who, with a stern look on her face, was dressed in a newly remade lilac silk dress, and wore crown jewels in her hair. She laid him, when the moment came, solemnly in his mother Dorothea's arms, who, in all her stately beauty, with a smile on her proud and lovely mouth, held him out a while to be blessed, and then passed him on. A cousin held him for a minute or two, a child of 11 or 12 years with fair hair, thin sticks of legs, cold bare arms, and a broad red silk sash which stuck out in a huge knot behind her white dress. Her peaked face was anxiously fixed on the master of ceremonies. Once the Prince woke up, but the flickering flames of the altar candles and a many-coloured shaft of sunlight dust blinded him and made him close his eyes again. And as there were no thoughts, but only soft, unsubstantial dreams in his head, as moreover he was feeling no pain at the moment, he at once fell asleep again. He received a number of names while he slept, but the chief names were Klaus Heinrich, and he slept on in his cot, with its gilded cornice and blue silk curtains, while the royal family feasted in the marble hall, and the rest of the guests in the Hall of the Knights, in his honour. The newspapers reported his first appearance. They described his looks and his dress, and emphasized his truly princely behaviour, couching the moving and inspiring account in words which had often done duty on similar occasions. After that, the public for a long time heard little of him, and he nothing of them. He knew nothing as yet, understood nothing as yet, guessed nothing as to the difficulty, danger, and sternness of the life prescribed for him. Nothing in his conduct suggested that he felt any contrast between himself and the great public. His little existence was an irresponsible, carefully supervised dream, played on a stage remote from the public stage, and this stage was peopled with countless tinted phantoms, both stationary and active, some emerging but transiently, some permanently at hand. Of the permanent ones the parents were far in the background, and not altogether distinguishable. They were his parents, that was certain, and they were exalted, and friendly too. When they approached, there was a feeling as if everything else slipped away to each side, and left a respectable passage along which they advanced towards him to show him a moment's tenderness. The nearest and clearest things to him were two women with white caps and aprons, two beings who were obviously all goodness, purity, and loving-kindness, who tended his little body in every way, and were much distressed when he cried. A close partner in his life, too, was Albrecht, his brother, but he was grave, distant, and much more advanced. When Klaus Heinrich was 2 years old, another birth took place in the Grimburg, and a princess came into the world. 36 guns were allotted to her, because she was of the female sex, and she was given the name of Ditlinde at the font. She was Klaus Heinrich's sister, and it was a good thing for him that she appeared. She was at first surprisingly small and weak, but she soon grew like him, caught him up, and the two became inseparable. They shared each other's lives, each other's views, feelings, and ideas. They communicated to each other their impressions of the world outside them. It was a world, they were impressions, calculated to produce a reflective frame of mind. In winter they lived in the old castle. In summer they lived in Hollerbrunn, the summer schloss on the river, in the cool, in the scent of the violet hedges with white statues between them. On the way thither, or if at any other time father or mother took them with them in one of the brown carriages with the little golden crown on the door, all of the passers-by stopped, cheered, and took their hats off. For father was the prince and ruler of the country. Consequently they themselves were prince and princess, undoubtedly in precisely the same sense as were the princes and princesses in the French stories which their Swiss governess told them. That was worth consideration. It was, at any rate, a peculiar occurrence. When other children heard the stories, they necessarily regarded the princes which figured in them from a great distance, and as solemn beings, whose rank was a glorification of reality, and with whom to concern themselves was undoubtedly a chastening of their thoughts, an escape from the ordinary existence. But Klaus Heinrich and Ditlinde regarded the heroes of the stories as their own equals and fellows. They breathed the same air as them, they lived in a schloss like them, they stood on a fraternal footing with them, and were justified in identifying themselves with them. Was it their lot, then, to live always and continually on the height to which others only climbed when stories were being told to them? The Swiss governess, true to her general principles, would have found it impossible to deny it, if the children had asked the question in so many words. The Swiss governess was the widow of a Calvinistic minister, and was in charge of both children, each of whom had 2 ladies' maids as well. She was black and white throughout. Her cap was white, and her dress black. Her face was white, with white warts on one cheek, and her smooth hair had a mixed black and white metallic sheen. She was very precise and easily put out. When things happened which, though quite without danger, could not be allowed, she clasped her white hands and turned her eyes up to heaven. But her quietest and severest mode of punishment for serious occasions was to look sadly at the children, implying that they had lost their self-respect. On a fixed day she began, on a hint from higher quarters, to address Klaus Heinrich and Ditlinde as Grand Ducal Highness, and from that day she was more easily put out than before. But Albrecht was called Royal Highness. Aunt Catherine's children were members of the family only on the distaff side, and so were of less importance. But Albrecht was crown prince and heir apparent, so that it was not at all unfitting that he should look so pale and distant and keep so much to his bed. He wore Austrian coats with flat pockets and cut long behind. His head had a big bump at the back, and narrow temples, and he had a long face. While still quite young, he had come through a serious illness, which, in the opinion of Surgeon General Eschrich, was the reason for his heart having shifted over to the right. However that might be, he had seen death face to face, a fact which had probably intensified the shy dignity which was natural to him. He seemed to be extremely standoffish, cold from embarrassment, and proud from lack of graciousness. He lisped a little, and then blushed at doing so, because he was always criticizing himself. His shoulder blades were a little uneven. One of his eyes had some weakness or other, so that he used glasses for writing his exercises, which helped to make him look old and wise. Albrecht's tutor, Dr. Veit, a man with hanging mud-coloured moustaches, hollow cheeks, and wan eyes unnaturally far apart, was always at his left hand. Dr. Veit was always dressed in black, and carried a book dangling down his thigh, with his index finger thrust between its leaves. Klaus Heinrich felt that Albrecht did not care much for him, and he saw that it was not only because of his inferiority in years. He himself was tender-hearted and prone to tears, that was his nature. He cried when anybody looked sadly at him, and when he knocked his forehead against a corner of the nursery table so that it bled, he howled from sympathy with his forehead. But Albrecht had faced death, yet never cried on any condition. He stuck his short, rounded underlip a little forward, and sucked it lightly against the upper one, that was all. He was most superior. The Swiss governess referred in so many words to him in matters of comme il faut as a model. He had never allowed himself to converse with the gorgeous creatures who belonged to the court, not exactly men and human beings, but lackeys, as Klaus Heinrich had sometimes done in unguarded moments. For Albrecht was not curious. The look in his eyes was that of a lonely boy who had no wish to let the world intrude upon him. Klaus Heinrich, on the contrary, chatted with the lackeys from that same wish, and from an urgent, though perhaps dangerous and improper desire to feel some contact with what lay outside the charmed circle. But the lackeys, young and old, at the doors, in the corridors and the passage-rooms, with their sand-coloured gaiters and brown coats, on the red-gold lace of which the same little crown as on the carriage doors was repeated again and again, they straightened their knees when Klaus Heinrich chatted to them, laid their great hands on the seams of the thick velvet breeches, bent a little towards him so that the aiguillettes dangled from their shoulders, and returned various, highly proper answers, the most important part of which was the address Grand Ducal Highness, and smiled as they did so with an expression of cautious sympathy, which recalled the words of the old song, "The lad that is born to be king." Sometimes when he got the chance, Klaus Heinrich went on voyages of discovery in uninhabited parts of the Schloss with Ditlinde, his sister, when she was old enough. At that time he was having lessons from Schulrat Dröge, rector of the city schools, who was chosen to be his first tutor. Schulrat Dröge was a born pedagogue. His index finger, with its folds of dry skin and gold stoneless signet ring, followed the line of print when Klaus Heinrich read, waiting before going on to the next word until the preceding one had been read. He came in a frock coat and white waistcoat, with the ribbon of some inferior order in his buttonhole, and in broad shiny boots with brown upper leathers. He wore a pointed grey beard, and bushy grey hair grew out of his big broad ears. His brown hair was brushed up into points on his temples, and so precisely parted as to show clearly his yellow dry scalp, which was full of holes like canvas. But thin grey hair was visible under the strong brown hair, behind and at the sides. He bowed slightly to the lackeys who opened the door for him to the big schoolroom, at whose table Klaus Heinrich sat waiting for him. But to Klaus Heinrich he did not confine himself to a superficial bow as he entered the room, but made a pronounced and deliberate bow before he came up to him, and waited for his exalted pupil to offer him his hand. This Klaus Heinrich did, and the fact that he did so twice, not only when he greeted him, but also when he took his departure, just in the graceful and winning way in which he had seen his father give his hand to those who expected it, seemed to him far more important and essential than all the instruction which came between the two ceremonies. After Schulrat Dröge had come and gone any number of times, Klaus Heinrich had imperceptibly gained a knowledge of all sorts of practical things, To everybody's surprise he was quite at home in every kind of reading, writing and arithmetic, and could reel off to order the names of the towns in the Grand Duchy pretty well without an omission. But, as has been said, this was not what was in his opinion really necessary and essential for him. From time to time, when he was inattentive at his lessons, the Schulrat rebuked him with a reference to his exalted calling. "Your exalted calling requires you," he would say, or "You owe it to your exalted calling." What was his calling, and how was it exalted? Why did the lackeys smile as if to say, "The lad that is born to be king"? And why was his governess so much put out when he let himself go a little in speech or action? He looked round him, and at times, when he looked steadily and long and forced himself to probe the essence of the phenomena around him, a dim apprehension arose in him of the aloofness of his position. He was standing in one of the gala rooms, the Silver Hall, in which, as he knew, his father the Grand Duke received solemn deputations. He happened to have wandered into it by himself, and he took stock of his surroundings. It was winter time and cold, and his little shoes were reflected in the glass-clear yellow squares of the parquet, which spread like a sheet of ice before him. The ceiling, covered with silvered arabesque work, was so high that a long metal shaft was necessary to allow the many-armed silver chandelier, with its forest of tall white candles, to swing in the middle of the great space. Below the ceiling came silver-framed coat of arms in faded colours. The walls were edged with silver and hung with white silk with yellow spots, not to mention a split here and there. A sort of monumental baldachin, resting on two strong silver columns and decorated in front with a silver garland, broken in two places, from the top of which looked down a portrait of a deceased, powdered ancestress draped in imitation ermine, formed the chimney-piece. On each side of the fireplace were broad, silvered armchairs upholstered in torn white silk. On the side walls opposite each other towered enormous silver-framed mirrors, whose glass was covered with blind spots, and on each side of whose broad white marble ledges stood two candelabra which carried big white candles, like the sconces on the walls all round, and like the 4 silver candlesticks which stood in the corners. Before the high windows to the right, looking over the Albrechtsplatz, whose outer ledges were covered with snow, white silk curtains, yellow-spotted, with silver cords and trimmed with lace, fell in rich and heavy folds to the floor. In the middle of the room, under the chandelier, a moderate-sized table with a pedestal made like a knobby silver tree stump, and a top made of 8 triangles of opaque mother-of-pearl, stood useless, as there were no chairs round it, and could only serve, and be meant to serve, at the very best, as a support for your Highness, when the lackeys opened the doors and ushered in the solemn figures in court dress who came to present their respects to you. Klaus Heinrich looked round the hall, and clearly saw that there was nothing here which reminded him of the realities which Schulrat Dröge, for all his bows, was always impressing upon him. Here all was Sunday and solemnity, just as in church, where also he would have felt the calls made on him by his tutor out of place. Everything here was severe and empty show and formal symmetry, self-sufficient, pointless and uncomfortable, whose functions were obviously to create an atmosphere of awe and tension, not of freedom and ease, to inculcate an attitude of decorum and discreet self-obliteration towards an unnamed object. And it was cold in the Silver Hall, cold as in the halls of the Snow King, where the children's hearts froze stiff. Klaus Heinrich walked over the glassy floor and stood at the table in the middle. He laid his right hand lightly on the mother-of-pearl table, and placed the left hand on his hip, so far behind that it rested almost in the small of his back, and was not visible from in front, for it was an ugly sight, brown and wrinkled, and had not kept pace with the right in its growth. He stood resting on one leg, with the other a little advanced, and kept his eyes fixed on the silver ornaments of the door. It was not the place nor the attitude for dreaming. and yet he dreamed. He saw his father, and looked at him as he looked at the hall, to try to grasp his meaning. He saw the dull haughtiness of his blue eyes, the furrows which, proudly and morosely, ran from nostril down to his beard, and were often deepened or accentuated by weariness and boredom. Nobody dared to address him or to go freely up to him and speak to him unasked, not even the children. It was forbidden. It was dangerous. He answered, it is true, but he answered distantly and coldly. A look of helplessness, of gêne, passed over his face, which Klaus Heinrich was quite able to understand. Papa made a speech and sent his petitioners away. That is what always happened. He gave an audience at the beginning of the court ball, and at the end of the dinner with which the winter began. He went with mamma through the rooms and halls in which the members of the court were gathered, went through the marble hall and the gala rooms, through the picture gallery, the hall of the knights, the hall of the 12 months, the audience chamber and the ballroom, went not only in a fixed direction, but along a fixed path which bustling Herr von Bühl kept free for him, and addressed a few words to the assembled throng. Whoever was addressed by him bowed low, left a space of parquet between himself and papa, and answered soberly and with signs of gratification. Thereupon papa greeted them over the intervening space, from the stronghold of precise regulations which prescribed the other's movements and warranted his own attitude, greeted them smilingly and lightly, and passed on. Smilingly and lightly. Of course, Klaus Heinrich quite understood it, the look of helplessness which passed for one moment over papa's face when anybody was impetuous enough to address him unasked, understood it, and shared his feeling of gêne. It wounded something, some soft virgin envelope of our existence which was so essential to it that we stood helpless when anybody roughly broke through it. And yet it was this same something which made our eyes so dull and gave us those deep furrows of boredom. Klaus Heinrich stood and saw. He saw his mother and her beauty, which was famed and extolled far and wide. He saw her standing en robe de cérémonie in front of her great candle-lighted glass, for sometimes, on solemn occasions, he was allowed to be present when the court hairdresser and the bedchamber women put the last touches to her toilette. Herr von Knobelsdorff was also present when mamma put on jewels from the crown regalia, watched and noted down the stones which she decided to use. With all the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes showing, he would make mamma laugh with his droll remarks, so that her soft cheeks filled with lovely little dimples. But her laugh was full of art and grace, and she looked in the glass as she laughed, as if she were practising it. People said that Slav blood flowed in her veins, and that it was that which gave the sweet radiance to her deep blue eyes and the night of her raven hair. Klaus Heinrich was like her, so he heard people say, and that he too had steel blue eyes with dark hair, while Albrecht and Ditlinde were fair, just as papa had been before his hair turned grey. But he was far from handsome, owing to the breadth of his cheekbones, and especially to his left hand, which mamma was always reminding him to hide adroitly in the side pocket of his coat, behind his back, or under the breast of his jacket, especially when his affectionate impulses prompted him to throw both his arms round her. Her look was cold when she bade him mind his hand. He saw her as she was in the picture in the marble hall, in a short silk dress with lace flounces and long gloves, which showed only a glimpse of her ivory arm under her puffed sleeves, a diadem in the night of her hair, her stately form erect, a smile of cool perfection on her strangely hard lips, and behind her the metallic blue wheel of a peacock's tail. Her face was soft, but its beauty made it stern, and it was easy to see that her heart too was stern and absorbed in her beauty. She slept far into the day when a ball or party was in prospect, and ate only yolks of eggs, so as not to overload herself.
Then in the evening she was radiant as she walked on papa's arm along the prescribed path through the halls. Grey-haired dignitaries blushed when they were addressed by her, and the courier reported that it was not only because of her exalted rank that Her Royal Highness had been the queen of the ball. Yes, people felt happier for the sight of her, whether it was at the court, or outside in the streets, or in the afternoon driving or riding in the park, and their cheeks kindled. Flowers and cheers met her, all hearts went out to her, and it was clear that the people in cheering her were cheering themselves, and that their glad cries meant that they were cheered and elevated by the sight of her. But Klaus Heinrich knew well that Mamma had spent long, anxious hours on her beauty, that there was practice and method in her smiles and greetings, and that her own pulse beat never the quicker for anything or anyone. Did she love anyone? Himself, Klaus Heinrich, for instance, for all his likeness to her? Why, of course she did, when she had time to, even when she coldly reminded him of his hand. But it seemed as if she reserved any expression or sign of her tender feelings for occasions when lookers-on were present who were likely to be edified by them. Klaus Heinrich and Ditlinde did not often come into contact with their mother, chiefly because they, unlike Albrecht, the heir apparent, for some time past, did not have their meals at their parents' table, but apart with the Swiss governess, and when they were summoned to Mamma's boudoir, which happened once a week, the interview consisted in a few casual questions and polite answers, giving no scope for displays of feeling, while its whole drift seemed to be the proper way to sit in an armchair with a teacup full of milk. But at the concerts which took place in the Marble Hall every other Thursday under the name of the Grand Duchess's Thursdays, and were so arranged that the court sat at little gilt-legged, velvet-covered tables, while the leading tenor Schramm from the Court Theatre, accompanied by an orchestra, sang so lustily that the veins swelled on his bald temples, at the concerts Klaus Heinrich and Ditlinde, in their best clothes, were sometimes allowed in the hall for one song and the succeeding pause, when Mamma showed how fond she was of them, showed it to them and to everybody else in so heartfelt and expressive a way that nobody could have any doubt about it. She summoned them to the table at which she sat, and told them with a happy smile to sit beside her, laid their cheeks on her shoulders or bosom, looked at them with a soft, soulful look in her eyes, and kissed them both on forehead and mouth. Then the ladies bent their heads and their eyelids quivered, while the men slowly nodded and bit their lips in order, in manly wise, to restrain their emotions. Yes, it was beautiful, and the children felt they had their share in the effect, which was greater than anything Schramm the singer could procure with his most inspired notes, and nestled close to Mamma. For Klaus Heinrich at last realized that it was in the nature of things, no business of ours, to have a simple feeling and to be made happy by it, but that it was our duty to make our tenderness visible to the hall and to exhibit it, that the hearts of our guests might swell. End of section 4. Chapter 3, Part 2 of Royal Highness by Thomas Mann, translated by A. Cecil Curtis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. Occasionally the people outside, in the town and park, also were allowed to see that Mamma loved us. For a while Albrecht drove or rode, bad rider though he was, with the Grand Duke early in the morning. Klaus Heinrich and Ditlinde had from time to take turns at accompanying Mamma on her drives, which took place in the spring and autumn at the time of the afternoon promenade, with Baroness von Schulenburg-Tressen in attendance. Klaus Heinrich was a little excited and feverish before these drives, to which, unfortunately, no enjoyment, but on the contrary a great deal of trouble and effort attached. For directly the open carriage came out through the Lions Gate on to the Albrechtsplatz, past the Grenadiers at the present, There were a lot of people collected, waiting for it, men, women and children, who shouted and stared full of curiosity, and that meant pulling oneself together, sitting up erect, smiling, hiding the left hand, and saluting in such a way as to make the people happy. And so it went on right through the city and fields. Other vehicles were obliged to keep away from ours. The police looked to that, but the foot passengers stood on the curb, the women curtsied, the men took off their hats and looked with eyes full of devotion and importunate curiosity, and this was the impression Klaus Heinrich got, that they all were there just to be there and to stare, while he was there to show himself and to be stared at, and his was far the harder part. He kept his left hand in his coat pocket and smiled as Mamma wished him to, while he felt that his cheeks were aglow. But the courier reported that the rosy redness of our little Duke's cheeks showed what a healthy boy he was. Klaus Heinrich was 13 years old when he stood at the solitary mother-of-pearl table in the middle of the cold silver hall and tried to probe the reality of things around him. And as he scrutinized the various phenomena, the empty, torn pride of the room, aimless and uncomfortable, the symmetry of the white candles, which seemed to express awe and tension and discreet self-obliteration, the passing shadow on his father's face when anybody addressed him unasked, the cool and calculated beauty of his mother, whose one object was admiration, the devoted and importunately curious gaze of the people outside, then a suspicion seized him, a vague and approximate conception of his situation. But simultaneously horror seized him, terror at such a destiny, a dread of his exalted calling, so strong that he turned round and covered his eyes with both his hands, both, the little wrinkled left one too, and sank down at the lonely table and cried from sympathy with himself and his heart, till they came and wrung their hands and turned their eyes up to heaven and questioned him and led him away. He gave out that he had been frightened, and that was quite true. He had known nothing, understood nothing, suspected nothing of the difficulty and sternness of the life prescribed for him. He had been merry and careless, and had given his guardians many a scare. But there was no resisting the impressions which soon came thronging upon him and forcing him to open his eyes to the real state of things. In the northern suburbs, not far from the spa gardens, a new road had been opened. People told him that the city council had decided to call it Klaus Heinrich Strasse. Once when driving out with his mother, and he called at a picture dealer's, they wanted to buy something. The footman waited at the carriage door, the public gathered round, the picture dealer bustled about, there was nothing new in all that, but Klaus Heinrich for the first time noticed his photograph in the shop window. It was hanging next those of artists and great men, men with lofty brows, with a look of the loneliness of fame in their eyes. People were satisfied with him on the whole. He gained dignity with years, and self-possession under the pressure of his exalted calling. But the strange thing was that his longing increased at the same time, that roving inquisitiveness which Schulrat Dröge was not the man to satisfy, and which had impelled him to chat with the lackeys. He had given up doing that, it did not lead to anything. They smiled at him, confirming him by that very laugh in the suspicion that his world of the symmetrically marshalled candles presented an unconscious antithesis to the world outside. But they were no manner of help to him. He looked round about him on the expeditions, in the walks he took through the town gardens with Ditlinde and the Swiss governess, followed by a lackey. He felt that if they were all of one mind to stare at him, while he was all alone and made conspicuous just to be stared at, he also had no share in their being and doing. He realized that they presumably were not always as he saw them, when they stood and greeted him with deferential looks, that it must be his birth and upbringing which made their looks deferential, and that it was with them as with the children when they heard about fairy princes, and were thereby refined and elevated above their workaday selves. But he did not know what they looked like and were when they were not refined and elevated above their workaday selves. His exalted calling concealed this from him, and it was a dangerous and improper wish to allow his heart to be moved by things which his exaltedness concealed from him. And yet he wished it. He wished it from a jealousy and that roving inquisitiveness which sometimes drove him to undertake voyages of exploration into unknown regions of the old Schloss with Ditlinde his sister when the opportunity offered. They called it rummaging, and great was the charm of rummaging, for it was difficult to acquire familiarity with the ground plan and structure of the old Schloss, and every time they penetrated far enough into the remoter parts they found rooms, closets, and empty halls which they had not yet trodden, or strange roundabout ways to already known rooms. But once, when thus wandering about, they had a rencontre. An adventure befell them which made a great impression on Klaus Heinrich, though he did not show it and opened his eyes. The opportunity came while the Swiss governess was absent on leave to attend the evening service. They had drunk their milk from teacups with the Grand Duchess, accompanied by the two ladies-in-waiting, and had been dismissed and directed to go back hand in hand to their ordinary occupations in the nursery, which lay not far off. It was thought that they needed nobody to go with them. Klaus Heinrich was old enough to take care of Ditlinde, of course. He was, and in the corridor he said, "Yes, Ditlinde, we will certainly go back to the nursery, but we need not go, you know, the shortest, dullest way. We'll rummage a bit first. If you go up one step and follow the corridor as far as where the arches begin, you'll find a hall with pillars behind them. And if you go out of one of the doors of the hall with pillars, clamber up the corkscrew staircase, you come to a room with a wooden roof, and there are lots of funny things lying about there. But I don't know what comes after the room, and that's what we've got to find out. So let's go." "Yes, let's," said Ditlinde, "but not too far, Klaus Heinrich, and not where it's too dusty, for this dress shows everything." She was wearing a dress of dark red velvet, trimmed with satin of the same colour. She had at that time dimples in her elbows and light golden hair that curled round her ears like ram's horns. In after years she was pale and thin. She too had the broad, rather over-prominent cheekbones of her father and nation, but they were not accentuated, so that they did not spoil the lines of her face. But with Klaus Heinrich they were strong and emphatic, so that they seemed somewhat to encroach upon, to narrow and to lengthen his steel-coloured eyes. His dark hair was smoothly parted, cut in a careful rectangle on the temples, and brushed straight back from the forehead. He wore an open jacket with a waistcoat buttoning at the throat and a white turned-down collar. In his right hand he held Ditlinde's little hand, but his left arm hung down, with its brown, wrinkled, and undeveloped hand, thin and short from the shoulder. He was glad that he could let it hang without bothering to conceal it, for there was nobody there to stare and to require it to be elevated and inspired, and he himself might stare and examine to his heart's content. So they went and rummaged as they liked. Quiet reigned in the corridors, and they saw hardly a lackey in the distance. They climbed up a staircase and followed the passage till they came to the arches, showing that they were in a part of the Schloss which dated from the time of John the Headstrong and Heinrich the Confessor, as Klaus Heinrich knew and explained. They came to the Hall of the Pillars, and Klaus Heinrich there whistled several notes close after each other, for the first were still sounding when the last came, and so a clear chord rang under the vaulted ceiling. They scrambled, groping, and often on hands and knees, up the stone winding staircase which opened behind one of the heavy doors, and reached the room with the wooden ceiling, in which there were several strange objects. There were some broken muskets of clumsy size, with thickly rusted locks, which had been too bad for the museum, and a discarded throne with torn red velvet cushions, short, wide-splayed lion legs, and cupids hovering over the chair back bearing a crown. Then there was a wicked-looking, dusty, cage-like, and horribly interesting thing which intrigued them much and long. If they were not quite mistaken, it was a rat trap, for they could see the iron spike to put the bacon on, and it was dreadful to think of how the trap door must fall down behind the great beast. Yes, this took time, and when they stood up after examining the rat trap, their faces were hot, and their clothes stiff with rust and dust. Klaus Heinrich brushed them both down, but that did not do much good, for his hands were as filthy as his clothes. And suddenly they saw that dusk had begun to fall. They must return quickly. Ditlinde insisted anxiously on that. It was too late to go any farther. "That's an awful pity," said Klaus Heinrich. "Who knows what else we mightn't have found, and when shall we get another chance of rummaging, Ditlinde?" But he followed his sister, and they hurried back down the turret stairs, crossed the Hall of the Pillars, and came out into the arcade, intending to hurry home hand in hand. Thus they wandered on for a time, but Klaus Heinrich shook his head, for it seemed to him that this was not the way he had come. They went still farther, but several signs told them that they had mistaken their direction. This stone seat with the griffin heads was not standing here before. That pointed window looked to the west over the low-lying quarter of the town, and not over the inner courtyard with the rose-bush. They were going wrong, it was no use denying it. Perhaps they had left the Hall of the Pillars by a wrong exit. Anyhow, they had absolutely lost their way. They went back a little, but their disquietude would not allow them to go very far back, so they turned right about again, and decided to push on the way they had already come, and to trust to luck. Their way lay through a damp, stuffy atmosphere, and great undisturbed cobwebs stretched across the corners. They went on with heavy hearts, and Ditlinde especially was full of repentance and on the brink of tears. People would notice her absence, would look sadly at her, perhaps even tell the Grand Duke. They would never find the way, would be forgotten, and die of hunger. And where there was a rat trap, Klaus Heinrich, there were also rats. Klaus Heinrich comforted her. They only had to find the place where the armour and crossed standards hung. From that point he was quite sure of the direction. And suddenly, they had just passed a bend in the winding passage, suddenly something happened. It startled them dreadfully. What they had heard was more than the echo of their own steps. They were other, strange steps, heavier than theirs. They came towards them now quickly, now hesitatingly, and were accompanied by a snorting and grumbling which made their blood run cold. Ditlinde made as if to run away from fright, but Klaus Heinrich would not let go her hand, and they stood with starting eyes, waiting for what was coming. It was a man who was just visible in the half-darkness, and, calmly considered, his appearance was not horrifying. He was squat in figure and dressed like a veteran soldier. He wore a frock coat of old-fashioned cut, a woolen comforter around his neck, and a medal on his breast. He held in one hand a curly top hat, and the other the bone handle of his clumsily rolled-up umbrella, which he tapped on the flags in time with his steps. His thin grey hair was plastered up from one ear in wisps over his skull. He had bow-shaped black eyebrows, and a yellow-white beard which grew like the Grand Duke's, heavy upper lids, and watery blue eyes with pouches of withered skin under them. He had the usual high cheekbones, and the furrows of his sunburnt face were like crevasses. When he had come quite close, he seemed to recognize the children, for he placed himself against the outer wall of the passage, at once fronted round and began to make a number of bows, consisting of several short forward jerks of his whole body from the feet upwards, while he imparted a look of honesty to his mouth and held his top hat crown downwards in front of him. Klaus Heinrich meant to pass him by with a nod, but was surprised into halting, for the veteran began to speak. "I beg pardon," he suddenly grunted, then went on in a more natural voice. "I earnestly beg your young Highness's pardon, but would your young Highnesses take it amiss if I addressed to them the request that they would very kindly acquaint me with the nearest way to the nearest exit? It need not actually be the Albrechtstor, not in the least necessary that it should be the Albrechtstor, but any exit from the Schloss, if I dare be so free as to address this inquiry to your young Highnesses." Klaus Heinrich had laid his left hand on his hip, right behind, so that it lay almost in his back, and looked at the ground. The man had simply spoken to him, had engaged him directly and unavoidably in conversation. He thought of his father and knitted his brows. He pondered feverishly over the question how he ought to behave in this topsy-turvy and incorrect situation. Albrecht would have pursed up his mouth, sucked with his short, rounded underlip lightly against the upper, and passed on in silence. So much was certain. But what was the use of rummaging if at the first serious adventure one intended to pass on in dignity and dudgeon? And the man was honest and had nothing wicked about him. That Klaus Heinrich could see when he forced himself to raise his eyes. He simply said, "You come with us, that's the best way. I will willingly show you where you must turn off to get to an exit." And they went on. "Thanks," said the man. "Ever so many thanks for your kindness. Heaven knows I should never have thought that I should live to walk about the old Schloss one day with your young Highnesses. But there it is, and after all my annoyance, for I have been annoyed, terribly annoyed, that's true and certain. After all my annoyance I have at any rate this honour and this satisfaction." Klaus Heinrich longed to ask what might have been the reason for so much annoyance, but the veteran went straight on, and tapped his umbrella in regular time on the flags as he went. "And I recognized your young Highnesses at once, although it is a bit dark here in the passage, for I have seen you many a time in the carriage, and was always delighted, for I myself have just such a couple of brats at home. I mean to say, mine are brats, mine are, and the boy is called Klaus Heinrich too." "Just like me," said Klaus Heinrich, overjoyed. "What luck!" "There's no luck about it," said the man, "considering he was named expressly after you, for he is a couple of months younger than you, and there are lots of children in the town and country who are called that, and all of them after you. No, one can hardly call it luck." Klaus Heinrich concealed his hand and remained silent. "Yes, I recognized you at once," said the man. "And I thought, thank heaven, thought I, that's what I call fortune in misfortune, and they'll help you out of the trap into which you have stuck your nose, you old blockhead, and you've good reason to laugh, thought I, for there's many a one has trudged about here and been guyed by those popinjays, and hasn't got out of it so well." Popinjays, thought Klaus Heinrich, and guyed. He looked straight in front of him. He did not dare to ask. A fear, a hope struck him. He said quite simply, They guide you?" "Not half," said the man. "I should think they did, the ogres, and no mistake. But I don't mind telling your young Highnesses, young though you are, but it'll do you good to hear it, that these people here are a set of wasters. A man comes and delivers his work as respectfully as possible. Yes, bless my soul," he cried suddenly, and tapped his forehead with his hat. "I haven't yet introduced myself to your young Highnesses, and told you who I am, have I? Hinnerke," he said, "Master Cobbler Hinnerke, royal warrant holder, pensioner, and medalist." And he pointed with the index finger of his great, rough, yellow-spotted hand to the medal on his breast. "The fact is that His Royal Highness, your father, has been graciously pleased to order a pair of boots from me, top boots, riding boots, with spurs, and made of the best quality patent leather. They're my specialty, and I made them myself and took a lot of trouble about them, and they were ready today and ever so smart. You must go yourself, says I to myself. I have a boy who delivers, but I says to myself, you must go yourself, they are for the Grand Duke. So I rig myself out and take my boots and go to the Schloss. All right, say the lackeys down below, and want to take them from me. No, say I, for I don't trust them. It's my reputation gets me my orders and my warrant, let me tell your Highnesses, not because I tip the lackeys. but the fellows are spoilt by tips from the warrant holders, and want to get something out of me for their trouble. No, say I, for I'm not a one for bribing and underhand dealings. I'll deliver them myself, and if I can't give them to the Grand Duke himself, I'll give them to the valet Prahl. They looked daggers, but they say, then you must go up there. And I go up there. There are some more of them up there, and they say, all right, and want to take charge of the boots, but I ask for Prahl and stick to it. They say, he's having his tea, but I'm determined and say, then I'll wait till he's finished. And just as I say it, who comes by in his buckled shoes but valet Prahl? And he sees me, and I give him the boots with a few modest words, and he says, all right, and actually adds, they're fine, and nods and takes 'em off. Now I'm satisfied, for Prahl, he's safe, so off I go. Hi, cries somebody, Mr. Heinrich, you're going wrong. Damn, says I, and right about and go off in the other direction. But that was the stupidest thing I could do, for they had sent me to Jericho, and that's just where I don't want to go. I walk on a bit, and meet another one and ask him the way to the Albrecht store. But he spots at once what's up and says, go up the stairs and then keep to the left and then down again and you'll cut off a large corner. And I believe he means it kindly and do what he says, and get more and more muddled and altogether lose my bearings. Then I see it's not my fault but the rogues, and it strikes me that I have heard that they often play that trick on court tradesmen who don't tip them, and let them wander about till they sweat. And my fury makes me blind and stupid, and I get to places where there's not a living soul, and I don't know where I am, and get properly put about. And at last I meet your young highnesses. Yes, that's how it is with me and my boots, ended shoemaker Heinrich, and wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. Klaus Heinrich squeezed Ditlinde's hand. His heart beat so loud that he absolutely forgot to hide his left hand. That was it. That was a touch of it, an outline. No doubt about it, that was the sort of thing this exalted calling shielded him from, the sort of thing people did when they were in the ordinary workaday frame of mind. The lackeys. He said nothing. Words failed him. I see that your young highnesses don't answer, said the shoemaker, and his honest voice was filled with emotion. I oughtn't to have told you, because it isn't your business to get to know all the wickedness that goes on. But yet I don't know, he said, laid his head on one side and snapped his fingers, that it can do any harm, that it can do you any harm for the future and later on. The lackeys, said Klaus Heinrich, and took a plunge. Are they wicked? I can quite well fancy. Wicked? Said the cobbler. Good for nothings they are, that's the name for them. Do you know what they're good for? They keep the goods back when no tip's forthcoming, keep them back when the tradesman delivers them punctually at the time ordered, and only hand them over days late, so that the tradesman gets blamed, and is considered by the Grand Duke to have failed in his duty, and he loses his orders. That's what they do without scruple, and the whole town knows it. That's most annoying, said Klaus Heinrich. He listened. He hardly realized how much shocked he was. Do they do anything else? He said. I'm quite sure they must do other things of the same kind. You bet, said the man, and laughed. No, they don't miss a chance. Let me tell your highnesses, they have all sorts of dodges. There's the door-opening joke, for instance. That's like this. Your father, our gracious Grand Duke, grants an audience to somebody. Let's suppose he's a new hand and it's his first time at court, and he comes in a frock coat, all sweat and shivers, for it is of course no trifle to stand before His Royal Highness for the first time, and the lackeys laugh at him, because they're quite at home here, and tow him into the ante-room, and he doesn't know where he is, and absolutely forgets to tip the lackeys. But then comes his moment, and the adjutant says his name, and the lackeys throw open the double doors and let him into the room in which the Grand Duke is waiting. Then the new hand stands there and bows and says what he has to say, and the Grand Duke graciously gives him his hand, and so he is dismissed and walks backwards, and thinks the folding doors are going to open behind him, as he has been definitely promised. But they don't open, I tell your Highnesses, for the lackeys have got their knife into him, because they haven't been tipped, and don't stir a finger for him outside there. But he daren't turn round, absolutely daren't, because he daren't show the Grand Duke his back. That would be grossly bad manners and an insult to his Highness. Then he feels behind him for the door handle and can't find it, and gets the jumps, and scrabbles around on the door, and when at last, by the mercy of Providence, he finds the knob, it's an old-fashioned lock, and he doesn't understand it, and fiddles, and dislocates his arm, and tires himself out, and keeps bowing all the time in his agitation, until at last his Highness graciously lets him out with his own hand. Yes, that's the door-opening joke. But that's nothing to what I'm going to tell your Highness." They had been so deep in conversation that they had scarcely noticed where they were going, had gone down the stairs and reached the ground floor, close to the Albrechtstor. Eiermann, one of the Grand Duchess's grooms of the chamber, came towards them. He wore a violet coat and side whiskers. He had been sent out to look for their Grand Ducal Highnesses. He shook his head while still at a distance, in lively concern, and pursed his mouth up like a funnel. But when he noticed shoemaker Hinnerke walking with the children and tapping with his umbrella, all the muscles of his face relaxed and his jaw dropped. There was scarcely time for thanks and farewells. Eiermann was such in a hurry to part the children from the shoemaker, and with many a gloomy prophecy he led their Grand Ducal Highnesses up to their room, to the Swiss governess. Eyes were turned to heaven, hands were wrung about their absence and the state of their clothes. The worst of all happened, they were looked at sadly. But Klaus Heinrich confined his contrition to the bare minimum. He thought, "So the lackeys took money and let the tradesmen wander about in the corridors if they did not get any, kept the goods back that the tradesmen might get blamed, and did not open the folding doors so that the suitor had to scrabble. That's what happened in the Schloss, and what must it be outside? Outside among the people, who stared at him so respectfully and so strangely when he drove by with his hand to his hat. But how had the man dared to tell it him? Not one single time had he called him Grand Ducal Highness. He had forced himself on him and offended his birth and upbringing. And yet, why was it so extraordinarily pleasant to hear all that about the lackeys? Why did his heart beat with such rapt pleasure when moved by some of the wild and bold things in which his Highness bore no part? End of section 5. Chapter 4, Part 1 of Royal Highness by Thomas Mann. Translated by A. Cecil Curtis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. Dr. Überbein. Klaus Heinrich spent 3 of his boyhood's years in the company of boys of his own age of the court and country nobility of the monarchy in an institution, a kind of aristocratic seminary which von Knobelsdorff, the house minister, had founded and set in order on his behalf in the Pheasantry hunting Schloss. A crown property for centuries past, Schloss Pheasantry gave its name to the first stopping place of a state railway running northwest from the capital, and itself took it from a tame pheasant preserve situated not far off among the meadows and woods which had been the hobby of a former ruler. The Schloss, a one-storied, box-like country house with a shingle roof topped by lightning conductors, stood with stables and coach-house on the skirts of extensive fir plantations. With a row of aged lime trees in front, it looked out over a broad expanse of meadowland, fringed by a distant bluish circle of woods and intersected by paths, with many a bare patch of playground and hurdles for obstacle riding. Opposite the corner of the Schloss was a refreshment pavilion, a beer and coffee garden planted with high trees, which a prudent man called Stavenüter had rented, and which was thronged on Sundays in summer by excursionists, especially bicyclists from the capital. The pupils of the Pheasantry were only allowed to visit the pavilion in charge of a tutor. There were 5 of them, not counting Klaus Heinrich: Trümmerhauff, Gumplach, Platow, Prenzlau, and Wehrzahn. They were called the Pheasants in the country round. They had a landau from the court stables which had seen its best days, a dog-cart, a sledge, and a few hacks, and when in winter some of the meadows were flooded and frozen over, they had an opportunity of skating. There was 1 cook, 2 chambermaids, 1 coachman, and 2 lackeys at the Pheasantry, one of whom could drive at a pinch. Professor Kürtchen, a suspicious and irritable bachelor with airs of a comic actor and the manners of an old French chevalier, was the head of the seminary. He wore a stubby grey moustache, a pair of gold spectacles in front of his restless brown eyes, and always out of doors a top hat on the back of his head. He stuck his belly out as he walked, and held his little fists on each side of his stomach like a long-distance runner. He treated Klaus Heinrich with self-satisfied tact, but was full of suspicion of the noble arrogance of his other pupils, and fired up like a tomcat when he scented any signs of contempt for him as a commoner. He loved, when out for a walk, if there were people close by, to stop and gather his pupils in a knot around him and explain something to them, drawing diagrams in the sand with his stick. He addressed Frau Amelung, the housekeeper, a captain's widow who smelt strongly of drugs, as "my lady," and showed thus that he knew what was what in the best circles. Professor Kürtchen was helped by a yet younger assistant teacher with a doctor's degree, a good-humoured, energetic man, bumptious but enthusiastic, who influenced Klaus Heinrich's views and conscience perhaps more than was good for him. A gymnastic instructor called Zotta had also been appointed. The assistant teacher, it may be remarked in passing, was called Ueberbein, Raoul Ueberbein. The rest of the staff came every day by railway from the capital. Klaus Heinrich remarked with appreciation that the demands made on him from the point of view of learning quickly abated. Schulrat Dröge's wrinkled forefinger no longer paused on the lines. He had done his work, and during the lessons as well as while correcting his written work, Professor Kürtchen seized every opportunity of showing his tact. One day, quite soon after the institution had started, it was after luncheon in the high-windowed dining-room, he summoned Klaus Heinrich into his study and said in so many words: "It is contrary to the public interest that your Grand Ducal Highness, during our scientific studies together, should be compelled to answer questions which are at the moment unwelcome to you. On the other hand, it is desirable that your Grand Ducal Highness should continually announce your readiness to answer by holding up your hand. I beg your Grand Ducal Highness accordingly, for my own information, in the case of unwelcome questions, to stretch out your arm to its full length, but in the case of those an invitation to answer which would be agreeable to you, to raise it only half-way and in a right angle." As for Dr. Ueberbein, he filled the schoolroom with a noisy flow of words, whose cheerfulness disguised the teacher's object without losing sight of it altogether. He had come to no sort of understanding with Klaus Heinrich, but questioned him when it occurred to him to do so, in a free and friendly way, without causing him any embarrassment. And Klaus Heinrich's by no means apropos answers seemed to enchant Dr. Ueberbein, to inspire him with warm enthusiasm. "Ha, ha!" he would cry and throw back his head laughing. "Oh, Klaus Heinrich! Oh, scion of princes! Oh, your innocency! The crude problems of life have caught you unprepared. Now then, it is for me with my experience to put you straight." And he gave the answer himself, asked nobody else, when Klaus Heinrich had answered wrong. The mode of instruction of the other teachers bore the character of an unassuming lecture, and gymnastic instructor Zotte had received orders from high quarters to conduct the physical exercises with every regard to Klaus Heinrich's left hand, so strictly that the attention of the Prince himself or of his companions should never be drawn unnecessarily to his little failing. So the exercises were limited to running games, and during the riding lessons, which Herr Zotte also gave, all feats of daring were rigorously excluded. Klaus Heinrich's relations with his comrades were not what one might call intimate. They did not extend to actual familiarity. He stood for himself, was never one of them, by no means counted amongst their number. They were 5 and he was 1, the Prince, the 5 and the teachers, that was the establishment. Several things stood in the way of a free friendship. The 5 were there on Klaus Heinrich's account. They were ordered to associate with him. When during the lessons he answered wrong, they were not asked to correct him. They had to adjust themselves to his capacity when riding or playing. They were too often reminded of the advantages they gained by being allowed to share his life. Some of them, the young von Gumplach, von Platow, von Wehrzahn, sons of country squires of moderate means, were oppressed the whole time by the gratified pride their parents had shown when the invitation from the house minister reached them, by the congratulations which had poured in from every side. Count Prenzlau, on the other hand, that thick-set, red-haired, freckled youth with the breathless way of speaking and the Christian name Bogumil, was a sprig of the richest and noblest family of landowners in the land, spoilt and self-conscious. He was well aware that his parents had not been able to refuse Baron von Knobelsdorff's invitation, but that it had not seemed to them by any means a blessing from the clouds, and that he, Count Bogumil, could have lived much better and much more in accordance with his position on his father's property than that of the pheasantry. He found the hacks bad, the landau shabby, and the dog-cart old-fashioned. He grumbled privately over the food. Dagobert, Count Trümmerhauff, a spare, greyhound-looking youth, who spoke in a whisper, was inseparable from him. They had a word among themselves which fully expressed their critical and aristocratic bent, and which they constantly uttered in a biting tone of voice: hogwash. It was hogwash to have loose collars buttoning onto one's shirt. It was hogwash to play lawn tennis in one's ordinary clothes. But Klaus Heinrich felt himself unequal to using the word. He had not hitherto been aware that there were such things as shirts with collars sewed on to them, and that people could possess so many changes of clothes at one time as Bogumil Prenzlau. He would have liked to say hogwash, but it occurred to him that he was wearing at that very time darned socks. He felt inelegant by the side of Prenzlau, and coarse compared with Trümmerhauff. Trümmerhauff had the nobility of a wild beast. He had a long pointed nose with a sharp bridge, and broad, quivering, thin-walled nostrils, blue veins on his delicate temples, and small ears without lobes. He wore broad, coloured cuffs fastened with gold links, and his hands were like those of a dainty woman, with filbert nails. A gold bracelet adorned one of his wrists. He half closed his eyes as he whispered. No, it was obvious that Klaus Heinrich could not compete with Trümmerhauff in elegance. His right hand was rather broad, he had cheekbones like the men in the street, and he looked quite stumpy by Dagobert's side. It was quite possible that Albrecht might have been better qualified to join the pheasants in their use of hogwash. Klaus Heinrich, for his part, was no aristocrat, absolutely none. Unmistakable facts showed that. For consider his name, Klaus Heinrich. That's what the shoemakers' sons were called all over the place. Herr Stavenüter's children over the road too, who blew their noses with their fingers, bore the same names as himself, his parents, and his brother. But the lordlings were called Bogumil and Dagobert. Klaus Heinrich stood solitary and alone among the 5. However, he formed one friendship at the pheasantry, and it was with Dr. Ueberbein. The usher Raoul Ueberbein was not a handsome man. He had a red beard and a greenish-white complexion with watery blue eyes, thin red hair, and unusually ugly, protruding, sharp-pointed ears. But his hands were small and delicate. He wore white ties exclusively, which gave him a rather distinguished appearance, although his wardrobe was scanty. He wore a long greatcoat out of doors, and when riding, for Dr. Ueberbein rode, and excellently well too, a worn-out frock-coat, whose skirts he fastened up with safety pins, tight button breeches, and a high hat. Where lay the attraction he exercised on Klaus Heinrich? That attraction was very composite. The pheasants had not been long together before a report went about that the usher had dragged a child a long time ago, in circumstances of extreme peril, out of a swamp or bog, and was the possessor of a medal for saving life. That was one impression. Later, other details of Dr. Ueberbein's life came to be known, and Klaus Heinrich too heard of them. It was said that his origin was obscure, that he had no father, his mother had been an actress who had paid some poor people to adopt him, and that he had once been starved, which accounted for the greenish tint of his complexion. These were things which did not bear being brought into the light or even being thought of, wild remote things, to which, however, Dr. Ueberbein himself sometimes alluded, when, for instance, the lordlings, who could not forget his obscure origin, behaved impudently or unbecomingly towards him. "Suck-a-thumbs and mammy's darlings," he would say then in a loud dudgeon. "I've knocked about long enough to deserve some respect from you, young gentlemen." This fact too, that Dr. Ueberbein had knocked about, did not fail of effect on Klaus Heinrich. But the special charm of the doctor's person lay in the directness of his attitude towards Klaus Heinrich, the tone in which he addressed him from the very beginning, and which distinguished him clearly from everybody else. There was nothing about him which reminded one of the stiff reticence of the lackeys, or of the governess's pale horror, of Schulrat Dröge's professional bows, or of Professor Kürtchen's self-satisfied deference. There was nothing about him to recall the strange, loyal, and yet impertinent way in which people outside stared at Klaus Heinrich. During the first few days after the seminary assembled, he kept silence and confined himself to observation. But then he approached the Prince with a jovial and cheery frankness, a fresh, fatherly camaraderie such as Klaus Heinrich had never before experienced. It disturbed him at first. He looked in terror at the doctor's green face, but his confusion found no echo in the doctor, and in no way discouraged him. It confirmed him in his hearty, bumptious ingenuousness, and it was not long before Klaus Heinrich was warmed and won, for there was nothing vulgar, nothing degrading, not anything designed and schoolmasterish in Dr. Ueberbein's methods. All they showed was the superiority of a man who had knocked about the world, and at the same time his tender and open respect for Klaus Heinrich's different birth and position. They showed affection and recognition, at the same time as the cheerful offer of a league between their two different kinds of existence. He called him Highness once or twice, then simply Prince, then quite simply Klaus Heinrich, and he stuck to the last. When the pheasants went out for a ride, these two rode at the head, the doctor on his stout piebald, to the left of Klaus Heinrich on his docile chestnut, trotted when snow or leaves were falling, through springtime thaws or summer heat, along the edge of the woodlands across country or through the villages, while Dr. Ueberbein related anecdotes of his life. Raoul Ueberbein sounds funny, doesn't it? The very reverse of chic. Yes, Ueberbein had been the name of his adoptive parents, a poor, oldish couple of the inferior bank clerk class, and he had a quite legal right to it. But that he should be called Raoul had been the decision and mandate of his mother when she handed over the sum agreed on, together with his fateful little person, to the others, a sentimental decision obviously, a decision prompted by piety. At least it was quite possible that his legal and real father had been called Raoul, and it was to be hoped that his surname had been something which harmonized with it. For the rest, it had been rather a wild undertaking on the part of his adoptive parents to adopt a child, for Barmecide had been cook in the Ueberbein establishment, and it was obvious that it had been only the most urgent necessity which had made them jump at the money. The boy had been given only the scantiest of school educations, but he had taken the liberty of showing what he was made of, had distinguished himself to some extent, and as he was keen to become a teacher, he had been granted out of a public fund the means of obtaining a college education. Well, he had finished his college course, not without distinction, as indeed it was expected of him that he should, and he had then been appointed a teacher in a public elementary school with a good salary, out of which he had managed to give occasional doles by way of gratitude to his honest adoptive parents, until they died almost simultaneously. And a happy release it was for them. And so he had been left alone in the world, his very birth a misfortune, as poor as a sparrow, and endowed by Providence with a green face and dog's ears by way of personal recommendations. Attractive qualifications, were they not? But such qualifications were really favourable ones, once for all so they proved. A miserable boyhood, loneliness and exclusion from good fortune and all that good fortune brings, a never-ceasing, imperious call to be up and doing, no fear of getting fat and lazy, one's moral fibre was braced, one could never rest on one's oars, but must be always overhauling and passing others. Could anything be more stimulating when the hard facts were brought home to one? What a handicap over others who were not obliged to the same extent. People who could smoke cigars in the morning. At that time, by the bedside of one of his unwashed little pupils, in a room which did not smell exactly of spring blossoms, Raoul Ueberbein had made friends with a young man, some years older than he, but in a similar position, and like him ill-fated by birth in so far as he was a Jew. Klaus Heinrich knew him. Indeed, he might be said to have got to know him on a very intimate occasion. Sammet was his name, a doctor of medicine. He happened by chance to have been in the Grimburg when Klaus Heinrich was born, and had set up a couple of years later in the capital as a children's doctor. Well, he had been a friend of Ueberbein's, still was one, and they had had many a good talk about fate and duty. What is more, they had both knocked about the world. Ueberbein, for his part, looked back with sincere pleasure to the time when he had been an elementary teacher. His activities had not been entirely confined to the classroom. He had amused himself by showing also some personal and human concern for his charges' welfare, by visiting them at home, by sharing at times their not too idyllic family life, and in doing so he did not fail to bring away impressions of a most varied kind. In truth, if he had not already tasted the bitterness of the cup of life, he would have had plenty of opportunity then to do so. For the rest, he had not ceased to work by himself, had given private lessons to plump tradesmen's sons, and tightened his waist-belt so as to save enough to buy books with, had spent the long, still and free nights in study. And one day he had passed the state examination with exceptional distinction, had soon received his promotion, and had been transferred to a grammar school. As a matter of fact, it had been a sore grief to him to leave his little charges, but so the fates willed. And then it had so happened that he had been chosen to be usher at the Pheasantry, for all that his very birth had been a misfortune. That was Dr. Ueberbein's story, and Klaus Heinrich, as he listened to it, was filled with friendly feelings. He shared his contempt for those who weren't obliged to, and smoked cigars in the morning. He felt a fearful joy when Ueberbein talked in his jolly, blustering way about knocking about, impressions, and the bitterness of the cup of life, and he felt as if he had been personally an actor in the scenes as he followed his luckless and gallant career from his adoption up to his appointment as grammar school master. He felt as if he were in some general sort of way qualified to take part in a conversation about fate and duty. His attitude of reserve relaxed, the experiences of his own 15 years of life came crowding in upon him. He felt a longing himself to retail confidences, and he tried to tell Dr. Ueberbein all about himself. But the funny thing was that Dr. Ueberbein himself checked him, opposed any such intention most decidedly. "No, no, Klaus Heinrich," he said, "full stop there. No confidences, if you please. Not but that I know you have all sorts of things to tell me. I need only to watch you for half a day to see that, but you quite misunderstand me if you think I'm likely to encourage you to weep round my neck. In the first place, sooner or later you'd repent it. But in the second, the pleasures of a confidential intimacy are not for the likes of you. You see, there's no harm in my chattering. What am I? An usher. Not a common or garden one, in my own opinion, but still no better than such. Just a categorical unit. But you, what are you? That's harder to say. Let's say a conception, a kind of ideal, a frame, an emblematical existence, Klaus Heinrich, and at the same time a formal existence. But formality and intimacy, haven't you yet learnt that the two are mutually exclusive? Absolutely exclusive. You have no right to intimate confidences, and if you attempted them yourself you would discover that they did not suit you, and you would find them inadequate and insipid. I must remind you of your duty, Klaus Heinrich." Klaus Heinrich laughed and saluted with his crop, and on they rode. On another occasion Dr. Ueberbein said casually, "Popularity is not a very profound, but a grand and comprehensive kind of familiarity." And that was all he said on the subject. Sometimes in summer, during the long intervals between the morning lessons, they would sit together in the empty pavilion, or stroll about the pheasants' playground, discussing various topics, and breaking off to drink lemonade provided by Herr Stavenüter. Herr Stavenüter beamed as he wiped the rough table and brought the lemonade with his own hands. The glass ball in the bottle-neck had to be pushed in. "Sound stuff," said Herr Stavenüter. "The best that can be got. No muck, Grand Ducal Highness, and you, Doctor, but just sweetened fruit juice. I can honestly recommend it." Then he made his children sing in honour of the visit. There were 3 of them, 2 girls and a boy, and they could sing trios. They stood some way off with the green leaves of the chestnut trees for roof, and sang folk songs while they blew their noses with their fingers. Once they sang a song beginning, "We are all but mortal men," and Dr. Ueberbein took advantage of the pauses to express his disapproval of this number on the programme. "A paltry song," he said, and leaned over to Klaus Heinrich. "A really commonplace, a lazy song, Klaus Heinrich. You must not let it appeal to you." Later, when the children had stopped singing, he returned to the song and described it as sloppy. "We are all but mortal men," he repeated. "God bless us, yes, no doubt we are. But on the other hand we ought perhaps to remember that it is those of us who count for most who may be the occasion for especially emphasizing this truth. Look you," he said, leaning back and crossing one leg over the other, while he stroked his beard up from underneath his chin. "Look you, Klaus Heinrich, a man who has my intellectual aspirations will not be able to help searching for and clinging to whatever is out of the ordinary in this drab world of ours, wherever and however it appears. He cannot help being put out by such a slovenly song, by such a sheepish abjuration of the exceptional, of the lofty and of the miserable, and of that which is both at once. You may well say, that's talking for effect. I'm only an usher, but there's something in my blood, heaven knows what. I can't find any pleasure in emphasizing the fact that we are all ushers at bottom. I love the extraordinary in every form and in every sense. I love those who are conscious of the dignity of their exceptional station, the marked men. Those one can see are not as other men, all those whom the people stare at open-mouthed. I hope they'll appreciate their destiny, and do not wish them to make themselves comfortable with the slipshod and the lukewarm truth which we have just heard set to music for 3 voices. Why have I become your tutor, Klaus Heinrich? I am a gypsy, A hard-working one, maybe, but still a born gypsy. My predestination to the role of squire of princes is not particularly obvious. Why did I gladly obey the call when it came to me, in view of my energy, and although my very birth was a misfortune? Because, Klaus Heinrich, I see in your existence the clearest, most express, and best preserved form of the extraordinary in the world. I have become your tutor that I might keep your destiny alive in you. Reserve, etiquette, obligation, duty, demeanour, formality. Has the man whose life is surrounded by these no right to despise others? Ought he to allow himself to be reminded of humanity and good nature? No, come along, let's go, Klaus Heinrich, if you don't mind. They're tactless brats, these little Stavenüters. Klaus Heinrich laughed. He gave the children some of his pocket money, and they went. Yes, yes, said Dr. Ueberbein in the course of an ordinary walk in the woods to Klaus Heinrich. They had drifted a little distance away from the 5 pheasants. Nowadays the soul's thirst for veneration has to be satisfied with what it can get. Where will you find greatness? I only hope you may. But quite apart from all actual greatness and high calling, there is always what I call Highness, select and sadly isolated forms of life, towards which an attitude of the tenderest sympathy should be adopted. For the rest, greatness is strong, it wears jack-boots, it has no need of the night services of the mind. But Highness is affecting. Damn if it isn't the most affecting thing on earth. Once or twice a year, the pheasantry journeyed to the capital to attend performances of classical operas and dramas in the Grand Ducal Court Theatre. Klaus Heinrich's birthday in particular was the signal for a visit to the theatre. He would then sit quietly in his carved armchair, leaning against the red plush ledge of the court box, whose roof rested on the heads of 2 female figures with crossed hands and empty stern faces, and watched his colleagues, the princes, whose destinies were played out on the stage, while he stood the fire of the opera glasses, which from time to time, even during the play, were directed at him from the audience. Professor Kürtchen sat on his left hand, and Dr. Ueberbein with the pheasants in an adjoining box. Once they heard the magic flute, and on the way home to Pheasantry Station in the first-class carriage, Dr. Ueberbein made the whole collection of them laugh by imitating the way in which singers talk when their roles oblige them to talk in prose. "He is a prince," he said with pathos, and answered himself in a drawly, sing-song parsonical voice, "He is more than that, he is a man." Even Professor Kürtchen was so much amused that he bleated. But next day, in the court of a private lesson in Klaus Heinrich's study, with the round mahogany table, whitened ceiling, and Greek bust on the stove, Dr. Ueberbein repeated his parody, and said then, "Great heavens, that was something new in its time. It was a piece of news, a startling truth. There are paradoxes which have stood so long on their heads that one has to put them on their feet to make anything even moderately daring out of them. He is a man, he is more than that. That is getting gradually bolder, prettier, even truer. The converse is mere humanity, but I have no hearty love for humanity. I'm quite content to leave it out of account. One must, in a certain sense, be one of those of whom the people say, 'They are, after all, mortal men too,' or one is as deadly dull as an usher. I cannot honestly wish for the general comfortable obliteration of conflicts and gulfs. That's the way I am made, for better or worse, and the idea of the principe uomo is to me, to speak plainly, an abomination. I am not anxious that it should particularly appeal to you. Look you, there have always been princes and exceptional persons who live their life of exception with a light heart, simply unconscious of their dignity, or denying it outright, and capable of playing skittles with the townfolk in their shirt-sleeves, without the slightest attempt at an inward qualm.
but they are not very important, just as nothing is important which lacks mind. For mind, Klaus Heinrich, mind is the tutor which insists inexorably on dignity, indeed actually creates dignity. It is the arch-enemy and chief antagonist of all human good nature. More than that? No. To be a representative, to stand for a number when one appears to be the exalted and refined expression of a multitude. Representing is naturally something more and higher than simply being, Klaus Heinrich, and that's why people call you Highness. So argued Dr. Ueberbein, in loud, hearty, and fluent terms, and what he said influenced Klaus Heinrich's mind and susceptibilities more, perhaps, than was desirable. The prince was then about 15 years old, and therefore quite competent, if not properly to understand, yet to imbibe the essence of ideas of that sort. The main point was that Dr. Ueberbein's doctrines and apothegms were so exceptionally supported by his personality. When Schulrat Dröge, the man who used to bow to the lackeys, reminded Klaus Heinrich of his exalted calling, that was nothing more than an exaggerated form of speech, devoid of inner meaning, and calculated mainly to add emphasis to his professional claims. But when Dr. Ueberbein, whose very birth had been a misfortune, as he said, and who had a green complexion because he had been half starved, when this man, who had dragged a child out of a bog, who had received impressions and knocked about in all sorts of ways, when he who not only did not bow to the lackeys, but who bawled at them in strident tones when the fancy took him, and who had called Klaus Heinrich himself straight out by his Christian names when he had known him only 3 days, without asking leave to do so, when he, with a paternal laugh, declared that Klaus Heinrich's path lay among the heights of mankind, a favourite expression of his, the effect was a feeling of freedom and originality which awoke an echo deep down in the prince's soul. When Klaus Heinrich listened to the doctor's loud and jolly anecdotes of his life, of the bitterness of the cup of life, he felt as he used to when he went rummaging with Ditlinde his sister, and that the man who could tell such anecdotes, that this rolling stone, as he called himself, did not, like the others, adopt a reserved and deferential attitude towards him, but, without prejudice to a free and cheerful homage, treated him as a comrade in fate and destiny, warmed Klaus Heinrich's heart to inexpressible gratitude, and completed the charm which bound him to the usher forever. Shortly after his 16th birthday, Albrecht, the heir apparent, was at the time in the south for his health. The prince was confirmed, together with the 5 pheasants, in the court church. The courier reported the fact without making any sensation of it. Dom Wislicenus, the president of the High Consistory, treated a Bible text in counterpoint, this time to the choice of the Grand Duke, and Klaus Heinrich was on this occasion gazetted a lieutenant, although he had not the foggiest notion of things military. His existence was becoming more and more barren of expertise. The ceremonial of the confirmation also lacked incisive significance, and the prince returned immediately afterwards quietly back to the pheasantry to continue his life amongst his tutors and schoolfellows without any alteration. End of section 6. Chapter 4, Part 2 of Royal Highness by Thomas Mann, translated by A. Cecil Curtis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. It was not till 1 year later that he left his old-fashioned, homely schoolroom with the torso on the stove. The seminary was broken up, and while his 5 noble comrades were transferred to the Corps of Cadets, Klaus Heinrich again took up his abode in the old Schloss, intending, in accordance with an agreement which Herr von Knobelsdorff had come to with the Grand Duke, to spend a year at the upper gymnasium classes in the capital. This was a well-calculated and popular step,
which, however, did not make much difference from the point of view of expertise. Professor Kürtchen had gone back to his post at the public academy. He instructed Klaus Heinrich as before in several branches of knowledge, and showed even greater zeal than he had at the seminary, being determined to let everybody see how tactful he was. It also appeared that he had told the rest of the staff of the agreement reached with regard to the two ways in which the Prince should announce his feelings with regard to answering a question. As to Dr. Ueberbein, who had also returned to the academy, he had not yet advanced so far in his unusual career as to teach the highest class. But at Klaus Heinrich's lively, even insistent request, preferred by him to the Grand Duke, not by word of mouth but by official channels, so to speak, through the benevolent Herr von Knobelsdorff, the usher was appointed tutor and superintendent of home studies, came daily to the Schloss, bawled at the lackeys, and had every opportunity of working on the Prince with his intellectual and enthusiastic talk. Perhaps it was partly the fault of this influence that Klaus Heinrich's relations with the young people with whom he shared the much hacked school benches continued even looser and more distant than his connection with the five at the Pheasantry, and if thus the popularity which this year was intended to secure was not attained, the intervals, which both in summer and in winter were spent by all the scholars in the roomy paved courtyard, offered opportunities for camaraderie. But these intervals, intended to refresh the ordinary scholars, brought with them for Klaus Heinrich the first actual effort of the kind of which his life was to be full. He was naturally, at least during the first term, the cynosure of every eye in the playground, no easy matter for him, in view of the fact that here the surroundings deprived him of every external support and attribute of dignity, and he was obliged to play on the same pavement as those whose common idea was to stare at him. The little boys, full of childlike irresponsibility, hung about close to him and gaped, while the bigger ones hovered around with wide open eyes and looked at him out of the corners of them or from under their eyelids. The excitement dwindled in course of time, but even then, whether the fault was Klaus Heinrich's or the others, even later the camaraderie somehow did not make much progress. One might see the Prince, on the right of the headmaster or the usher in charge, followed and surrounded by the curious, strolling up and down the courtyard. One could see him, too, chatting with his schoolfellows. What a charming sight it was! There he leaned, half sitting on the slope of the glazed brick wall, with his feet crossed, and his left hand thrust far behind on his hips, with the 15 members of the first class in a half circle round him. There were only 15 this year, for the last promotions had been made with the object in view that the select should contain no elements which were unfitted by origin or personality to be for a year on Christian name terms with Klaus Heinrich. For the use of Christian names was ordered. Klaus Heinrich conversed with one of them, who had advanced a little towards him out of the semicircle, and answered him with short little bows. Both laughed. Everybody laughed directly they began to talk to Klaus Heinrich. He asked them, for instance, "Have you yet done your German essay for next Tuesday?" "No, Prince Klaus Heinrich, not quite yet. I haven't done the last part." "It's a difficult subject. I haven't any idea yet what to write." "Oh, your Highness will. You'll soon think of something." "No, it's difficult. You got an alpha in arithmetic, didn't you?" "Yes, Prince Klaus Heinrich, I was lucky." "No, you deserved it. I shall never be able to make anything of it." Murmurs of amusement and gratification in the semicircle. Klaus Heinrich turned to another schoolfellow, and the first stepped quickly back. Everybody felt that the really important point was not the essay nor the arithmetic, but the conversation as an event and an undertaking, one's attitude and tone, the way one advanced or retired, the success with which one assumed a sympathetic, self-collected and refined demeanour. Perhaps it was the consciousness of this which brought the smile to everybody's lips. Sometimes, when he had the semicircle in front of him, Klaus Heinrich would say some such words as Professor Nicolovius looks like an owl." Great then was the merriment among the others. Such a remark was the signal for general unbending. They kicked over the traces, "Ho, ho, ho!" in chorus in their newly cracked voices, and one would declare Klaus Heinrich to be a ripping chap. But Klaus Heinrich did not often say such things. He only said them when he saw the smile on the others' faces grow faint and wan, and signs of boredom or even of impatience showing themselves. He said them by way of cheering them up, and at the extravagant laughter by which they were followed, he wore a look half of curiosity, half of dismay. It was not Anselm Schickedanz who called him a ripping chap, and yet it was directly on his account that Klaus Heinrich had compared Professor Nicolovius to an owl. Anselm Schickedanz had laughed like the others at the joke, but not in quite the same approving way, but with an intonation which implied, "Gracious heavens!" He was a dark boy with narrow hips, who enjoyed the reputation throughout the school of being a devil of a chap. The tone of the top class this year was admirable. The obligations which membership of Klaus Heinrich's class entailed had been impressed on every boy from various quarters, and Klaus Heinrich was not the boy to tempt them to forget these obligations. But that Anselm Schickedanz was a devil of a chap had often come to his ears, and Klaus Heinrich, when he looked at him, felt a kind of satisfaction in believing what he heard, although it was an obscure problem to him how he could have come by his reputation. He made several inquiries privately, broached the subject apparently by chance, and tried to find out from one or other of his comrades something about Schickedanz's devilry. He discovered nothing definite, but the answers, whether disparaging or complimentary, filled him with the suspicion of a mad amiability, an unlawful glorious humanity, which was there for the eyes of all, save his own, to see, and this suspicion was almost a sorrow. Everybody said at once, with reference to Anselm Schickedanz, and in saying it dropped into the forbidden form of address, "Yes, Highness, you ought to see him when you are not there." Klaus Heinrich would never see him when he was not there, would never get near him, never get to know him. He stole peeps at him when he stood with the others in a semicircle before him, laughing and braced up like all the rest. Everybody braced himself up in Klaus Heinrich's presence. His very existence was accountable for that, as he well knew, and he would never see what Schickedanz was like, how he behaved when he let himself go. At the thought he felt a twinge of envy, a tiny spark of regret. At this juncture something painful, in fact revolting, occurred, of which nothing came to the ears of the Grand Ducal couple, because Dr. Ueberbein kept his mouth closed, and about which scarcely any rumour spread in the capital, because everybody who had had a share or any responsibility in the matter, obviously from a kind of feeling of shame, preserved strict silence about it. I refer to the improprieties which occurred in connection with Prince Klaus Heinrich's presence at that year's citizens' ball, and in which a Fräulein Unschlitt, daughter of the wealthy soap boiler, was especially concerned. The citizens' ball was a chronic fixture in the social life of the capital, an official and at the same time informal festivity which was given by the city every winter in the Town Park Hotel, a big, recently enlarged and renovated establishment in the southern suburbs, and provided the bourgeois circles with an opportunity of establishing friendly relations with the court. It was known that Johann Albrecht III had never cultivated a taste for this civil and rather free and easy entertainment, at which he appeared in a black frock coat in order to lead off the polonaise with the lady mayoress, and that he was wont to withdraw from it at the earliest possible moment. This only heightened the general satisfaction when his second son, although not yet bound to do so, already made his appearance at the ball that year. Indeed, it became known that he did so at his own express request. It was said that the Prince had employed Excellency von Knobelsdorff to transmit his earnest wish to the Grand Duchess, who in her turn had contrived to obtain her husband's consent.
Outwardly, the festivity pursued its wonted course. The most distinguished guests, Princess Catherine in a coloured silk dress and cap, accompanied by her red-haired children, Prince Lambert with his pretty wife, and last of all Johann Albrecht and Dorothea with Prince Klaus Heinrich, made their appearance in the Town Park Hotel, greeted by city officials, with long ribboned rosettes pinned on their coats. Several ministers, aides de camp in mufti, numbers of men and women of the court, the leaders of society, as well as landowners from the surrounding country, were present. In the big white hall the Grand Ducal pairs first received a string of presentations, and then, to the strains of the band which sat in the curved gallery up above, Johann Albrecht with the Lady Mayoress, Dorothea with the Lord Mayor, opened the ball by a procession round the room. Then, while the polonaise gave place to a round dance, contentment spread, cheeks glowed, the heat of the throng kindled feelings of fondness, faintness, and foreboding among the dancers. The distinguished guests stood as distinguished guests are wont to stand on such occasions, apart and smiling graciously on the platform, at the top of the hall under the gallery. From time to time Johann Albrecht engaged a distinguished man, and Dorothea engaged his wife in conversation. Those addressed stepped quickly and smartly forward and back, kept their distance, half bowing with their heads bent, nodded, shook their heads, laughed in this attitude at the questions and remarks addressed to them, answered eagerly on the spur of the moment, with sudden and anticipatory changes from hearty amusement to the deepest earnestness, with a passionateness which was doubtless unusual to them, and obviously in a state of tension. Curious guests, still panting from the dance, stood in a semicircle round and stared at these purposely trivial conversations with a peculiarly tense expression on their faces. Klaus Heinrich was the object of much attention. Together with two red-headed cousins who were already in the army, but were wearing mufti that evening, he kept a little behind his parents, resting on one leg, his left hand placed far back on his hip, his face turned with his right half profile to the public. A reporter of the Courier who had been bidden to the ball made notes upon him in a corner. The Prince could be seen to greet with his white-gloved right hand his tutor, Dr. Ueberbein, who with his red beard and greenish tint came along the fence of spectators. He was seen even to advance some way into the hall to meet him. The doctor, with big enamel studs in his shirt front, began by bowing when Klaus Heinrich stretched out his hand to him, but then at once spoke to him in his free and fatherly way. The Prince seemed to be rejecting a proposal, and laughed uneasily as he did so, but then a number of people distinctly heard Dr. Ueberbein say, "No, nonsense, Klaus Heinrich. What was the good of learning? Why did the Swiss governess teach you your steps in your tenderest years? I can't understand why you go to balls if you won't dance. 1, 2, 3, we'll soon find you a partner." And with a continual shower of witticisms he presented to the Prince 4 or 5 young maidens, whom he dropped on without ceremony and dragged forward. They ducked and shot up again, one after the other, in the trailing fluctuations of the court curtsy, set their teeth and did their best. Klaus Heinrich stood with his heels together and murmured, "Delighted, quite delighted." To one he went so far as to say, "It's a jolly ball, isn't it?" "Yes, Grand Ducal Highness, we are having great fun," answered she in a high chirping voice. She was a tall, rather bony, bourgeoise maiden, dressed in white muslin, with fair wavy hair dressed over a pad, and a pretty face, a gold chain round her bare neck, the collar-bones of which showed prominently, and big white hands in mittens. She added, "The quadrille is coming next. Will your Grand Ducal Highness dance it with me?" "I don't know," he said. "I really don't know." He looked round. The machinery of the ball was already falling into geometrical order. Lines were being drawn, squares were forming, couples came forward and called to vis-à-vis. The music had not yet started. Klaus Heinrich asked his cousins,
Yes, they were taking part in the Lancers, they already had their lucky partners on their arms. Klaus Heinrich was seen to go up behind his mother's red damask chair and whisper something excitedly to her, whereupon she turned her lovely neck and passed on the question to her husband, and the Grand Duke nodded. And then some laughter was caused by the youthful impetuosity with which the Prince ran down, so as not to miss the beginning of the square dance. The reporter of the Courier, notebook in one hand and pencil in the other, peered with neck thrust forward over the hall out of his corner, so as to make sure whom the Prince was going to engage. It was the fair, tall girl, with the collar bones and the big white hands, Fräulein Unschlitt, the soap boiler's daughter. She was still standing where Klaus Heinrich had left her. "Are you still there?" he said breathlessly. "May I have the pleasure? Come along." The sets were complete. They wandered about for a while without finding a place. A man with a ribbon rosette hurried up, seized a pair of young people by the shoulders and induced them to leave their stand under the chandelier, that his Grand Ducal Highness might occupy it with Fräulein Unschlitt. The band had been hesitating, it now struck up, the prescribed compliments were exchanged, and Klaus Heinrich danced like the rest of the world. The doors into the next room stood open. In one of them was a buffet with flower vases, punch bowls, and dishes of many-coloured cakes. The dance extended right into this room, 2 sets were dancing in it. In the other room some white-covered tables were arrayed, which were still standing empty. Klaus Heinrich stepped forwards and backwards, laughed to the others, stretched out his hand and grasped theirs, and then again seized his partner's big white hand, put his right arm round the maiden's muslin-clad waist, and revolved with her on their particular patch, while he kept his left hand, which also wore a little white glove, on his hip. They laughed and talked as they danced. The Prince made mistakes, forgot himself, upset figures, and lost his place. "You must keep me straight," he said in the confusion. "I'm upsetting everything. Nudge me in the ribs." And the others gradually plucked up courage and set him right, ordered him laughingly hither and thither, even laid their hands on him and pushed him a little when necessary. The fair damsel with the collar bones was particularly zealous in pushing him about. The spirits of the dancers rose with every figure. Their movements became freer, their calls bolder, they began to stamp their feet and to prance as they advanced and retired, while they held each other's hands and balanced themselves with their arms. Klaus Heinrich too stamped, at first only by way of signal, but soon more loudly, and as far as the balancing with the arms was concerned, the fair maiden looked after that when they advanced together. Also, every time she danced facing him, she made an exaggerated scrape before him, which much increased the merriment. The refreshment room was full of chatter and babble, which attracted everybody's envious glances. Someone had left his set in the middle of the dance, purloined a sandwich from the buffet, and was now chewing away proudly as he swerved and stamped, to the amusement of the rest. "What cheek!" said the fair maiden. "They don't stand on ceremony." And the idea gave her no peace. Before you could look round, she was off, had dashed lightly and nimbly between the lines of dancers, had seized a sandwich from the buffet, and was back in her place. Klaus Heinrich was the one who applauded her most heartily. His left hand was a difficulty, so he managed without it, while with his right he beat the top of his head and doubled up with laughter. Then he became quieter and rather pale. He was struggling with himself. The quadrille was nearing its end. What he meant to do he must do quickly. They had already got to the grand chain. And as he was already almost too late, he did what he had been struggling with himself about. He broke away, ran swiftly through the dancers, with muttered apologies when he collided with anybody, reached the buffet, seized a sandwich, rushed back, and came sliding into his set. That was not all. He put the sandwich, it was an egg and sardine one, to the lips of his partner, the damsel with the big white hands. She curtsied a little, bit into it, bit almost half off without using her hands, and throwing back his head he stuffed the rest into his mouth. The high spirits of the set found a vent in the grand chain which was just beginning. Right round the hall went the dancers, winding zigzag in and out and stretching out their hands. Then it stopped, the tide turned, and once more the stream went round, laughing and chattering, with mistakes and entanglements and hurriedly rectified complications. Klaus Heinrich pressed the hands he grasped without knowing to whom they belonged. He laughed and his chest heaved. His smoothly parted hair was ruffled, and a bit fell over his forehead, his shirt front bulged a little out of his waistcoat, and in his face and sparkling eyes was that look of tender emotion which is sometimes the expression of happiness. He said several times during the chain, "What awful fun! What glorious fun!" He met his cousins, and to them too he said, "We have had such fun, in our set over there." Then came the clapping and au revoirs. The dance was over. Klaus Heinrich again stood facing the fair maiden with the collarbones, and when the music changed time he once more put his arm round her tender waist, and away they danced. Klaus Heinrich did not steer well, and often knocked into other couples, because he kept his left hand planted on his hip, but he brought his partner somehow or other to the entrance to the refreshment room, where they called a halt and refreshed themselves with pineapple-ade, which was handed to them by the waiters. They sat just at the entrance, on 2 velvet stools, drank and chatted about the quadrille, the citizens' ball, and other social functions in which the fair maiden had already taken part that winter. It was then that one of the suite, Major von Platen, the Grand Duke's aide-de-camp, came up to Klaus Heinrich, bowed and begged leave to announce that their Royal Highnesses were now going. He had been charged, but Klaus Heinrich gave him to understand that he wished to remain, in so emphatic a fashion that the aide-de-camp did not like to insist upon his errand. The Prince uttered exclamations of an almost rebellious regret, and was obviously bitterly grieved at the idea of going home at once. "We are having such fun," he said, stood up and gripped the Major's arm gently. "Dear Major von Platen, please do intercede for me. Talk to Excellency von Knobelsdorff, do anything you like, but to go now, when we are all having such fun together. I'm sure my cousins are going to stay." The Major looked at the fair maiden with the big white hands, who smiled at him. He too smiled and promised to do his best. This little scene was enacted while the Grand Duke and the Grand Duchess were already taking leave of the city dignitaries at the entrance to the town park. Immediately afterwards the dancing on the first floor began again. The ball was at its height. Everything official had gone, and the king of revelry came into his own. The white-covered tables in the adjoining rooms were occupied by families drinking punch and eating supper. Youth streamed to and fro, sitting excitedly and impatiently on the edges of the chairs to eat a mouthful, drink a glass, and again plunge into the merry throng. On the ground floor there was an old German beer cellar which was crowded with the more sedate men. The big dancing hall and the buffet room were now monopolized by the dancers. The buffet room was filled with 15 or 16 young people, sons and daughters of the city, among them Klaus Heinrich. It was a kind of private ball in there. They danced to the music which floated in from the main hall. Dr. Ueberbein, the Prince's tutor, was seen there for a minute or two, having a short talk with his pupil. He was heard to mention, watch in hand, Herr von Knobelsdorff's name, and to say that he was down in the beer cellar and was coming back to take the Prince away. Then he went. The time was 10:30, and while he sat below and conversed with his friends over a tankard of beer, only for an hour or perhaps an hour and a half, not more, those dreadful things, that simply incredible scandal, happened in the buffet room, to which it fell to him to put a stop, though unfortunately too late. The punch provided was weak, it contained more soda water than champagne, and if the young people lost their equilibrium, it was more the intoxication of the dance than of the wine. But in view of the Prince's character and the solid bourgeois origin of the rest of the company, that was not enough to explain what happened. Another, a peculiar intoxication was a factor here on both sides,
The peculiar thing was that Klaus Heinrich was not fully conscious of each separate stage in this intoxication, and yet had not the power or the will to shake it off. He was happy. He felt on his cheeks the same glow burning as he saw on the faces of the others, and as his eyes, dazed by a soft mist, travelled about the room and rested admiringly on one fair form after another, his look seemed to say, "We." His mouth too said it, said for the pure joy of saying them, sentences in which a "we" occurred. "Shall we sit down? Shall we have another turn? Shall we have another drink? Shall we make up 2 sets?" It was especially to the maiden with the collar bones that Klaus Heinrich made remarks with a "we" in them. He had quite forgotten his left hand, it hung down, he felt so happy that it did not worry him, and he never thought of hiding it. Many saw now for the first time what really was the matter with it, and looked curiously on with an unconscious grimace at the thin, short arm in the sleeve, the little, by now rather dirty, white kid glove which covered the hand. But as Klaus Heinrich was so careless about it, the others plucked up courage, the result being that everybody took hold of the malformed hand quite unconcernedly in the round or square dances. He did not keep it back. He felt himself borne along, nay, rather whirled around by a feeling, a strong, wild feeling of contentment, that grew, gathered heat from itself, possessed itself of him more and more recklessly, overpowered him even more vehemently and breathlessly, seemed to lift him triumphantly from the floor. What was happening? It was difficult to say, difficult to be quite sure. The air was full of words, detached cries, not spoken but expressed on the dancers' faces, in their attitudes, in all they were doing and saying. "He must just once! Bring him along, bring him along! Caught, caught!" A young damsel with a turned-up nose, who asked him for a gallop when the leap-year dance came, said quite clearly without any obvious connection, "Chuck her up," as she got ready to start off with him. He saw pleasure in every eye, and saw that their pleasure lay in drawing him out, in having him amongst them. In his happiness, his dream to be with them, amongst them, one of them, there obtruded itself from time to time a cold, uncomfortable feeling that he was deluding himself, that the warm, glorious "we" was deceiving him, that he did not really blend in with them, that he was all the time the centre and object of the show, but in a different and more unsatisfactory way than before. They were his enemies to a certain extent. He saw it in the malice of their eyes. He heard as if at a distance, with a peculiar dismay, how the fair damsel with the big white hands called him simply by his names, and he felt that she did so in quite a different spirit to that of Dr. Ueberbein when he did the same. She had the right and the permission to do so, in a certain manner, but was nobody here then jealous for his dignity, if he himself was not? It seemed to him that they plucked at his coat, and sometimes in their excitement made wild, sneering remarks about him. A tall, fair young man with a pince nez, with whom he collided while dancing, said quite loud so that everybody could hear it, "Now then, clumsy!" And there was malice in the way in which the fair young maiden, her arm in his and a grin on her lips, whirled round with him till he was ready to drop with giddiness. While they whirled, he gazed with swimming eyes at the collar bones showing under the white, rather rough skin on her neck. They fell. They had gone too hard at it, and they tumbled when they tried to stop revolving, and over them stumbled a second pair, not entirely by themselves, but rather at a push from the tall young man with the pince nez. There was a scrimmage on the floor, and Klaus Heinrich heard above him in the room the chorus which came back to him from the school playground when he had ventured on a rather daring joke by the way of amusing his fellows. A "ho ho ho!" only it sounded more wicked and bolder here. When, shortly after midnight, unfortunately a little behind time, Dr. Ueberbein appeared on the threshold of the buffet room, this is what he saw. His young pupil was sitting alone on the green plush sofa by the left-hand wall, his clothes all disarranged and himself decorated in an extraordinary way. A quantity of flowers, which had previously adorned the buffet in 2 Chinese vases, were stuck in the opening of his waistcoat, between the studs of his shirt front, even in his collar. Round his neck lay the golden chain which belonged to the maiden with the collar bones, and on his head the flat metal cover of a punch bowl was balanced like a hat. He kept saying, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" while the dancers, hand in hand in a semicircle, danced a round dance backwards and forwards in front of him, with half-suppressed giggles, whispers, smirks, and ho-ho-hos. An unusual and unnatural flush mantled in Dr. Ueberbein's face. "Stop it! Stop it!" he cried in his resonant voice, and in the silence, consternation and dismay which at once ensued, he walked with long strides up to the Prince, tore away the flowers in 2 or 3 grasps, threw the chain and the cover away, then bowed and said with a stern look, "May I beg your Grand Ducal Highness?" "I've been an ass, he repeated when he got outside. Klaus Heinrich left the Citizens' Ball in his company. That was the painful event which happened during Klaus Heinrich's year at school. As I have said, none of the participators talked about it. Even to the Prince, Dr. Ueberbein did not mention the subject for years afterwards, and as nobody crystallized the event into words, it remained incorporeal and promptly faded away, at least apparently, into oblivion. End of section 7. Chapter 4, Part 3 of Royal Highness by Thomas Mann. Translated by A. Cecil Curtis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. The Citizens' Ball had taken place in January. Shrove Tuesday, with the court ball and the big court in the old Schloss, which wound up the social year, regulation festivities, to which Klaus Heinrich was not yet admitted, were past and over. Then came Easter, and with it the close of the school year. Klaus Heinrich's diploma examination, that edifying formality, in the course of which the question, "You agree, do you not, Grand Ducal Highness?" was constantly recurring on the lips of the professor, and at which the Prince acquitted himself admirably in his very conspicuous position. This was not a very important phase in his life. Klaus Heinrich continued to live in the capital, but after Whitsuntide his 18th birthday drew near, and with it a complex of festivities which marked a serious turning point in his life, and which taxed him severely for days together. He had attained his majority, had been pronounced to be of age. For the first time again since his baptism, he was the centre of attention and chief actor in a great ceremony, but while he had then quietly, irresponsibly, and patiently resigned himself to the formalities which surrounded and protected him, it was incumbent on him on this day, in the midst of binding prescriptions and stern regulations, hemmed in by the drapery of weighty precedent, to inspire the spectators and to please them by maintaining an attitude of dignity and good-breeding, and at the same time to appear light-hearted. It may be added that I use the word drapery not only as a figure of speech. The Prince wore a crimson mantle on this occasion, a sumptuous and theatrical article of raiment, which his father and grandfather before him had worn at their coming of age, and which, notwithstanding days of airing, still smelt of camphor. The crimson mantle had originally belonged to the robes of the Knights of the Grimburg Griffin, but was now nothing more than a ceremonial garb for the use of princes attaining their majority. Albrecht,
the heir apparent, had never worn the family one. As his birthday fell in the winter, he always spent it in the south, in a place with a warm and dry climate, whither he was thinking of returning this autumn too, and as at the time of his 18th birthday his health had not permitted him to travel home, it had been decided to declare him officially of age in his absence, and to dispense with the court ceremony. As to Klaus Heinrich, there was only one opinion, especially among the representatives of the public, that the mantle suited him admirably, and he himself, notwithstanding the way in which it hampered his movements, found it a blessing, as it made it easy for him to hide his left hand. Between the canopied bed and the bellying chest of drawers in his bedroom, that was situated on the second floor looking out on the yard with the rosebush, he made himself ready for the show, carefully and precisely, with the help of his valet, Neumann, a quiet and precise man who had been recently attached to him as a keeper of his wardrobe and personal servant. Neumann was an ex-barber, and was filled, especially in the direction of his original calling, with that passionate conscientiousness, that insatiable knowledge of the ideal which gives rise to the highest skill. He did not shave like any ordinary shaver. He was not content to leave stubble behind. He shaved in such a way that every shadow of a beard, every recollection of one was removed, and without hurting the skin he managed to restore it to all its softness and smoothness. He cut Klaus Heinrich's hair exactly square above the ears, and arranged it with all the assiduity required, in his opinion, by this preparation for the prince's ceremonial appearance. He managed that the parting should come over the left eye, and run slanting back over the crown of the head, so that no tufts or wisps should stick up on it. He brushed the hair on the right side up from the forehead into a prim crest, onto which no hat or helmet could make an impression. Then Klaus Heinrich, with his help, squeezed himself carefully into his uniform of lieutenant in the Grenadier Guards, whose high braided collar and tight fit favoured a dignified bearing, put on the lemon-coloured silk band and the flat gold chain of the house order, and went down to the picture gallery where the members of the family and the foreign relations of the Grand Ducal pair were waiting. The court was waiting in the adjoining Hall of the Knights, and it was there that Johann Albrecht himself invested his son with the crimson mantle. Herr von Bühl zu Bühl had marshalled a procession, the ceremonial procession from the Hall of the Knights to the throne room. It had cost him no little worry. The composition of the court made it difficult to contrive an impressive arrangement, and Herr von Bühl especially lamented the lack of upper court officials, which on such occasions made itself most severely felt. The royal muse had recently been put under Herr von Bühl, and he felt himself quite up to his various functions, but he asked everybody how he could be expected to make a good impression, when the most important posts were filled simply by the master of the Buckhounds, von Stieglitz, and the director of the Grand Ducal Theatre, a gouty general, while he, in his capacity as Lord Marshal, Chief Master of the Ceremonies, and House Marshal, in his embroidered clothes and brown toupee, covered with orders, and with his golden pince-nez on his nose, came waddling and planting his long staff in front of him behind the cadets, who, dressed as pages, and their hair parted over the left eye, opened the procession. He pondered deeply over what came behind him. A few chamberlains, not many, for some were wanted for the end of the procession, their plumed hats under their arms, and the key on their coat-tails, followed close at his heels in silk stockings. Next came Herr von Stieglitz, and the limping theatre director in front of Klaus Heinrich, who, in his mantle between the exalted couple, and followed by his brother and sister, Albrecht and Ditlinde, formed the actual nucleus of the procession. Behind their Highnesses came von Knobelsdorff, the House Minister and President of Council, his eye wrinkles all at work. A little knot of aides-de-camp and palace ladies came next. General Count Schmettern and Major von Platow, a Count Trümmerhauff, cousin of the keeper of the privy purse, as military aide-de-camp of the heir apparent, and the Grand Duchess's women led by the short-winded Baroness von Schulenburg-Tressen. Then followed, attended and followed by aides-de-camp, chamberlains and court ladies, Princess Catherine, with her red-haired progeny, Prince Lambert with his lovely wife, and the foreign relations or their representatives. Pages brought up the rear. Thus they went at a measured pace from the Hall of the Knights through the Gala Halls, the Hall of the 12 Months, and the Marble Hall into the throne room. Lackeys with red gold aiguillettes on their brown coats stood theatrically in couples at the open double doors. Through the broad windows the June morning sun streamed gaily and recklessly in. Klaus Heinrich looked round him as he processed between his parents through the dreary arabesques, the dilapidated decorations of the show-rooms, now not favoured by kindly artificial light. The bright daylight cheerfully and soberly showed up their decay. From the big lustres with their stiff-bound stems, stripped of their coverings in honour of the day, rose thick forests of flameless candles, but everywhere there were prisms missing, crystal festoons torn, so that they gave a canker-bit and toothless impression. The silk damask upholstery of the state furniture, which was arranged stiffly and monotonously around the walls, was threadbare, the gilt of the frames chipped off, big blind patches marred the surfaces of the tall candle-decked mirrors, and daylight shone through the moth-holes in the faded and discoloured curtains. The gold and silver borders of the tapestry hangings had torn away in several places, and were hanging disconsolately from the walls. Even in the silver hall of the gala rooms, where the Grand Duke was wont to receive solemn deputations, and in the centre of which stood a mother-of-pearl table with stumpy silver feet, a piece of the silver-work had fallen from the ceiling, leaving a gaping patch of white plaster. But why was it that it somehow seemed as if these rooms defied the sober, mocking daylight, and proudly answered its challenge? Klaus Heinrich looked sideways at his father. The condition of the rooms did not seem to worry him. Never more than medium height, the Grand Duke had become almost small in the course of years, but he strode majestically on with head thrown back, the lemon-coloured ribbon of the order over his general's uniform, which he had donned to-day, though he had no military leanings. From under his high and bald forehead and grey eyebrows, his blue eyes, with dull rings around them, were fixed with weary dignity on the distance, and from his pointed white moustaches the 2 deep furrows ran down his yellowish skin to his beard, imparting to his face a look of contempt. No, the bright daylight could not do any harm to the rooms. The dilapidations did not in the least impair their dignity, they rather increased it. They stood in their discomfort, their theatrical symmetry, their strange, musty playhouse or church atmosphere, cold and indifferent to the merry and sun-bathed world outside, stern background of a pompous cult at which Klaus Heinrich this day for the first time officiated. The procession passed through the pairs of lackeys, who, with an expression of relentlessness, pressed their lips together and closed their eyes, into the white and gold expanse of the throne-room. A wave of acts of homage, scrapings, bows, curtsies and salutes swept through the hall as the procession passed in front of the assembled guests. There were diplomats with their wives, nobility of the court and the country, the corps of officers of the capital, the ministers, amongst whom could be descried the affected, confident face of the new finance minister, Dr. Krippenreuther, the Knights of the Great Order of the Grimburg Griffin, the presidents of the Diet, dignitaries of all kinds. High up in the little box above the big looking-glass by the entrance door could be descried the press representatives peering over each other's shoulders and busily writing in their notebooks. In front of the throne baldachin, itself a torn velvet arrangement, crowned with ostrich feathers and framed with gold fillets which would have been all the better for a touch-up, the procession divided as in a polonaise,
and went through carefully prescribed evolutions. The pages and chamberlains fell aside to right and left. Herr von Bühl, his face turned to the throne and his staff uplifted, stepped backwards and stood still in the middle of the hall. The Grand Ducal pair and their children walked up the rounded, red-carpeted steps to the capacious gilded chairs which stood at the top. The remaining members of the house, with the foreign princes, ranged themselves on both sides of the throne. Behind them stood the suite, the maids of honour and the grooms of the chambers, and the pages stood on the steps. At a gesture from Johann Albrecht, Herr von Knobelsdorff, who had previously taken up his stand over against the throne, advanced straight to the velvet-covered table which stood by the side of the steps, and began at once to read from various documents the official formalities. Klaus Heinrich was declared to be of age and fit, and entitled to wear the crown, should necessity require it. Every eye was turned on him at this place, and at His Royal Highness Albrecht, his elder brother, who stood close to him. The heir apparent was wearing the uniform of a captain in the Hussar regiment, which was called by his name. From his silver-laced collar stretched an unmilitary width of civil stand-up collar, and on it rested his fine, shrewd, and delicate head, with its long skull and narrow temples, the straw-coloured moustache on the upper lip, and the blue, lonely-looking eyes which had seen death. He looked not in the least like a cavalry officer, yet so slender and unapproachably aristocratic that Klaus Heinrich, with his national cheek-bones, looked almost coarse beside him. The heir apparent pursed up his lips when everybody looked at him, protruded his short, rounded underlip, and sucked it lightly against the upper one. Several of the country's orders were bestowed on the prince who had just come of age, including the Albrecht Cross and the Great Order of the Grimburg Griffin, not to mention that he was confirmed in the House Order whose insignia he had possessed since his 10th birthday. Afterwards came the congratulations in the form of a processional court, led by the fawning Herr von Bühl, after which the gala breakfast began in the Marble Hall and in the Hall of the 12 Months. The foreign princes were entertained for the next few days. A garden party was given in Hollerbrunn, with fireworks and dancing for the young people of the court in the park. Festive excursions with pages in attendance were made through the sunny countryside to Montbriant, Jägerpreis, and Haderstein ruins, and the people, that inferior order of creation with the searching eyes and the high cheek-bones, stood on the curb and cheered themselves and their representatives. In the capital, Klaus Heinrich's photograph hung in the windows of the art dealers, and the Courier actually published a printed likeness of him, a popular and strangely idealized representation, showing the prince in the crimson mantle. But then came yet another great day, Klaus Heinrich's formal entry into the army, into the regiment of the Grenadier Guards. This is what happened. The regiment to which fell the honour of having Klaus Heinrich as one of its officers was drawn up on the Albrechtsplatz in open square. Many a plume waved in the middle. The princes of the house and the generals were all present. The public, a black mass against the gay background, crowded behind the barriers. Cameras were levelled in several places at the scene of action. The Grand Duchess, with the princesses and their ladies, watched the show from the windows of the old Schloss. First of all, Klaus Heinrich, dressed as a lieutenant, reported himself formally to the Grand Duke. He advanced sternly, without the shadow of a smile, towards his father, clapped his heels together, and humbly acquainted him with his presence. The Grand Duke thanked him briefly, also without a smile, and then, in his turn, followed by his aides-de-camp, advanced in his dress uniform and plumed hat into the square. Klaus Heinrich stood before the lowered colours, an embroidered golden and half-tattered piece of silk cloth, and took the oath. The Grand Duke made a speech in detached sentences, and the sharp voice of command which he reserved for such occasions, in which he called his son "Your Grand Ducal Highness," and publicly clasped the Prince's hand.
The colonel of the Grenadier Guards, with crimson cheeks, led a cheer for the Grand Duke in which the guests, the regiment, and the public joined. A march past followed, and the whole ended with a military luncheon in the castle. This picturesque ceremony in the Albrechtsplatz was without practical significance. Its effect began and ended there. Klaus Heinrich never dreamed of going into garrison, but went the very same day with his parents and brother and sister to Hollerbrunn, to pass the summer there in the cool old French rooms on the river, between the wall-like hedges of the park, and then in the autumn to go up to the university. For so it was ordained in the programme of his life. In the autumn he went up to the university for a year, not that of the capital, but the second one of the country, accompanied by Dr. Ueberbein, his tutor. The appointment of this young savant as mentor was once more attributable to an express, ardent wish of the Prince, and indeed, as far as the choice of tutor and older companions was concerned, whom Klaus Heinrich was to have at his side during this year of student freedom, it was considered necessary to give a reasonable amount of consideration to his expressed wishes. Yet there was much to be said against this choice. It was unpopular, or at least criticized aloud or in whispers in many quarters. Raoul Ueberbein was not loved in the capital. Due respect was paid to his medal for life-saving and to all his feverish energy, but the man was no genial fellow-citizen, no jolly comrade, no blameless official. The most charitable saw in him an oddity with a determined and uncomfortably reckless disposition, who recognized no Sunday, no holiday, no relaxation, and did not understand being a man amongst men after work was done. This natural son of an adventuress had worked his way up from the depths of society, from an obscure and prospectless youth without means, by dint of sheer strength of will, to being, first school-teacher, then academic professor, then university lecturer, had lived to see his appointment, had engineered it, as many said, to the pheasantry, as teacher of a Grand Ducal Prince, and yet he knew no rest, no contentment, no comfortable enjoyment of life. But life, as every decent man, thinking of Dr. Ueberbein, truly observed, life does not consist only of profession and performance. It has its purely human claims and duties, the neglect of which is a greater sin than the display of some measure of joviality towards oneself and one's fellows in the sphere of one's work. And only that personality can be considered a harmonious one which succeeds in giving its due to each part, profession and human feelings, life and performance. Ueberbein's lack of any sense of camaraderie was bound to tell against him. He avoided all social intercourse with his colleagues, and his circle of friends was confined to the person of one man of another scientific sphere, a surgeon and children's specialist with the unsympathetic name of Sammet, a very popular surgeon to boot, who shared certain characteristics with Ueberbein. But it was only very rarely, and then only as a sort of favour, that he turned up at the club where the teachers gathered after the day's work and worry, for a glass of beer, a rubber, or a free exchange of views on public and personal questions. But he passed his evenings, and as his landlady reported, also a great part of the night, working at science in his study, while his complexion grew greener and greener, and his eyes showed more and more clearly signs of overstrain. The authorities had been moved, shortly after his return from the pheasantry, to promote him to headmaster. Where was he going to stop? At director? High school professor? Minister for Education? Everybody agreed that his immoderate and restless energy concealed imprudence and defiance of public opinion, or rather did not conceal them. His demeanour, his loud, blustering mode of speaking annoyed, irritated, and exasperated people. His tone towards members of the teaching profession who were older and in higher positions than himself was not what it should be. He treated everybody, from the director down to the humblest usher, in a fatherly way, and his habit of talking of himself as a man who had knocked about, of gassing about fate and duty, and thereby displaying his benevolent contempt for all those who weren't obliged to and smoked cigars in the morning, showed conceit pure and simple. His pupils adored him. He achieved remarkable results with them, that was agreed. But on the whole the doctor had many enemies in the town, more than he ever guessed, and the misgiving that his influence on the Prince might be an undesirable one was put into words in at least one portion of the daily press. Anyhow, Ueberbein obtained leave from the Latin school, and went first of all alone, in the capacity of billeter, on a visit to the famous student town, within whose walls Klaus Heinrich was destined to pass the year of his apprenticeship, and on his return he was received in audience by Excellency von Knobelsdorff, the Minister of the Grand Ducal House, to receive his usual instructions. Their tenor was that almost the most important object of this year was to establish traditions of comradeship on the common ground of academic freedom between the Prince and the student corps, especially in the interests of the dynasty. The regulation phrases, which Herr von Knobelsdorff rattled off almost casually, and which Dr. Ueberbein listened to with a silent bow, while he drew his mouth, and with it his red beard, a little to one side. Then followed Klaus Heinrich's departure with his mentor, a dog-cart and a servant or two, for the university. A glorious year, full of the charm of artistic freedom, in the public eye and in the mirror of public report, yet without technical importance of any kind. Misgivings which had been felt in some quarters that Dr. Ueberbein, through mistaking and misunderstanding the position, might worry the Prince with excessive demands in the direction of objective science, proved unfounded. On the contrary, it was obvious that the doctor quite realized the difference between his own earnest and his pupil's exalted sphere of existence. On the other hand, whether it was the mentor's or the Prince's own fault, it does not matter, the freedom and the unconstrained camaraderie, like the instruction, were interpreted in a very relative and symbolical sense, so that neither the one nor the other, neither the knowledge nor the freedom, could be said to be the essence and peculiarity of the year. Its essence and peculiarity were rather, as it appeared, the year in itself, as the embodiment of custom and impressive ceremoniousness, to which Klaus Heinrich deferred, just as he had deferred to the theatrical rites on his last birthday, only not now with a purple cloak, but occasionally wearing a coloured student's cap, the so-called Stürmer, in which he was portrayed in a photograph issued at once by the Courier to its readers. As to his studies, his matriculation was not marked by any particular festivities, though some reference was made to the honour which Klaus Heinrich's admission bestowed on the university, and the lectures he attended began with the address, "Grand Ducal Highness." He drove in his dog-cart with a groom from the pretty green-clad villa which the marshal of his father's household had leased for him in a select and not too expensive square, amid the remarks and greetings of the passers-by, to the lectures, and there he sat with the consciousness that the whole thing was unessential and unnecessary for his exalted calling, yet with a show of courteous attention. Charming anecdotes of the signs the Prince gave of interest in the lectures went about and had their due effect. Toward the end of one course on nature study, for Klaus Heinrich attended these courses also for general information, the professor, by way of illustration, had filled a metal shell with water and announced that the water, when frozen, would burst the shell by expansion. He promised to show the class the pieces next lecture. Now he had not kept his word on this point at the next lecture, probably out of forgetfulness. The broken shell had not been forthcoming. Klaus Heinrich had therefore inquired as to the result of the experiment. He had joined in asking questions of the professor at the end of the lecture, just like any ordinary student, and had modestly asked him, "Has the bomb burst?" Whereupon the professor, full of embarrassment at first, had then expressed his thanks with glad surprise,
and indeed emotion, for the kind interest the Prince had expressed in his lectures. Klaus Heinrich was honorary member of Students' Club, only honorary because he was not allowed to fight duels, and once or twice attended their wines, his Stürmer on his head. But since his guardians were well aware that the results the influence of strong drink had on his highly strung and delicate temperament were absolutely irreconcilable with his exalted calling, he did not dare to drink seriously, and his comrades were obliged on this point too to bear his Highness in mind. Their rude customs were judiciously limited to a casual one or two. The general tone was as exemplary as it used to be in the upper form at school. The songs they sang were old ones of real poetry, and the meetings were, as a whole, gala and parade nights, refined editions of the ordinary ones. The use of Christian names was the bond of union between Klaus Heinrich and his corps brothers, as the expression and basis of spontaneous comradeship. But it was generally observed that this use sounded false and artificial, however great the efforts to make it otherwise, and that the students were always falling back unintentionally into the form of address which took due notice of the Prince's Highness. Such was the effect of his presence, of his friendly, alert, and always uncompromising attitude, which sometimes produced strange, even comical phenomena in the demeanour of the persons with whom the Prince came into contact. One evening, at a soirée which one of his professors gave, he engaged a guest in conversation, a fat man of some age, a king's counsel by his title, who, despite his social importance, enjoyed the reputation of a great roué and a regular old sinner. The conversation, whose subject is a matter of no consequence, and indeed would be difficult to specify, lasted for a considerable time, because no opportunity of breaking it off presented itself. And suddenly, in the middle of his talk with the Prince, the barrister whistled with his thick lips one of those pointless sequences of notes which one utters when one is embarrassed and wants to appear at one's ease, and then tried to cover his comic breach of manners by clearing his throat and coughing. Klaus Heinrich was accustomed to experiences of that kind, and tactfully passed on. If at any time he wanted to make a purchase himself and went into a shop, his entrance caused a kind of panic. He would ask for what he wanted, a button perhaps, but the girl would not understand him, would look dazed, and unable to fix her attention on the button, but obviously absorbed by something else, something outside and above her duties as a shop assistant. She would drop a few things, turn the boxes upside down in obvious helplessness, and it was all Klaus Heinrich could do to restore her composure by his friendly manner. Such, as I have said, was the effect of his attitude, and in the city it was often described as arrogance and blameworthy contempt for fellow creatures. Others roundly denied the arrogance, and Dr. Ueberbein, when the subject was broached to him at a social gathering, would put the question whether, every inducement to contempt for his fellow creatures being readily conceded, any such contempt was possible in a case like the present, of complete detachment from all activities of ordinary men. Indeed, any remark of that kind he met in his unanswerable blustering way by the assertion that the Prince not only did not despise his fellow creatures, but respected even the most worthless of them, only considered them all the more sound, serious, and good for the way in which the poor overtaxed and overstrained man in the street earned his living by the sweat of his brow. The society of the university town had no time to reach a definite verdict on the question. The year of student life was over before one could turn round, and Klaus Heinrich returned, as prescribed by the programme of his life, to his father's palace, there, despite his left arm, to pass a full year in serious military service. He was attached to the dragoons of the Guard for 6 months, and directed the taking up of intervals of 8 paces for lance exercises, as well as the forming of squares, as if he were a serious soldier, then changed his weapon and transferred to the Grenadier Guards, so as to get an insight into infantry work also. It fell to him to march to the Schloss and change the guard, an evolution which attracted large crowds. He came swiftly out of the guard-room, his star on his breast, placed himself with drawn sword on the flank of the company, and gave not quite correct orders, which, however, did not matter, as his stout soldiers executed the right movements all the same. On guest nights, too, at headquarters, he sat on the colonel's right hand, and by his presence prevented the officers from unhooking their uniform collars and playing cards after dinner. After this, being now 20 years old, he started on an educational tour, no longer in the company of Dr. Ueberbein, but in that of a military attendant and courier, Captain von Braunbart Schellendorf of the Guards, a fair-haired officer who was destined to be Klaus Heinrich's aide-de-camp, and to whom the tour gave an opportunity of establishing himself on a footing of intimacy and influence with him. Klaus Heinrich did not see much in his educational tour, which took him far afield, and was keenly followed by the courier. He visited the courts, introduced himself to the sovereigns, attended gala dinners with Captain von Braunbart, and on his departure received one of the country's superior orders. He took a look at such sights as Captain von Braunbart, who also received several orders, chose for him, and the courier reported from time to time that the prince had expressed his admiration of a picture, a museum, or a building to the director or curator who happened to be his cicerone. He travelled apart, protected and supported by the chivalrous precautions of Captain von Braunbart, who kept the purse, and to whose devoted zeal was due the fact that not one of Klaus Heinrich's trunks was missing at the end of the journey. A couple of words, no more, may be devoted to an interlude, which had for scene a big city in a neighbouring kingdom, and was brought about by Captain von Braunbart with all due circumspection. The captain had a friend in this city, a bachelor nobleman and a cavalry captain, who was on terms of intimacy with a young lady member of the theatrical world, an accommodating and at the same time trustworthy young person. In pursuance of an agreement by letter between Captain von Braunbart and his friend, Klaus Heinrich was thrown in contact with the damsel at her home, suitably arranged for the purpose, and the acquaintance allowed to develop à deux. Thus an expressly foreseen item in the educational tour was conscientiously realized, without Klaus Heinrich being involved in more than a casual acquaintance. The damsel received a memento for her services, and Captain von Braunbart's friend a decoration. So the incident closed. Klaus Heinrich also visited the fair southern lands, incognito, under a romantic-sounding title. There he would sit alone, perhaps for a quarter of an hour, dressed in a suit of irreproachable cut, among other foreigners, on a white restaurant terrace looking over a dark blue sea, and it might happen that somebody at another table would notice him and try, in the manner of tourists, to engage him in conversation. What could he be, that quiet and self-possessed looking young man? People ran over the various spheres of life, tried to fit him into the merchant, the military, the student class, but they never felt that they got it quite right. They felt his Highness, but nobody guessed it. End of section 8. Chapter 5, Part 1 of Royal Highness by Thomas Mann, translated by A. Cecil Curtis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. Albrecht II. Grand Duke Johann Albrecht died of a terrible illness, which had something naked and abstract about it, and to which no other name but just that of death could be given. It seemed as if death, sure of its prey, in this case disdained any mask or gloss, and came on the scene as its very self, as dissolution by and for itself. What actually happened was a decomposition of the blood caused by internal hemorrhages, and an exploratory operation which was conducted by the director of the University Hospital, a famous surgeon, could not arrest the corroding progress of the gangrene. The end soon came, all the sooner that Johann Albrecht made little resistance to the approach of death. He showed signs of an unutterable weariness, and often remarked to his attendants, as well as to the surgeons attending him, that he was dead sick of the whole thing, meaning, of course, his princely existence, his exalted life in the glare of publicity. His cheek furrows, those 2 lines of arrogance and boredom, resolved in his last days into an exaggerated, grotesque grimace, and continued thus until death smoothed them out. The Grand Duke's illness fell in the winter. Albrecht, the heir apparent, called away from his warm dry resort, arrived in snowy wet weather, which was as bad for his health as it could be. His brother, Klaus Heinrich, interrupted his educational tour, which was anyhow nearing its close, and returned with Captain von Braunbart-Schellendorf in all haste from the fair land of the south to the capital. Besides the 2 prince sons, the Grand Duchess Dorothea, the Princess Catherine, and Ditlinde, Prince Lambert without his lovely wife, the surgeons in attendance, and Prahl, the valet de chambre, waited at the bedside, while the court officials and ministers on duty were collected in the adjoining room. If credence might be given to the assertions of the servants, the ghostly noise in the owl chamber had been exceptionally loud in the last weeks and days. According to them it was a rattling and a shaking noise, which recurred periodically, and whose meaning could not be distinguished outside the room. Johann Albrecht's last act of Highness consisted in giving with his own hand to the professor, who had performed the useless operation with the greatest skill, his patent of nomination to the Privy Council. He was terribly exhausted, sick of the whole thing, and his consciousness, even in his more lucid moments, was not at all clear. But he carried out the act with scrupulous care, and made a ceremony of it. He had himself propped up, made a few alterations, shading his eyes with his wax-coloured hands, in the chance disposition of those present, ordered his sons to place themselves on both sides of his canopied bed, and while his soul was already tugging at her moorings, and floating here and there on unknown currents, he composed his features with mechanical skill into his smile of graciousness for the handing of the diploma to the professor, who had left the room for a short time. Quite towards the end, when the dissolution had already attacked the brain, the Grand Duke made one wish clear, which, though scarcely understood, was hastily complied with, although its fulfilment could do not the slightest good to the Grand Duke. Certain words, apparently disconnected, kept recurring in the murmurings of the sick man. He named several stuffs, silk, satin, and brocade, mentioned Prince Klaus Heinrich, used a technical expression in medicine, and said something about an order, the Albrecht Cross of the 3rd class with crown. Between whiles one caught quite ordinary remarks, which apparently referred to the dying man's princely calling, and sounded like extraordinary obligation and comfortable majority. Then the descriptions of the stuffs began again, to which was appended in a louder voice the word Sammet. At last it was realized that the Grand Duke wanted Dr. Sammet to be called in, the doctor who had happened to be present at the Grimburg at the time of Klaus Heinrich's birth 20 years before, and had for a long time now been practising in the capital. The doctor was really a children's doctor, but he was summoned and came, already nearly grey at the temples, with a drooping moustache surmounted by a nose which was rather too flat at the bottom, clean-shaven otherwise, and with cheeks rather sore from shaving. With head on one side, his hand on his watch-chain, and elbows close to his sides, he examined the situation, and began at once to busy himself in a practical, gentle way about his exalted patient, whereat the latter expressed his satisfaction in no uncertain fashion. Thus it was that it fell to Dr. Sammet to administer the last injections to the Grand Duke, with his supporting hand to ease the final spasms, and to be, more than any of the other doctors, his helper in death, a distinction which indeed provoked some secret irritation amongst the others, but on the other hand resulted in the doctor's appointment shortly afterwards to the vacancy in the important post of director and chief physician of the Dorothea, a children's hospital, in which capacity he was destined later to play some part in certain developments. So died Johann Albrecht III, muttering his last sigh on a winter's night. The old castle was brightly illuminated while he was passing away. The stern furrows of boredom were smoothed out in his face, and, relieved of any exertion on his own part, he was subjected to formalities which surrounded him for the last time, carried him along, and made his wax-like shell just once more the focus and object of theatrical rites. Herr von Bühl zu Bühl showed his usual energy in organizing the funeral, which was attended by many princely guests. The gloomy ceremonies, the different exposures and identifications, corpse parades, blessings, and memorial services at the catafalque took days to complete, and Johann Albrecht's corpse was for 8 hours exposed to public view, surrounded by a guard of honour consisting of 2 colonels, 2 first lieutenants, 2 cavalry sergeants, 2 infantry sergeants, 2 corporals, and 2 chamberlains. Then at last came the moment when the zinc shell was brought by 8 lackeys from the altar recess of the court church, where it had been on show between crape-covered candelabra and 6-foot candles, to the entry hall, placed by 8 foresters in the mahogany coffin, carried by 8 grenadier guardsmen to the 6-horsed and black-draped hearse, which set off for the mausoleum amidst cannon salvos and the tolling of bells. The flags hung heavy with rain from the middle of their poles. Although it was early morning, the gas lamps were burning in the streets along which the funeral was to pass. Johann Albrecht's bust was displayed amongst mourning decorations in the shop windows, and postcards with the portrait of the deceased ruler, which were everywhere for sale, were in great demand. Behind the rows of troops, the gymnastic clubs, and veteran associations which kept the road, stood the people on tiptoe in the snow brash and gazed with bowed heads at the slowly passing coffin, preceded by the wreath-bearing lackeys, the court officials, the bearers of the insignia, and Dom Wislezenus, the court preacher, and covered with a silver-worked pall, whose corners were held by Lord Marshal von Bühl, Master of the Royal Hunt von Stieglitz, Adjutant General Count Schmettern, and Minister of the Household von Knobelsdorff. By the side of his brother Klaus Heinrich, immediately behind the charger which was led in rear of the hearse, and at the head of the other mourners, walked Grand Duke Albrecht II. His clothes, the tall stiff plume in the front of his busby, the long boots under his gaudy ample hussar's pelisse with the crape band, did not become him. He walked as if embarrassed by the eyes of the crowd, and his shoulder blades, naturally rather crooked, were twisted in an awkward, nervous way as he walked. Repugnance at having to be a chief actor in this funeral pomp was clearly written on his pale face. He did not raise his eyes as he walked, and he sucked his short, rounded lower lip against the upper. His demeanour remained the same during the curialia accompanying his accession, which were so arranged as to spare him as much as possible. The Grand Duke signed the oath in the silver hall of the gala-rooms before the assembled ministers, and read aloud in the throne-room, standing in front of the rounded chair under the baldachin, the speech from the throne which Herr von Knobelsdorff had drawn up. The economic condition of the country was touched upon in it with earnestness and delicacy, while appreciative mention was made of the unanimity which, despite all troubles, existed between the princes and the country, at which place a prominent functionary, who was apparently discontented about promotion, was said to have whispered to his neighbour that the unanimity consisted in the prince being as deeply in debt as the country. a caustic remark which was much repeated, and ended by getting into hostile newspapers. To end up, the President of the Landtag called for a cheer for the Grand Duke, a service was held in the court chapel, and that was all. Further, Albrecht signed an edict by virtue of which a number of sentences of fines and imprisonment, which had been imposed for the less serious misdemeanours, chiefly infringement of the forest laws, were remitted. The solemn procession through the city and the acclamation in the town hall were omitted altogether, as the Grand Duke felt too tired for them. Having been a captain hitherto, he was promoted on the occasion of his accession at once to the colonelcy à la suite of his hussar regiment, but scarcely ever put the uniform on, and kept as far away as possible from his sphere as a soldier. He made no change whatever in his staff, perhaps out of respect to his father's memory, either among the court appointments or in the ministry. The public saw him but rarely. His proud and bashful disinclination to show himself, to put himself forward, to allow others to acclaim him, was so clearly shown from the very beginning as to shock public opinion. He never appeared in the large box at the court theatre. He never took part in the park parade. When in residence at the Old Schloss, he had himself driven in a closed carriage to a remote and empty part of the suburbs, where he got out to take a little exercise, and in the summer at Hollerbrunn he only left the hedged walks of the parks on exceptional occasions. Did the people catch a glimpse of him, at the Albrechtstor it might be, when wrapped in his heavy fur coat, which his father had worn before him, and on whose thick collar his delicate head now rested, he stepped into his carriage, timid glances were levelled at him, and the cheering was faint and hesitating. For the lower classes felt that with a prince like this there could be no question of cheering him, and thereby cheering themselves at the same time. They looked at him and did not recognize themselves in him. His refined superiority made it clear that they were of different clay from his, and they were not accustomed to that. Was there not a commissionaire posted in the Albrechtsplatz that very day, who, with his high cheek-bones and grey whiskers, looked a coarse and homely replica of the late Grand Duke? And did not one similarly meet with Prince Klaus Heinrich's features in the lower classes? It was not so with his brother. The people could not see in him an idealized version of themselves, whom it could make them happy to cheer, as it meant cheering themselves too. The Grand Duke's Highness, his undoubted Highness, was a nobility of the usual kind, undomestic and without the stamp of the graciousness which inspires confidence. He too knew that, and the consciousness of his Highness, together with that of his want of popular graciousness, were quite enough to account for his shyness and haughtiness. He began already to delegate as far as possible his duties to Prince Klaus Heinrich. He sent him to open the new spring at Immenstadt, and to the historical town pageant at Buderburg. Indeed, his contempt for any exhibition of his princely person went so far that Herr von Knobelsdorff had the greatest difficulty in persuading him to receive the presidents of the two chambers in the throne-room himself, and not, for reasons of health, as he was minded, to give place to his brother on this solemn occasion. Albrecht II lived a lonely life in the Old Schloss. That was unavoidable in the nature of things. In the first place, Prince Klaus Heinrich, since Johann Albrecht's death, kept a court of his own. That was demanded by etiquette, and he had been given the Hermitage as a residence, that Empire Schloss on the fringe of the northern suburbs, which, reposeful and charming, but long uninhabited and neglected, in the middle of its overgrown park next to the town gardens, looked down on its little mud-thick pond. Some time ago, when Albrecht came of age, the Hermitage had been freshened up and for form's sake destined to be the heir apparent's palace, but as Albrecht had always come in summer straight from his warm, dry foreign resort to Hollerbrunn, he had never used his palace. Klaus Heinrich lived there without unnecessary expense, with one major domo who superintended the household, a Baron von Schulenburg-Tressen, nephew of the mistress of the robes. Besides his valet, Neumann, he had 2 other lackeys for his daily needs. He borrowed the gamekeeper when necessary for ceremonial shoots from the Grand Duke's court. 1 coachman and a couple of grooms in red waistcoats looked after the carriages and horses, which consisted of 1 pony cart, 1 brougham, 1 dog cart, 2 riding and 2 carriage horses. 1 gardener, helped by 2 boys, looked after the park and the garden, and 1 cook with her kitchen maid, as well as 2 chambermaids, made up the female staff of the Hermitage. It was Court-Marshal von Schulenburg's business to keep his young master's establishment going on the appanage which the Landtag, after Albrecht's accession, had voted the Grand Duke's brother after a serious debate. It amounted to £2,500, for the sum of £4,000, which had been the original demand, had never had any prospect of recommending itself to the Landtag, and so a wise and magnanimous act of self-denial had been credited to Klaus Heinrich, which had made an excellent impression in the country. Every winter Herr von Schulenburg sold the ice from the pond. He had the hay in the park mowed twice every summer, and sold. After the harvests, the surfaces of the field looked almost like English turf. Further, Dorothea, the Dowager Grand Duchess, no longer lived in the old Schloss, and the causes of her retirement were both sad and uncomfortable. For she, too, the Princess, whom the much-travelled Herr von Knobelsdorff had described more than once as one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen, the Princess whose radiant smiles had evoked joy, enthusiasm, and cheers whenever she had shown herself to the longing gaze of the toil-worn masses, she too had had to pay her tribute to time. Dorothea had aged. Her calm perfection, the admiration and joy of everybody, had during recent years withered so fast and steadily that the woman in her had been unable to keep pace with the transformation. Nothing, no art, no measures, even the painful and repulsive ones with which she tried to stave off decay, had availed to prevent the sweet brightness of her deep blue eyes from fading, rings of loose yellow skin from forming under them, the wonderful little dimples in her cheeks from turning into furrows, and her proud and hard mouth from looking drawn and bitter. But since her heart had been as hard as her beauty, and had been absorbed in that beauty, since her beauty had been her very soul, and she had no wish, no love beyond the effect of that beauty on the hearts of others, while her own heart never beat the faster for anything or anyone, she was now disconsolate and lost, could not accommodate herself to the change, and rebelled against it. Surgeon General Eschrich said something about mental disturbance resulting from an unusually quick climacteric, and his opinion was undoubtedly correct in a sense. The sad truth at any rate was that Dorothea, during the last years of her husband's life, had already shown signs of profound mental disturbance and trouble. She became light-shy, gave orders that at the Thursday concerts in the Marble Hall all the lights should be shaded red, and flew into a passion because she could not have the same thing done at all other festivities, the court ball, the private ball, the dinner party and the great court, as the kind of twilight feeling in the Marble Hall had been enough by itself to call forth many cutting remarks. She spent whole days before her looking-glasses, and it was noticed that she fondled with her hands those which for some reason or other reflected her image in a more favourable light. Then again she had all the looking-glasses removed from her rooms, and those fixed in the wall draped, went to bed, and prayed for death. One day Baroness von Schulenburg found her quite distracted and feverish with weeping in the Hall of the 12 Months before the big portrait which represented her at the height of her beauty. At the same time a diseased misanthropy began to take possession of her, and both court and people were distressed to notice how the bearing of this erstwhile goddess began to lose its assurance.
Her deportment became strangely awkward, and a pitiful look came into her eyes. At last she shut herself up altogether, and at the last court ball he attended, Johann Albrecht had escorted his sister Catherine instead of his indisposed consort. His death was from one point of view a release for Dorothea, as it relieved her from all her duties as a sovereign. She chose as a dower house Schloss Zegenhaus, a monastic-looking old hunting seat, which lay in a solemn park about 1½ hours' drive from the capital, and had been decorated by some pious old sportsman with religious and sporting emblems curiously intermixed. There she lived, eclipsed and awed, and excursionists could often watch her from afar, walking in the park with Baroness von Schulenburg-Tressen, and bowing graciously to the trees on each side of the path. Lastly, Princess Ditlinde had married at the age of 20, 1 year after her father's death. She bestowed her hand on a prince of a mediatized house, Prince Philipp zu Ried-Hohenried, a no longer young but well-preserved, cultured little man of advanced views, who paid her flattering attentions for some considerable time, did all his courting at first hand, and offered the princess his heart and hand in an honest bourgeois way at a charity function. It would be wrong to say that this alliance evoked wild enthusiasm in the country. It was received with indifference. It disappointed. It is true, more ambitious hopes had been secretly entertained for Johann Albrecht's daughter, and all the critics could say was that the marriage could not be called a mésalliance in so many words. It was in fact that Ditlinde, in giving her hand to the prince, which she did so of her own free will, and quite uninfluenced by others, had undoubtedly descended out of her sphere of highness into a more free and human atmosphere. Her noble spouse was not only a lover and collector of oil paintings, but also a businessman and tradesman on a large scale. The dynasty had ceased to exercise any sovereign right hundreds of years ago, but Philip was the first of his house to make up his mind to exploit his private means in a natural way. After spending his youth in travelling, he had looked around for a sphere of activity which would keep him busy and contented, and at the same time, a matter of necessity, would increase his income. So he launched out into various enterprises, started farms, a brewery, a sugar factory, several sawmills on his property, and began to exploit his extensive peat deposits in a methodical way. As he brought expert knowledge and sound business instincts to all his enterprises, they soon began to pay, and returned profits which, if their origin was not very princely, at any rate provided him with the means of leading a princely existence which he would otherwise not have had. On the other hand, the critics might have been asked what sort of a match they could expect for their princess, if they viewed the matter soberly. Ditlinde, who brought her husband scarcely anything except an inexhaustible store of linen, including dozens of out-of-date and useless articles such as nightcaps and neckerchiefs, which, however, by hallowed tradition formed part of her trousseau, she by this marriage acquired a measure of riches and comfort such as she had never been accustomed to at home, and no sacrifice of her affections was necessary to pay for them. She took the step into private life with obvious contentment and determination, and retained, of the trappings of Highness, nothing but her title. She remained on friendly terms with her ladies-in-waiting, but divested her relations with them of everything which suggested service, and avoided giving her household the character of a court. That might evoke surprise, especially in a Grimburg, and in Ditlinde in particular, but there was no doubt that it was her own choice. The couple spent the summer on the princely estates, the winter in the capital, in the stately palace on the Albrechtstrasse, which Philipp zu Ried had inherited, and it was here, not in the old Schloss, that the Grand Ducal family, Klaus Heinrich and Ditlinde, occasionally Albrecht as well, met now and again for a confidential talk. And so it happened that one day at the beginning of autumn, not quite 2 years after the death of Johann Albrecht, the Courier, well informed as usual, published in its evening edition the news that this afternoon His Royal Highness the Grand Duke and His Grand Ducal Highness Prince Klaus Heinrich had been to tea with her Grand Ducal Highness the Princess zu Ried Hohenried. That was all, but on that afternoon several topics of importance for the future were discussed between the brothers and sister. Klaus Heinrich left the Hermitage shortly before 5 o'clock. As the weather was sunny, he had ordered the dog-cart, and the open, brown-varnished vehicle, clean and shining, if not over-new or smart to look at, came slowly up the broad drive of the Schloss, at 5:15 from the stables, which, with their asphalt yard, lay in the right wing of the old home. The home farm, yellow-painted, old-fashioned buildings of 1 story, made one long line with, though at some distance from, the plain white mansion, the front of which, adorned with laurels at regular intervals, faced the muddy pond and the public part of the park. For the front portion of the estate, that which marched with the town gardens, was open to pedestrians and light traffic, and all that was enclosed was the gently rising flower garden, at the top of which lay the Schloss, and the very unkempt park behind, which was divided by hedges and fences from the rubbish-encumbered waste ground at the edge of the town suburbs. So the cart came up the drive between the pond and the home farm, turned through the high garden gates, adorned with lamps which had once been gilt, passed on up the drive, and waited in front of the stiff, little, laurel-planted terrace which led to the garden-room. Klaus Heinrich came out a few minutes before 5. He wore, as usual, the tight-fitting uniform of a lieutenant of the Grenadier Guards, and his sword hilt hung on his arm. Neumann, in a violet coat whose arms were too short, ran in front of him down the steps, and with his red barber's hands packed his master's folded grey overcoat into the cart. Then, while the coachman, his hand to his cockaded hat, inclined a little sideways on the box, the valet arranged the light carriage rug over Klaus Heinrich's knees and stepped back with a silent bow. The horses started off. Outside the garden gates a few promenaders had collected. They greeted Klaus Heinrich, smiling with knitted brows and hats lifted, and Klaus Heinrich thanked them by raising his white-gloved right hand to the peak of his cap and making a succession of lively nods. They skirted a piece of waste ground along a birch avenue, whose leaves were already turning, and then drove through the suburb, between poverty-stricken houses, over unpaved streets, where the ragged children left their hoops and tops for a moment to gaze at the carriage with curious eyes. Some cried hurrah, and ran for a while by the side of the carriage, with heads turned toward Klaus Heinrich. The carriage might have taken the road by the spa gardens, but that through the suburb was shorter, and time pressed. Ditlinde was particular on points of regularity, and easily put out if anybody disturbed her household arrangements by unpunctuality. Yonder was the Dorothea Children's Hospital, of which Dr. Sammet, Ueberbein's friend, was the director. Klaus Heinrich drove by it. And then the carriage left the squalid neighbourhood and reached the Gartenstrasse, a stately tree-planted avenue, in which lay the houses and villas of wealthy citizens, and along which ran the tram line from the spa gardens to the centre of the city. The traffic here was fairly heavy, and Klaus Heinrich was kept busy answering the greetings which met him. Civilians took off their hats and looked from under their eyebrows at him, officers on horse and on foot saluted, policemen front-turned, and Klaus Heinrich in his corner raised his hand to the peak of his cap and thanked on both sides with the well-trained bow and smile which were calculated to confirm the people in their feeling of participation in his splendid personality. His way of sitting in his carriage was quite peculiar. He did not lean back indolently and comfortably in the cushions,
but he took just as active a part in the motions of the carriage when driving as in those of his horse when riding. With hands crossed on his sword hilt and one foot a little advanced, he, as it were, took the unevennesses of the ground and accommodated himself to the motion of the badly hung carriage. The carriage crossed the Albrechtsplatz, left the Old Schloss, with the 2 sentries presenting arms, to the right, followed the Albrechtstrasse in the direction of the barracks of the Grenadier Guards, and rolled to the left into the courtyard of the palace of the Princess of Ried. It was a building of regular proportions in the pedantic style, with a soaring gable over the main door, festooned œil de bœuf in the mezzanine story, high French windows in the first story, and an elegant cour d'honneur which was formed by the 2 one-storied wings, and was separated from the street by a circular railing, on whose pillars stone babies played. But the internal arrangements of the Schloss were, in contradistinction to the historical style of its exterior, conceived throughout in an up-to-date and comfortable bourgeois taste. Ditlinde received her brother in a large drawing-room on the first floor, with several curved sofas in pale green silk. The back part of the room was separated from the front by slender pillars and filled with palms, plants in metal bowls, and tables covered with brilliant flowers. "Good afternoon, Klaus Heinrich," said the Princess. She was delicate and thin, and the only luxuriant thing about her was her fair hair, which used to lie like ram's horns round her ears, and was now dressed in thick plaits above her face with its high Grimburg cheekbones. She wore an indoor dress of soft blue-grey stuff with a white lace collar, cut in a point like a breastplate, and fastened at the waist with an old-fashioned oval brooch. Blue veins and shadows showed here and there through the delicate skin of her face, in the temples, the forehead, at the corners of her soft and calm blue eyes. Signs of approaching maternity were beginning to show themselves. "Good afternoon, Ditlinde, you and your flowers," answered Klaus Heinrich, as, clapping his heels together, he bent over her little, white, rather overbroad hand. "How they do smell, and the garden's full of them, I see." "Yes," she said, "I love flowers. I have always longed to be able to live among quantities of flowers, living, smelling flowers which I could watch growing. It was kind of a secret wish of mine, Klaus Heinrich, and I might almost say that I married for flowers, for in the Old Schloss, you know, there were no flowers. The Old Schloss and flowers, we should have had to rummage a lot to find them, I'm sure. Rat traps and such things, plenty of them. And really, when one comes to think, the whole thing was like a disused rat trap. So dusty and horrid. Ugh. But the rose bush, Ditlinde. Yes, my goodness, one rose bush. And that's in the guide-books, because its roses smell of decay. And the books say that it will one day smell quite natural and nice, just like any other rose. But I can't believe it. "You will soon," he said, and looked at her laughingly, "have something better than your flowers to tend, little Ditlinde." "Yes," she said, and blushed lightly and quickly. "Yes, Klaus Heinrich, I can hardly believe it. And yet it will be so if God pleases. But come over here, we'll have a chat together once more." The room, on whose threshold they had been talking, was small in comparison with its height, with a grey-blue carpet, and furnished with cheery-looking silver-grey furniture, the chairs of which were upholstered in blue silk. A milk-white china chandelier hung from the white-festooned centre of the ceiling, and the walls were adorned with oil paintings of various sizes, acquisitions of Prince Philip's, light studies in the new style, representing white goats in the sun, poultry in the sun, sun-bathed meadows and peasants with blinking, sun-sprinkled faces. The spindle-legged secrétaire in the white-curtained window was covered with 100 carefully arranged articles, knick-knacks, writing materials, and several dainty note-blocks, for the Princess was accustomed to make careful and comprehensive notes about all her duties and plans. In front of the inkstand a housekeeper's book, in which Ditlinde had apparently just been working, lay open,
and by the table there hung on the wall a little silk-trimmed block calendar, under the printed date of which could be seen the pencil note, 5 o'clock, my brothers. Between the sofa and a semicircle of chairs over against the white swing doors into the reception room stood an oval table with a damask cloth and blue silk border, the flowered tea service, a jam pot, long dishes of sweet cakes, and tiny pieces of bread and butter were arranged in ordered disorder on it, and to one side steamed the silver tea kettle over its spirit flame on a glass table. But there were flowers everywhere, flowers in the vases on the writing table, on the tea table, on the glass table, on the china cabinet, on the table next the white sofa, and a flower table full of flower pots stood in the window. This room, situated at the side and in a corner of the suite of reception rooms, was Ditlinda's cabinet, her boudoir, the room in which she used to entertain quite intimate friends and to make tea with her own hands. Klaus Heinrich watched her as she washed out the teapot with hot water and put the tea in with a silver spoon. "And Albrecht, is he coming?" he asked with an involuntarily restrained voice. "I hope so," she said, bending attentively over the crystal tea caddy as if to avoid spilling any tea, and he too avoided looking at her. "I have of course asked him, Klaus Heinrich, but you know he cannot bind himself. It depends on his health whether he comes. I'm making our tea at once, for Albrecht will drink his with milk. Possibly, too, Jettchen may look in for a bit today. You will enjoy seeing her again. She's so lively and has always got such a lot to tell us." Jettchen meant Fräulein von Isenschnibbe, the princess's friend and confidant. They had been on Christian name terms since they were children. "In armour, too, as usual," said Ditlinde, placing the filled teapot on its stand and examining her brother. "In uniform as usual, Klaus Heinrich?" He stood with heels together and rubbed his left hand, which was cold, on his chest with his right. "Yes, Ditlinde, I like it, I'd rather. It fits so tight, you see, and it braces me up. Besides, it is cheaper. For a proper civil wardrobe runs into a terrible lot of money, I believe, and Schulenburg is always going on about how dear things are without that. So I manage with 2 or 3 coats, and yet can show myself in my rich relations' houses." "Rich relations?" laughed Ditlinde. "Still some way off that, Klaus Heinrich." They sat down at the tea table, Ditlinde on a sofa, Klaus Heinrich on a chair opposite the window. "Rich relations," she repeated, and the subject obviously excited her. "No, far from it. How can we expect to be rich where cash is so short and everything is sunk in various enterprises, Klaus Heinrich? And they are young and in the making, they're all in the development stage, as dear Philip says, and won't bear full fruit till others have succeeded us. But things are improving, that much is true, and I keep the household straight." "Yes, Ditlinde, you do keep it straight and no mistake." "Keep it straight and write everything down and look after the servants, and after all the payments which one's duty to the world demands have been made, there is a nice little sum to put by every year for the children. And dear Philip, he sends his greetings, Klaus Heinrich, I forgot. He's very sorry not to be able to be here today. We've only just got back from Hohenried, and there he is already under way at his office on his properties. He's small and delicate naturally, but when his peat or his sawmills are in question, he gets red cheeks, and he says himself that he has been much better since he has had so much to do." "Does he say so?" asked Klaus Heinrich, and a sad look came into his eyes as he looked straight beyond the flower table at the bright window. "Yes, I can quite believe that it must be very stimulating to be so really splendidly busy. In my park, too, the meadows have been mowed a second time this year already, and I love seeing the hay built up in steep heaps with a stick through the middle of each, looking for all the world like a camp of little Indians' huts, and then Schulenburg intends to sell it. But of course that cannot be compared." "Oh, you," said Ditlinde, and drew her chin in. "With you it's quite different, Klaus Heinrich.
The next to the throne? You were called to other things, I imagine. My goodness, yes. You enjoy your popularity with the people." They were silent for a while. Then he said, "And you, Ditlinde, if I'm not mistaken, you're as happy as, even happier than before. I don't say that you have got red cheeks, like Philip from his peat. You always were a bit transparent, and you are still. But you look flourishing. I haven't yet asked, since you married, but I think there's nothing to worry about in connection with you." She sat in an easy position, with her arm lightly folded across her lap. "Yes," she said, "I'm all right, Klaus Heinrich. Your eyes don't deceive you, and it would be ungrateful of me not to acknowledge my good fortune. You see, I know quite well that many people in the country are disappointed by my marriage, and say that I have ruined myself and demeaned myself and so on. And such people are not far to seek, for Brother Albrecht, as you know as well as I do, in his heart despises my dear Philip and me into the bargain, and can't abide him, and calls him privately a tradesman and a shopkeeper. But that doesn't bother me, for I meant it when I accepted Philip's hand, seized it, I would say, if it didn't sound so wild, accepted it because it was warm and honest, and offered to take me away from the old Schloss. For when I look back and think of the old Schloss and the life in it as I should have gone on living it if it had not been for dear Philip, I shudder, Klaus Heinrich, and I feel that I could not have borne it, and should have become strange and queer like poor mamma. I am a bit delicate naturally, as you know. I should have simply gone under in so much desolation and sadness. And when dear Philip came, I thought, now's your chance. And when people say that I am a bad princess, because I have in a way abdicated, and fled here where it is rather warmer and more friendly, and when they say that I lack dignity or consciousness of highness, or whatever they call it, they are stupid and ignorant, Klaus Heinrich, because I have too much. I have, on the contrary, too much of it. That's a fact. Otherwise the old Schloss would not have had such an effect upon me. And Albrecht ought to see that too, for he too, in his way, has too much of it. All we Grimburgers have too much of it, and that's why it sometimes looks as if we had too little of it. And sometimes, when Philip is under way, as he is now, and I sit here among my flowers and Philip's pictures with all their sun, it's lucky that it's painted sun, for bless me, otherwise we should have to get sunblinds, and everything is tidy and clean, and I think of the blessing, as you call it, in store for me, then I seem to myself like the little mermaid in the fairy tale, which the Swiss governess read to us, if you remember, who married a mortal and got legs instead of her fish's tail. I don't know if you understand me." "Oh yes, Ditlinde, of course I understand you perfectly. And I am really glad that everything has turned out so well and happily for you. For it is dangerous, I may tell you, in my experience it is difficult for us to be suitably happy. It's so easy to go wrong and be misunderstood, for the nuisance is that nobody protects our dignity for us if we don't do it ourselves, and then blame and scandal so readily follow. But which is the right way? You have found it. They have quite recently announced my engagement with Cousin Griseldis in the newspapers. That was a ballon d'essai, as they call it, and they think it was a very happy one. But Griseldis is a silly girl and half dead with anemia, and never says anything but yes, so far as I know. I've never given her a thought, nor has Knobelsdorff, thank goodness. The news was at once announced to be unfounded. 'Here comes Albrecht,' he said, and stood up. A cough was heard outside. A footman in olive-green livery threw open the swing doors with a quick, firm and noiseless movement of both arms, and announced in a subdued voice, "His Royal Highness the Grand Duke." Then he stepped aside with a bow. Albrecht advanced through the room. End of section 9. Chapter 5, Part 2 of Royal Highness by Thomas Mann. Translated by A. Cecil Curtis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. He had traversed the 100 yards from the old Schloss hither in a closed carriage, with his huntsman on the box. He was in mufti, as almost always, wore a buttoned-up frock-coat with little satin lapels and patent leather boots on his small feet. Since his accession he had grown an imperial. His short fair hair was brushed back on each of his narrow, sunk temples. His gait was an awkward and yet indescribably distinguished strut, which gave his shoulder-blades a peculiar twist. He carried his head well back and stuck his short round underlip out, sucking gently with it against the upper one. The princess went to the threshold to meet him. He disliked hand-kissing, so he simply held out his hand with a soft, almost whispered greeting. His thin, cold hand, which looked so sensitive, and which he stretched out from his chest while keeping his forearm close to his body. Then he greeted his brother Klaus Heinrich in the same way, who had waited for him, standing with heels close together in front of his chair, and said nothing further. Ditlinde talked. "It's very nice of you to come, Albrecht. So you're feeling well? You look splendid. Philip wishes me to tell you how sorry he is to have to be out this afternoon. Sit down, won't you, anywhere you like. Here, for instance, opposite me. That chair's a pretty comfortable one. You sat in it last time. I've made tea for us in the meantime. You'll have your milk directly." "Thanks," he said quietly. "I must beg pardon. I'm late. You know, the shorter the road. And then I have to lie down in the afternoon. There's no one else coming?" "No one else, Albrecht. At the most, Jettchen Isenschnibbe may look in for a bit, if you don't object." "Oh?" "But I can just as well say not at home." "Oh no, pray don't." Hot milk was brought. Albrecht clasped the tall, thick, studded glass in both hands. "Ah, something warm," he said. "How cold it is already in these parts, and I've been frozen the whole summer in Hollerbrunn. Haven't you started the fires yet?" "I have. But then again the smell of the stoves upsets me. All stoves smell. Von Bühl promises me central heating for the old Schloss every autumn, but it seems not to be feasible." "Poor Albrecht," said Ditlinde. "At this time of year you used to be already in the south, so long as father was alive. You must long for it." "Your sympathy does you credit, dear Ditlinde," answered he, still in a low and slightly lisping voice. "But we must show that I am on the spot. I must rule the country, as you know. That's what I'm here for. Today I have been graciously pleased to allow some worthy citizen, I'm sorry I can't remember his name, to accept and wear a foreign order. Further, I have had a telegram sent to the annual meeting of the Horticultural Society, in which I assumed the honorary presidency of the Society and pledged my word to further its efforts in every way, without really knowing what furthering I could do beyond sending the telegram, for the members are quite well capable to take care of themselves. Further, I have deigned to confirm the choice of a certain worthy fellow to be mayor of my fair city of Siebenberge, in connection with which I should like to know whether this my subject will be a better mayor for my confirmation than he would have been without it." "Well, well, Albrecht, those are trifles," said Ditlinde. "I'm convinced that you've had more serious business to do." "Oh, of course. I've had a talk with my Minister of Finance and Agriculture. It was time I did. Dr. Krippenreuther would have been bitterly disappointed with me if I had not summoned him once more. He went ahead in summary fashion and laid before me a conspectus of several mutually related topics at once: the harvest, the new principles for the drawing up of the budget, the reform of taxation, on which he is busy. The harvest has been a bad one, it seems. The peasants have been hit by blight and bad weather. Not only they, but Krippenreuther too, are much concerned about it, because the tax-paying resources of the land, he says, have once more suffered contraction. Besides, there have unfortunately been disasters in more than one of the silver mines. The gear is at a standstill, says Krippenreuther. It is damaged and will cost a lot of money to repair.
I listened to the whole recital with an appropriate expression on my face, and did what I could to express my grief for such a series of misfortunes. Next, I was consulted as to whether the cost of the necessary new buildings for the Treasury and for the woods and customs and inland revenue offices ought to be debited to the ordinary or the extraordinary estimates. I learnt a lot about sliding scales and income tax and tax on tourist traffic and the removal of burdens from oppressed agriculture and the imposition of burdens on the towns. And on the whole I got the impression that Krippenreuther was well up in his subject. I, of course, know practically nothing about it, which Krippenreuther knows and approves. So I just said yes, yes, and of course, and many thanks, and let him run on. You speak so bitterly, Albrecht. No, I'll tell you just what struck me while Krippenreuther was holding forth to me today. There's a man living in this town, a man with small private means and a warty nose. Every child knows him and shouts "Hi" when he sees him. He is called the Hatter, for he is not quite all there. His surname he has lost long ago. He's always on the spot when there's anything going on, although his half-wittedness keeps him from playing any serious part in anything. He wears a rose in his buttonhole and carries his hat about on the end of his walking stick. Twice a day, about the time when a train starts, he goes to the station, taps the wheels, examines the luggage, and fusses about. Then, when the guard blows his whistle, the Hatter waves to the engine driver and the train starts. But the Hatter deludes himself into thinking that his waving sends the train off. That's like me. I wave and the train starts. But it would start without me, and my waving makes no difference. It's mere silly show. I'm sick of it." The brother and sister were silent. Ditlinde looked at her lap in an embarrassed way, and Klaus Heinrich gazed, as he tugged his little bow-shaped moustache, between her and the Grand Duke at the bright window. "I can quite follow you, Albrecht," he said after a while, "though it is rather cruel of you to compare yourself and us with the Hatter. You see, I too understand nothing about sliding scales and taxation of tourist traffic and peat cutting, and there is such a lot about which I know nothing, everything which is covered by the expression 'the misery in the world,' hunger and want, and the struggle for existence, as it is called, and war, and hospital horrors, and all that. I have seen and studied not one of these, except death itself, when father died, and that too was not death as it can be, but rather it was edifying, and the whole Schloss was illuminated. And at times I feel ashamed of myself, because I have not knocked about the world. But then I tell myself that mine is not a comfortable life, not at all comfortable, although I wander on the heights of mankind, as people express it, or perhaps just because I do, and that I perhaps in my own way know more about the strenuousness of life, its tight-lipped countenance, if you will allow me the expression, than many a one who knows all about the sliding scales, or any other single department of life. And the upshot of that is, Albrecht, that my life is not a comfortable one. That's the upshot of everything. If you will allow me this retort, and that is how we justify ourselves. And if people cry "Hi" when they see me, they must know why they do so, and my life must have some raison d'être, although I am prevented from playing any serious part in anything, as you so admirably express it. And you're quite justified too. You wave to order, because the people wish you to wave, and if you do not really control their wishes and aspirations, yet you express them and give them substance, and maybe that's no slight matter." Albrecht sat upright at the table. He held his thin, strangely sensitive-looking hands crossed on the table edge in front of the tall, half-empty glass of milk, and his eyelids dropped, and he sucked his underlip against his upper. He answered quietly, "I'm not surprised that so popular a prince as you should be contented with his lot. I, for my part, decline to express somebody else in my own person. I decline to, say, And you may think it's a case of sour grapes as much as you like. The truth is that I care for the high of the people just as little as any living soul possibly could care. I say soul, not body. The flesh is weak. There's something in one which expands at applause and contracts at cold silence. But my reason rises superior to all considerations of popularity or unpopularity. If I did succeed in being a true national representative, I know what that would amount to. A misconception of my personality. Besides, a few handclaps from people one does not know are not worth a shrug of the shoulders. Others, you, may be inspired by the feeling of the people behind you. You must forgive me for being too matter-of-fact to feel any such mysterious feeling of happiness, and too keen on cleanliness also, if you will allow me to put it thus. That kind of happiness stinks, to my thinking. Anyhow, I'm a stranger to the people. I give them nothing. What can they give me? With you, well, that's quite different. Hundreds of thousands who are like you are grateful to you because they can recognize themselves in you. You may laugh if you like. The chief danger you run is that you submerge yourself in your popularity too readily, and yet after all you feel no apprehensions, although you are aware at this very moment. No, Albrecht, I don't think so. I don't think I run any such danger. Then we shall understand each other all the better. I have no penchant for strong expressions as a rule, but popularity is hogwash. It's funny, Albrecht, funny that you should use that word. The pheasants were always using it, my schoolmates, the young sprigs, you know, at the pheasantry. I know what you are. You're an aristocrat, that's what's the matter. Do you think so? You're wrong. I'm no aristocrat. I'm the opposite, by taste and reason. You must allow that I do not despise the highs of the crowd from arrogance, but from a propensity to humanity and goodness. Human highness is a pitiable thing, and I'm convinced that mankind ought to see that everyone behaves like a man, and a good man, to his neighbour, and does not humiliate him or cause him shame. A man must have a thick skin to be able to carry off all the flummery of highness without any feeling of shame. I am naturally rather sensitive. I cannot cope with the absurdity of my situation. Every lackey who plants himself at the door and expects me to pass him without noticing, without heeding him more than the door-posts, fills me with embarrassment. That's the way I feel towards the people. Yes, Albrecht, quite true. It's often by no means easy to keep one's countenance when one passes by a fellow like that. The lackeys. If one only did not know what frauds they are. One hears fine stories about them. What stories? Oh, one keeps one's ears open. Come, come, said Ditlinde, don't let's worry about that. Here you are talking about ordinary things, and I had 2 topics noted down which I thought we might discuss this afternoon. Would you be so kind, Klaus Heinrich, as to reach me that notebook there in the blue leather on the writing table? Many thanks. I note down in this everything I have to remember, both household matters and other things. What a blessing it is to be able to see everything down in black and white. My head is terribly weak. I can't remember things, and if I weren't tidy and didn't jot everything down, I should be done for. First of all, Albrecht, before I forget it, I wanted to remind you that you must escort Aunt Catherine at the first court on November 1st. You can't get out of it. I withdraw. The honour fell to me at the last court ball, and Aunt Catherine was terribly put out. Do you consent? Good. Then I cross out item 1. Secondly, Klaus Heinrich, I wanted to ask you to make a short appearance at the Orphan Children's Bazaar on the 15th in the Town Hall. I am patroness, and I take my duties seriously, as you see. You needn't buy anything, a pocket comb. In short, all you need to do is show yourself for 10 minutes. It's for the orphans. Will you come? You see, now I can cross another off. Thirdly, but the princess was interrupted. Fräulein von Isenschnibbe, the court lady, was announced and tripped in at once through the big drawing-room, her feather boa waving in the draught, and the brim of her huge feather hat flapping up and down. The smell of the fresh air from outside seemed to cling to her clothes. She was small, very fair, with a pointed nose, and so short-sighted that she could not see the stars. On clear evenings she would stand on her balcony and gaze at the starry heavens through opera glasses, and rave about them. She wore 2 strong pairs of glasses, one behind the other, and screwed up her eyes and stuck her head forward as she curtsied. "Heavens, Grand Ducal Highness!" she said. "I didn't know. I'm disturbing you. I'm intruding. I most humbly beg pardon." The brothers had risen, and the visitor, as she curtsied to them, was filled with confusion. As Albrecht extended his hand from his chest, keeping his forearm close to his body, her arm was stretched out almost perpendicularly, when the curtsy which she had made him had reached its lowest point. "Dear Jettchen," said Ditlinde, "what nonsense! You are expected and welcome, and my brothers know that we call each other by our Christian names, so none of that Grand Ducal Highness, if you please. We are not in the old Schloss. Sit down and make yourself comfortable. Will you have some tea? It's still hot, and here's some candied fruits. I know you like them." "Yes, 1,000 thanks, Ditlinde, I adore them." And Fräulein von Isenschnibbe took a chair on the narrow side of the tea-table opposite Klaus Heinrich, with her back to the window, drew a glove off and began peering forward to lay sweetmeats on her plate with the silver tongs. Her little bosom heaved quickly and nervously with pleasurable excitement. "I've got some news," she said, unable any longer to contain herself. "News more than any reticule will hold. That is to say, it is really only one piece of news, only one, but it's so weighty that it counts for dozens, and it is quite certain, I have it on the best authority, you know that I am reliable, Ditlinde, this very evening it will be in the Courier, and tomorrow the whole town will be talking about it." "Yes, Jettchen," said the Princess, "it must be confessed you never come with empty hands. But now we're excited. Do tell us your news." "Very well. Let me get my breath. Do you know, Ditlinde, does your Royal Highness know, does your Grand Ducal Highness know who's coming? Who is coming to the spa? Who is coming for 6 or 8 weeks to the Spa Hotel to drink the waters?" "No," said Ditlinde, "but do you know, dear Jettchen?" "Spöllmann," said Fräulein von Isenschnibbe. "Spöllmann," she said, leaned back and made as if to draw with her fingers on the table edge, but checked the movement of her hand just over the blue silk border. The brothers and sister looked doubtfully at each other. "Spöllmann?" asked Ditlinde. "Think a moment, Jettchen. The real Spöllmann?" "The real one!" Her voice cracked with suppressed jubilation. "The real one, Ditlinde, for there's only one, or rather only one whom everybody knows, and he it is whom they are expecting at the Spa Hotel, the great Spöllmann, the giant Spöllmann, the Colossus Samuel N. Spöllmann from America." "But, child, what's bringing him here?" "Really, forgive me for saying so, Ditlinde, but what a question! His yacht or some big steamer is bringing him over the sea, of course. He's on his holidays making a tour of Europe, and has expressed his intention of drinking the spa waters." "But is he ill then?" "Of course, Ditlinde. All people of his kind are ill. That's part of the business." "Strange," said Klaus Heinrich. "Yes, Grand Ducal Highness, it is remarkable. His kind of existence must bring that with it. For there's no doubt it's a trying existence, and not at all a comfortable one, and must wear the body out quicker than an ordinary man's life would. Most suffer in the stomach, but Spöllmann suffers from stone, as everybody knows." "Stone, does he?" "Of course, Ditlinde, you must have heard it and forgotten it. He has stone in the kidneys, if you will forgive me the horrid expression. A serious, trying illness, and I'm sure he can't get the slightest pleasure from his frantic wealth." "But how in the world has he pitched upon our waters?" "Why, Ditlinde, that's simple. The waters are good, they're excellent. Especially the Ditlinde Spring, with its lithium, or whatever they call it, is admirable against gout and stone, and only waiting to be properly known and valued throughout the world. But a man like Spöllmann, you can imagine, a man like that is above names and trade puffs, and follows his own kind. And so he has discovered our waters, or his physician has recommended them to him, It may be that, and bought it in the bottle, and it has done him good, and now he may think that it must do him still more good if he drinks it on the spot." They all kept silence. "Great heavens, Albrecht," said Ditlinde at last. "Whatever one thinks of Spoelmann and his kind, and I'm not going to commit myself to an opinion, of that you may be sure, but don't you think that the man's visit to the spa may be very useful?" The Grand Duke turned his head with his stiff and refined smile. "Ask Fräulein von Isenschnibbe," he answered. "She has doubtless already considered the question from that point of view." "If your Royal Highness asks me, enormously useful, immeasurably, incalculably useful, that's obvious. The directors are in the seventh heaven. They're getting ready to decorate and illuminate the Spa Hotel. What a recommendation! What an attraction for strangers! Will your Royal Highness just consider, the man is a curiosity. Your Grand Ducal Highness spoke just now of his kind, but there are none of his kind, at most only a couple. He's a Leviathan, a Croesus. People will come from miles away to see a being who has about 500,000 a day to spend." "Gracious!" said Ditlinde, taken aback. "And there's dear Philip worrying about his peat beds." "The first scene," the Fräulein went on, "begins with two Americans hanging about the Exchange for the last couple of days. Who are they? They're said to be journalists, reporters for the two big New York papers. They have preceded the Leviathan, and are telegraphing to their papers preliminary descriptions of the scenery. When he has got here they will telegraph every step he takes, just as the Courier and the Advertiser report about your Royal Highness." Albrecht bowed his thanks, with eyes downcast and underlip protruded. "He has appropriated the Prince's suite in the Spa Hotel," said Jettchen, "as provisional lodgings." "For himself alone?" asked Ditlinde. "Oh no, Ditlinde, do you suppose he'd be coming alone? There isn't any precise information about his suite and staff, but it's quite certain that his daughter and his physician in ordinary are coming with him." "It annoys me, Jettchen, to hear you talking about a physician in ordinary, and the journalists too, and the Prince's suite to boot. He's not a king after all." "A railway king so far as I know," remarked Albrecht quietly with eyes downcast. "Not only or even particularly a railway king, Royal Highness, according to what I hear. Over in America they have those great business concerns called trusts, as your Royal Highness knows, the Steel Trust for instance, the Sugar Trust, the Petroleum Trust, the Coal, Meat, Tobacco Trusts, and goodness knows how many more, and Samuel N. Spoelmann has a finger in nearly all these trusts, and is chief shareholder in them and managing director. That's what I believe they call them. So his business must be what is called over here a mixed goods business." "A nice sort of business," said Ditlinde. "It must be a nice sort of business. For you can't persuade me, dear Jettchen, that honest work can make a man into a Leviathan and a Croesus. I am convinced that his riches are steeped in the blood of widows and orphans. What do you think, Albrecht?" "I hope so, Ditlinde. I hope so for your own and your husband's comfort." "May be so," explained Jettchen. "Yet Spoelmann, our Samuel N. Spoelmann, is hardly responsible for it, for he is really nothing but an heir, and may quite well not have any particular taste for his business. It was his father who really made the pile. I've read all about it, and may say that I really know the general facts. His father was a German, simply an adventurer who crossed the seas and became gold digger. And he was lucky and made a little money through gold finds, or rather quite a decent amount of money, and began to speculate in petroleum and steel and railways, and then in every sort of thing, and kept growing richer and richer, and when he died everything was already in full swing, and his son Samuel, who inherited the Croesus firm, really had nothing to do but to collect the princely dividends and keep growing richer and richer till he beat all records. That's the way the things have gone." And he has a daughter, has he, Jettchen? What is she like? Yes, Ditlinde, his wife is dead, but he has a daughter, Miss Spoelmann, and he's bringing her with him. She's a wonderful girl from all I've read about her. He himself is a bit of a mixture, for his father married a wife from the south, Creole blood, the daughter of a German father and native mother. But Samuel in his turn married a German-American of half English blood, and their daughter is now Miss Spoelmann. Gracious, Jettchen, she's a creature of many colours. You may well say so, Ditlinde, and she's clever, so I've heard. She studies like a man, algebra and puzzling things of that sort. That too doesn't attract me much. But now comes the cream of the business, Ditlinde, for Miss Spoelmann has a lady companion, and that lady companion is a countess, a real genuine countess, who dances attendance on her. Gracious, said Ditlinde, she ought to be ashamed of herself. No, Jettchen, my mind is made up. I'm not going to bother myself about Spoelmann. I'm going to let him drink his waters and go, with his countess and his algebraical daughter, and I'm not going so much as to turn my head to look at him. He and his riches make no impression on me. What do you think, Klaus Heinrich? Klaus Heinrich looked past Jettchen's head at the bright window. Impression? He said. No, riches make no impression on me. I mean, riches in the ordinary way. But it seems to me that it depends. It depends, I think, on the standard. We too have one or two rich people in the town here. Soap boiler Unschlitt must be a millionaire. I often see him in his carriage. He's dreadfully fat and common. But when a man is quite ill and lonely from mere riches, maybe... An uncomfortable sort of man anyhow, said Ditlinde, and the subject of the Spoelmanns gradually dropped. The conversation turned on family matters, the Hohenried property and the approaching season. Shortly before 7 o'clock the Grand Duke sent for his carriage. Prince Klaus Heinrich was going too, so they all got up and said good-bye. But while the brothers were being helped into their coats in the hall, Albrecht said, I should be obliged, Klaus Heinrich, if you would send your coachman home and would give me the pleasure of your company for a quarter of an hour longer. I've got a matter of some importance to discuss with you. I might come with you to the Hermitage, but I can't bear the evening air. Klaus Heinrich clapped his heels together as he answered, No, Albrecht, you mustn't think of it. I'll drive to the Schloss with you if you like. I am of course at your disposal. This was the prelude to a remarkable conversation between the young princes, the upshot of which was published a few days later in the Advertiser and received with general approval. The Prince accompanied the Grand Duke to the Schloss, through the Albrechtstor, up the broad stone steps, through corridors where naked gas lamps were burning, and silent ante-rooms between lackeys into Albrecht's closet, where old Prahl had lighted the 2 bronze oil lamps on the mantelpiece. Albrecht had taken over his father's workroom. It had always been the workroom of the reigning sovereigns, and lay on the first floor between an aide-de-camp's room and the dining room in daily use facing the Albrechtsplatz, which the princes had always overlooked and watched from their writing table. It was an exceptionally unhomely and repellent room, small, with cracked ceiling paintings, red silk and gold-bordered carpet, and 3 windows reaching to the ground, through which the draught blew keenly and before which the claret-coloured curtains with their elaborate fringes were drawn. It had a false chimney-piece in French Empire taste, in front of which a semicircle of little modern quilted plush chairs without arms were arranged, and a hideously decorated white stove, which gave out a great heat. 2 big quilted sofas stood opposite each other by the walls, and in front of one stood a square book-table with a red plush cover. Between the windows 2 narrow gold-framed mirrors with marble ledges reached up to the ceiling, the right-hand one of which bore a fairly cheerful alabaster group, the other a water bottle and medicine glasses. The writing desk, an old piece made of rosewood with a roll top and metal clasps, stood clear in the middle of the room on the red carpet. An antique stared down with its dead eyes from a pedestal in one corner of the room.
"What I have to suggest to you," said Albrecht. He was standing at the writing table, unconsciously toying with a paper knife, a silly thing like a cavalry sabre with a grotesque handle, "is directly connected with our conversation this afternoon. I may begin by saying that I discussed the matter thoroughly with Knobelsdorff this summer at Hollerbrunn. He agrees, and if you do too, as I don't doubt you will, I can carry out my intention at once." "Please, let's hear it, Albrecht," said Klaus Heinrich, who was standing at attention in a military attitude by the sofa table. "My health," continued the Grand Duke, "has been getting worse and worse lately." "I'm very sorry, Albrecht. Hollerbrunn didn't agree with you then?" "Thanks, no. I'm in a bad way, and my health is showing itself increasingly unequal to the demands made upon it. When I say demands, I mean chiefly the duties of a ceremonial and representative nature, which are inseparable from my position, and that's the bond of connection with the conversation we had just now at Ditlinde's. The performance of these duties may be a happiness when a contact with the people, a relationship, a beating of hearts in unison exists. To me it is a torture, and the falseness of my role wearies me to such a degree that I must consider what measures I can take to counteract it. In this, so far as the bodily part of me is concerned, I am at one with my doctors, who entirely agree with my proposal. So listen to me. I'm unmarried. I have no idea, I can assure you, of ever marrying. I shall have no children. You are heir to the throne by right of birth. You are still more so in the consciousness of the people, who love you. There you are, Albrecht, always talking about my being beloved. I simply don't believe it. At a distance, perhaps, that's the way with us. It's always at a distance that we are beloved." "You're too modest. Wait a bit. You've already been kind enough to relieve me of some of my representative duties now and then. I should like you to relieve me of all of them absolutely for always." "You're not thinking of abdicating, Albrecht?" asked Klaus Heinrich, aghast. "I daren't think of it. Believe me, I gladly would, but I shouldn't be allowed to. What I'm thinking of is not a regency, but only a substitution. Perhaps you have some recollection of the distinction in public law from your student's day, a permanent and officially established substitution in all representative functions, warranted by the need of indulgence required by my state of health. What is your opinion?" "I'm at your orders, Albrecht, but I'm not quite clear yet. How far does the substitution extend?" "Oh, as far as possible. I should like it to extend to all occasions on which a personal appearance in public is expected of me. Knobelsdorff stipulates that I should only devolve the opening and closure of Parliament on you when I'm bedridden, only now and again. Let's grant that. But otherwise you would be my substitute on all ceremonial occasions, on journeys, visits to cities, opening of public festivities, opening of the citizens' ball." "That too? Why not? We have also the weekly free audiences here, a sensible custom, without a doubt, but it tires me out. You would hold the audiences in my place. I needn't go on. Do you accept my proposal?" "I am at your orders." "Then listen to me while I finish. For every occasion on which you act as my representative, I lend you my aides de camp. It is further necessary that your military promotion should be hastened. Are you a first lieutenant? You'll be made a captain or a major straight away à la suite of your regiment. I'll see to that. But in the third place, I wish duly to emphasize our arrangement, to make your position at my side properly clear by lending you the title of Royal Highness. There were some formalities to attend to. Knobelsdorff has already seen to them. I'm going to express my intentions in the form of 2 missives to you and to my Minister of State. Knobelsdorff has already drafted them. Do you accept?" "What am I to say, Albrecht? You are father's eldest son, and I've always looked up to you because I've always felt and known that you are the superior and higher of us two, and that I am only a plebeian compared with you. But if you think me worthy to stand at your side and to bear your title and to represent you before the people, although I don't think myself anything like so presentable, and to have this deformity here, with my left hand, which I've always got to keep covered, then I thank you and put myself at your orders. Then I'll ask you to leave me now, please. I want to rest." They advanced towards each other, the one from the writing table, the other from the book table, over the carpet into the middle of the room. The Grand Duke extended his hand to his brother, his thin, cold hand, which he stretched out from his chest without moving his forearm away from his body. Klaus Heinrich clapped his heels together and bowed as he took the hand, and Albrecht nodded his narrow head with its fair beard as a token of dismissal, while he sucked his short, rounded lower lip against the upper. Klaus Heinrich went back to the Schloss Hermitage. Both the Advertiser and the Courier published 8 days later the 2 missives, which contained decisions of the highest importance, the one addressed to my dear Minister of State, Baron von Knobelsdorff, and the other beginning with "Most Serene Highness and well-beloved brother," and signed "Your Royal Highness's most devoted brother, Albrecht." End of section 10. Chapter 6, Part 1 of Royal Highness by Thomas Mann. Translated by A. Cecil Curtis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. Chapter 6, The Lofty Calling. Here follows a description of Klaus Heinrich's mode of life and profession and their peculiarities. On a typical occasion he stepped out of his carriage, walked with cloak thrown back, down a short passage, through cheering crowds, over a pavement which was covered with red carpet, through a laurel-decked house door, over which an awning had been erected, up a staircase flanked by pairs of candle-bearing footmen. He was on his way to a festival dinner, covered to his hips with orders, the fringed epaulets of a major on his narrow shoulders, and was followed by his suite along the Gothic corridor of the town hall. 2 servants hurried in front of him, and quickly opened an old window which rattled in its lead fastenings, for down below in the market-place stood the people, wedged together head to head, an oblique track of upturned faces, dimly illuminated by smoky torchlight. They cheered and sang, and he stood at the open window and bowed, displayed himself to the general enthusiasm for a while, and nodded his thanks. There was nothing really everyday, nor was there anything really actual about his life. It consisted of a succession of moments of enthusiasm. Wherever he went there was holiday, there the people were transfigured and glorified, there the grey workaday world cleared up and became poetry. The starveling became a sleek man, the hovel a homely cottage, dirty gutter children changed into chaste little maidens and boys in Sunday clothes, their hair plastered with water, a poem on their lips, and the perspiring citizen in frock coat and top hat was moved to emotion by the consciousness of his own worth. But not only he, Klaus Heinrich, saw the world in this light, but it saw itself too, as long as his presence lasted. A strange unreality and speciousness prevailed in places where he exercised his calling. A symmetrical, transitory window-dressing, an artificial and inspiring disguising of the reality by pasteboard and gilded wood, by garlands, lamps, draperies, and bunting, was conjured up for one fair hour, and he himself stood in the centre of the show on a carpet, which covered the bare ground, between masts painted in 2 colours, round which garlands twined, stood with heels together in the odour of varnish and fir branches, and smiled with his left hand planted on his hip. He laid the foundation stone of a new town hall. The citizens had, after juggling with the figures, got together the necessary sum,
and a learned architect from the capital had been entrusted with the building. But Klaus Heinrich undertook the laying of the foundation stone. Amid the cheers of the population he drove up to the noble pavilion which had been built on the site, stepped lightly and collectedly out of the open carriage on to the ground, which had been rolled and sprinkled with yellow sand, and walked all alone towards the official personages in frock coats and white ties, who were waiting for him at the entrance. He asked for the architect to be presented to him, and, in full view of the public, and with the officials standing with fixed smiles round him, he conducted a conversation with him for 5 full minutes, a conversation of weighty commonplaces about the advantages of the different styles of architecture, after which he made a decided movement, which he had meditated to himself beforehand during the conversation, and allowed himself to be conducted over the carpet and plank steps to his seat on the edge of the middle platform. There, in his chain and stars, 1 foot advanced, his white-gloved hands crossed on his sword hilt, his helmet on the ground beside him, visible to the holiday crowd on every side, he sat and listened with calm demeanour to the Lord Mayor's speech. Thereupon, when they came to the request, he rose, walked, without noticeable precaution and without looking at his feet, down the steps to where the foundation stone lay, and with a little hammer gave 3 slow taps to the block of sandstone, at the same time repeating in the deep hush, with his rather sharp voice, a sentence which Herr von Knobelsdorff had previously impressed upon him. School children sang in shrill chorus, and Klaus Heinrich drove away. On the anniversary of the War of Independence he marched in front of the veterans. A grey-haired officer shouted in a voice which seemed hoarse with the smoke of gunpowder, "Halt! Off hats! Eyes right!" And they stood, with medals and crosses on their coats, the rough beavers in their hands, and looked up at him with bloodshot eyes like those of a hound as he walked by with a friendly look, and paused by 1 or 2 to ask where they had served, where they had been under fire. He attended the gymnastic display, graced the sports with his presence, and had the victors presented to him for a short conversation. The lithe athletic youths stood awkwardly before him just after they had done the most astonishing feats, and Klaus Heinrich quickly strung together a few technical remarks, which he remembered from Herr Zotte, which he uttered with great fluency, and while he hid his left hand. He attended the 5 Houses fishing festival. He was present in his red-covered seat of honour at the Grimburg horse races, and distributed the prizes. He accepted, too, the honorary presidency and patronage of the Associated Rifle Competition. He attended the prize meeting of the privileged Grand Ducal Rifle Club. He responded cordially to the toast of welcome, in the words of the courier, by holding the silver cup for 1 moment to his lips, and then, with heels clapped together, raising it towards the marksman. Thereupon he fired several shots at the target of honour, concerning which there was nothing said in the reports as to where they hit. Next ploughed through one and the same dialogue with 3 successive men about the advantages of rifle firing, which, in the Courier, was described as general conversation, and at last took leave with a hearty "good luck," which evoked indescribable enthusiasm. This formula had been whispered to him at the last moment by Adjutant General von Hünemann, who had made inquiries on the subject, for of course it would have had a bad effect, would have shattered the fair illusion of technical knowledge and serious enthusiasm if Klaus Heinrich had wished the marksman Excelsior and the Alpine Club bull's eyes every time. As a general rule he needed, in the exercise of his calling, a certain amount of technical knowledge, which he acquired for each succeeding occasion, with a view to applying it at the right moment and in suitable form. It consisted preponderatingly of the technical terms current in the different departments of human activity, as well as of historical dates, and before setting out on an official expedition, Klaus Heinrich used to work up the necessary information at home in the Hermitage with the help of pamphlets and oral instructions. When he, in the name of the Grand Duke, my most gracious brother, unveiled the statue of Johann Albrecht at Knüppelsdorf, he delivered on the scene of festivities, directly after a performance by the massed choirs of the Wreath of Harmony, a speech in which everything he had noted down about Knüppelsdorf was dragged in, and which produced the delightful impression everywhere that he had busied himself all his life with nothing so much as the historical vicissitudes of that hub of civilization. In the first place, Knüppelsdorf was a city, and Klaus Heinrich alluded to that 3 times, to the pride of the inhabitants. He went on to say that the city of Knüppelsdorf, as her historical past witnessed, had been connected by bonds of loyalty to the House of Grimburg for several centuries. As long ago as the 14th century, he said, Landgrave Heinrich XV, the Rutensteiner, had signalled out Knüppelsdorf for special favour. He, the Rutensteiner, had lived in the Schloss built on the neighbouring Rutensteine, whose girdle of proud towers and strong walls had sent its greeting to the country for miles round. Then he reminded his hearers how through inheritance and marriage Knüppelsdorf had at last come into the branch of the family to which his brother and he himself belonged. Heavy storms had in the course of years burst over Knüppelsdorf. Years of war, conflagration and pestilence had visited it, yet it had always risen again and had always remained loyal to the house of its hereditary princes. And this characteristic the Knüppelsdorf of today proved that it possessed by raising a memorial to his, Klaus Heinrich's, beloved father, and it would be with unusual pleasure that he would report to his gracious brother the dazzling and hearty reception which he, as his representative, had here experienced. The veil fell, the massed choirs of the Wreath of Harmony again did their best, and Klaus Heinrich stood smiling under his theatrical tent, with a feeling of having exhausted his store of knowledge, happy in the certainty that nobody dare question him further. For he couldn't have said one blessed word more about Knüppelsdorf. How tiring his life was, how strenuous! Sometimes he felt as if he had constantly to keep upright, at a great strain to his elasticity, something which it was quite impossible, or possible only in favourable conditions, to keep upright. Sometimes his calling seemed to him a wretched and paltry one, although he liked it and gladly undertook every expedition required of him in his representative capacity. He travelled miles to an agricultural exhibition, travelled in a badly hung cart from Schloss Hermitage to the station, where the Premier, the Chief of Police, and the directors of the railway company awaited him at the saloon carriage. He travelled for an hour and a half, the while carrying on, not without difficulty, a conversation with the Grand Ducal adjutants who had been attached to him, and the Agricultural Commissioner, Assistant Secretary Heckefing, a severe and respectful man who also accompanied him. Then he reached the station of the city which had organized the agricultural exhibition. The mayor, with a chain over his shoulders, was awaiting him at the head of 6 or 7 other official persons. The station was decorated with a quantity of fir branches and festoons. In the background stood the plaster busts of Albrecht and Klaus Heinrich in a frame of greenery. The public behind the barriers gave 3 cheers, and the bells pealed. The mayor read an address of welcome to Klaus Heinrich. He thanked him, he said, brandishing his top hat in his hand. He thanked him on behalf of the city for all the favour which Klaus Heinrich's brother and he himself showed them, and heartily wished him a long and blessed reign. He also begged the prince twice over graciously to crown the work which had prospered so famously under his patronage, and to open the agricultural exhibition. This mayor bore the title of agricultural councillor, a fact of which Klaus Heinrich had been apprised, and on account of which he addressed him thus 3 times in his answer. He said that he was delighted that the work of the agricultural exhibition had prospered so famously under his patronage. As a matter of fact, he had forgotten that he was a patron of this exhibition. He had come to put the finishing touch that day to the great work by opening the exhibition. Then he inquired as to 4 things: as to the economical circumstances of the city, the increase in the population in recent years, as to the labour market, although he had no very clear idea what the labour market was, and as to the price of victuals. When he heard that the price of victuals was high, he viewed the matter in a serious light, and that of course was all he could do. Nobody expected anything more of him, and it came as a comfort to everybody that he had viewed the high prices in a serious light. Then the mayor presented the city dignitaries to him, the higher district judge, a noble landed proprietor from the neighbourhood, the rector, the 2 doctors, and a forwarding agent, and Klaus Heinrich addressed a question to each, thinking over, while the answer came, what he should say to the next. The local veterinary surgeon and the local inspector of stock breeding were also present. Finally they climbed into carriages and drove, amid the cheers of the inhabitants, between fences of school children, firemen, the patriotic societies, through the gaily decked city to the exhibition ground, not without being stopped once more at the gate by white-robed maidens with wreaths on their heads, one of whom, the mayor's daughter, handed to the prince in his carriage a bouquet with white satin streamers, and in lasting memory of the moment received one of those pretty and valuable gewgaws which Klaus Heinrich took with him on his journeys, a breastpin embedded, for a reason she could not guess, in velvet samite, which figured in the Courier as a jewel mounted in gold. Tents, pavilions, and stands had been erected on the ground. Gaudy pennons fluttered on long rows of poles strung together with festoons. On a wooden platform hung with bunting, between drapings, festoons, and party-coloured flagstaffs, Klaus Heinrich read the short opening speech, and then began the tour of inspection. There were cattle tethered to low crossbars, prize beasts of the best blood with smooth, round, party-coloured bodies and numbered shields on their broad foreheads. There were horses, stamping and snuffing, heavy farm horses with Roman noses and bushes of hair round their pasterns, as well as slender, restless saddle horses. There were naked, short-legged pigs, and a large selection of both ordinary and prize pigs. With dangling bellies they grubbed up the ground with their snouts, while great blocks of woolly sheep filled the air with a confused chorus of bass and treble. There were ear-splitting exhibits of poultry, cocks and hens of every kind, from the big Brahmaputra to the copper-coloured bantam, ducks and pigeons of all sorts, eggs and fodder, both fresh and artificially preserved. There were exhibits of agricultural produce, grain of all sorts, beets and clover, potatoes, peas, and flax, vegetables too, both fresh and dried, raw and preserved fruit, berries, marmalade, and syrups. Lastly, there were exhibits of agricultural implements and machines, displayed by several technical firms, provided with everything of service to agriculture, from the hand-plough to the great black-funnelled motors, looking like elephants in their stall, from the simplest and most intelligible objects to those which consisted of a maze of wheels, chains, rods, cylinder, arms, and teeth, a world, an entire overpowering world of ingenious utility. Klaus Heinrich looked at everything. He walked, with his sword hilt on his forearm, down the rows of animals, cages, sacks, tubs, glasses, and implements. The dignitary at his side pointed with his white-gloved hand to this and that, venturing on a remark from time to time, and Klaus Heinrich acted up to his calling. He expressed in words his appreciation of all he saw, stopped from time to time and engaged the exhibitors of the animals in conversation, inquired in an affable way into their circumstances, and put questions to the country people whose answers entailed a scratching behind their ears. And as he walked, he bowed his thanks on both sides for the homage of the population which lined his path. The people had collected most thickly at the exit, where the carriages were waiting, in order to watch him drive off. A way was kept free for him, a straight passage to the step of his landau, and he walked quickly down it, bowing continuously with his hand to his helmet, alone and formally separated from all those men who, in honouring him, were cheering their own archetype, their standard, and of whose lives, work and ability he was the splendid representative, though not participator. With a light and free step he mounted the carriage, settled himself artistically so that he at once assumed a perfectly graceful and self-possessed pose, and drove, saluting as he went, to the club house, where luncheon was prepared. During luncheon, indeed directly after the second course, the district judge proposed the health of the Grand Duke and the Prince, whereupon Klaus Heinrich at once rose to drink to the welfare of the county and the city. After the luncheon, however, he retired to the room which the mayor had put at his disposal in his official residence, and lay down on the bed for an hour, for the exercise of his calling exhausted him in a strange degree, and that afternoon he was due not only to visit in that city the church, the school, and various factories, especially Benke Brothers' cheese factory, and to express high satisfaction with everything, but also to extend his journey and visit a scene of disaster, a burnt-out village, in order to express to the villagers his brother's and his own sympathy, and to cheer the afflicted by his exalted presence. When he got back to the Hermitage, to his soberly furnished Empire room, he read the newspaper accounts of his expeditions. Then Privy Councillor Schustermann of the Press Bureau, which was under the Home Secretary, appeared in the Hermitage, and brought the extracts from the papers, cleanly pasted on white sheets, dated and labelled with the name of the paper. And Klaus Heinrich read about the impression he had produced, read about his personal graciousness and highness, read that he had acquitted himself nobly and taken the hearts of young and old by storm, that he had raised the minds of the people out of the ruck of every day and filled them with gladness and affection. And then he gave free audiences in the old Schloss as it had been arranged. The custom of free audiences had been introduced by a well-meaning ancestor of Albrecht II, and the people clung to it. Once every week, Albrecht, or Klaus in his place, was accessible to everybody. Whether the petitioner was a man of rank or not, whether the subject of his petitions were of a public or personal nature, he had only to give in his name to Herr von Bühl, or even the aide-de-camp on duty, and he was given an opportunity of bringing his matter to notice in the highest quarters. Indeed, an admirable custom, for it meant that the petitioner did not have to go round by way of written application with the dismal prospect of his petition disappearing for ever into a pigeon-hole, but had the happy assurance that his application would go straight to the most exalted quarters. It must be admitted that the most exalted quarters, Klaus Heinrich at this time, naturally were not in a position to go into the matter, to scrutinize it seriously and to come to a decision upon it, but that they handed the matter on to the pigeon-holes, in which it disappeared. But the custom was none the less helpful, though not in the sense of matter-of-fact utility. The citizen, the petitioner, came to Herr von Bühl with the request to be received, and a day and hour were fixed for him. With glad embarrassment he saw the day draw near, worked up in his own mind the sentences in which he intended to explain his business, had his frock-coat and his hat ironed, put on his best shirt, and generally made himself ready. But in reality, these solemn interviews were well calculated to turn the petitioner's thoughts away from the gross material end in view, and to make the reception itself seem to him the main point, the essential object of his excited anticipation. The hour came, and the citizen took, what he never otherwise took, a cab, in order not to dirty his clean boots. He drove between the lions at the Albrechtstor, and the sentries as well as the stalwart doorkeeper gave him free passage. He landed in the courtyard at the colonnade in front of the weather-beaten entrance, and was at once admitted by a lackey in a brown coat and sand-coloured gaiters to an ante-room on the ground floor to the left, in one corner of which was a stand of colours, and where a number of other supplicants, talking in low whispers, waited in a state of thoughtful tension for their reception. The aide-de-camp, holding a list of those with appointments, went backwards and forwards, and took the next on the list to one side, to instruct him in a low voice how to behave. End of section 11. Chapter 6, Part 2 of Royal Highness by Thomas Mann. Translated by A. Cecil Curtis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. In a neighbouring room, called the Free Audience Room, Klaus Heinrich, in his tunic with silver collar and several stars, stood at a round table with 3 golden legs, and received. Major von Platow gave him some superficial information about the identity of each petitioner, called the man in, and came back in the pauses to prompt the Prince in a few words about the next comer. And the citizen walked in, with the blood in his head, and perspiring slightly, he stood before Klaus Heinrich. It had been impressed on him that he was not to go too near his Royal Highness. He must keep at a certain distance, that he must not speak without being spoken to, and even then must not gabble off all he had to say, but answer concisely, so as to leave the Prince material for his questions, that he must at the conclusion withdraw backwards and without showing the Prince his backside. The result was that the citizen's whole attention was centred on not breaking any of the rules given him, but for his part contributing to the smooth and harmonious progress of the interview. Klaus Heinrich questioned him in the same way as he was wont to question the veterans, the marksmen, the gymnasts, the countrymen, and the victims of the fire, smiling and with his left hand planted well back on his hip, and the citizen too smiled involuntarily, and was imbued with a feeling as if that smile lifted him far above the troubles which had held him prisoner. That common man, whose spirit otherwise cleaved to the dust, who gave a thought to nothing, not even to everyday politeness, beyond what was purely utilitarian, and had come here too with a definite object in view. He felt in his heart that there was something higher than business, and his business in particular, and he left the Schloss elevated, purified, with eyes dim with emotion, and the smile still on his flushed face. That was the way in which Klaus Heinrich gave free audiences, that the way in which he exercised his exalted calling. He lived at the Hermitage in his little refuge, the Empire Room, which was furnished so stiffly and meagrely, with cool indifference to comfort and intimacy. Faded silk covered the walls above the white wainscot, glass chandeliers hung from the ugly ceiling, straight-lined sofas, mostly without tables, and thin-legged stands supporting marble clocks stood along the walls. Pairs of white lacquered chairs, with oval backs and thin silk upholstery, flanked the white lacquered folding doors, and in the corner stood white lacquered loo tables, bearing vase-like candelabra. That was how Klaus Heinrich's room looked, and its master harmonized well with it. He lived a detached and quiet life, feeling no enthusiasm or zeal for questions on which the public differed. As representative of his brother, he opened Parliament, but he took no personal part in its proceedings, and avoided the yeas and nays of party divisions, with the disinterestedness and want of convictions proper to one whose position was above all parties. Everybody recognized that his station imposed reserve upon him, but many were of opinion that want of interest was rather repellently and insultingly visible in his whole bearing. Many who came in contact with him described him as cold, and when Dr. Ueberbein loudly refuted this coldness, people wondered whether the one-sided and morose man was qualified to form an opinion on the point. Of course, There were occasions when Klaus Heinrich's glance met looks which refused to recognize him, bold, scornful, invidious looks, which showed contempt for and ignorance of all his actions and exertions. But even in the well-disposed, loyal people, who showed themselves ready to esteem and honour his life, he remarked at times after a short while a certain exhaustion, indeed irritation, as if they could no longer breathe in the atmosphere of his existence, and that worried Klaus Heinrich, though he did not know how he could prevent it. He had no place in the everyday world. A greeting from him, a gracious word, a winning and yet dignified wave of the hand were all weighty and decisive incidents. Once he was returning in cap and greatcoat from a ride, was riding slowly on his brown horse, Florian, down the birch avenue which skirted the waste land and led to the park and the Hermitage, and in front of him there walked a shabbily dressed young man with a fur cap and a ridiculous tuft of hair on his neck, sleeves and trousers that were too short for him, and unusually large feet which he turned inwards as he walked. He looked like the student of a technical institute or something of that sort, for he carried a drawing board under his arm, on which was pinned a big drawing, a symmetrical maze of lines, in red and black ink, a projection or something of the sort. Klaus Heinrich held his horse back behind the young man for a good while, and examined the red and black projection on the drawing board. Sometimes he thought how nice it must be to have a proper surname, to be called Dr. Smith, and to have a serious calling. He played his part at court functions, the big and small balls, the dinner, the concerts, and the great court. He joined in autumn in the court's shoots with his red-haired cousins and his suite, for custom's sake, and although his left arm made shooting difficult for him. He was often seen in the evening in the court theatre, in his red-ledged proscenium box, between the two female sculptures with the crossed hands and the stern, empty faces. For the theatre attracted him, he loved it, loved to look at the players, to watch how they behaved, walked off and on, and went through with their parts. As a rule he thought them bad, rough in the means they employed to please, and unpractised in the more subtle dissembling of the natural and artless. For the rest, he was disposed to prefer humble and popular scenes to the exalted and ceremonious. A soubrette called Mitzi Meyer was engaged at the vaudeville theatre in the capital, who in the newspapers and on the lips of the public was never called anything but our Meyer, because of her boundless popularity with high and low. She was not beautiful, hardly pretty. Her voice was a screech, and, strictly speaking, she could lay claim to no special gifts. And yet she had only to come on to the stage to evoke storms of approbation, applause, and encouragement. For this fair and compact person, with her blue eyes, her broad, high cheek-bones, her healthy, jolly, even a little uproarious manner, was flesh of the people's flesh and blood of their blood. So long as she, dressed up, painted, and lighted up from every side, faced the crowd from the boards, she was in very deed the glorification of the people itself. Indeed, the people clapped itself when it clapped her, and in that alone lay Mitzi Meyer's power over men's souls. Klaus Heinrich was very fond of going with Herr von Braunbart-Schellendorf to the vaudeville when Mitzi Meyer was playing, and joined heartily in the applause. One day he had a rencontre on which one hand gave him food for thought, on the other disillusioned him. It was with Martini, Axel Martini, the compiler of the 2 books of poetry which had been so much praised by the experts, Evoe and The Holy Life. The meeting came about in the following way. In the capital lived a wealthy old man, a privy councillor, who, since his retirement from state service, had devoted his life to the advancement of the fine arts, especially poetry. He was founder of what was known as the May combat,
a poetical tournament which recurred every year in springtime, to which the Privy Councillor invited poets and poetesses by circulars and posters. Prizes were offered for the tenderest love song, the most fervent religious poem, the most ardent patriotic song, for the happiest lyrical effusions in praise of music, the forest, the spring, the joy of life, and these prizes consisted of sums of money, supplemented by judicious and valuable souvenirs, such as golden pens, golden breastpins in the forms of lyres or flowers, and more of the same kind. The city authorities also had founded a prize, and the Grand Duke gave a silver cup as a reward for the most absolutely admirable of all poems sent in. The founder of the May combat himself, who was responsible for the first look-through of the always numerous entries, shared with 2 university professors and the editors of the literary supplements of the Courier and the People the duties of prize judges. The prize winners and the highly commended entries were printed and published regularly in the form of an annual at the expense of the Privy Councillor. Now Axel Martini had taken part in the May combat this year, and had come off victorious. The poem which he had sent in, an inspired hymn of praise to the joy of life, or rather a highly tempestuous outbreak of the joy of life itself, a ravishing hymn to the beauty and awfulness of life, was conceived in the style of both his books, and had given rise to discord in the Board of Judges. The Privy Councillor himself and the Professor of Philology had been for dismissing it with a notice of commendation, for they considered it exaggerated in expression, coarse in its passion, and in places frankly repulsive. But the Professor of Literary History, together with the editors, had outvoted them, not only in view of the fact that Martini's contribution represented the best poem to the joy of life, but also in consideration of its undeniable preeminence, and in the end their 2 opponents too had not been able to resist the appeal of its foaming and stunning flow of words. So Axel Martini had been awarded £15, a gold breastpin in the form of a lyre, and the Grand Duke's silver cup as well, and his poem had been printed first in the annual, surrounded with an artistic frame from the hand of Professor von Lindemann. What was more, the custom was for the victor, or victrix, in the May combat to be received in audience by the Grand Duke, and as Albrecht was unwell, this task fell to his brother. Klaus Heinrich was a little afraid of Herr Martini. "Oh, dear Dr. Ueberbein," he said when he met his tutor one day, "what subject am I to tackle him on? He's sure to be a wild, brazen-faced fellow." But Dr. Ueberbein answered, "Anything, but Klaus Heinrich, you need not worry. He's a very decent fellow. I know him. I'm rather in with his set. You'll get on splendidly with him." So Klaus Heinrich received the poet of the joy of life, received him at the Hermitage so as to give the business as private a character as possible. "In the yellow room, Braumbart, if you please," he said. "That's the most presentable one for occasions like this." There were 3 handsome chairs in this room, which indeed were the only valuable pieces of furniture in the Schloss, heavy Empire armchairs of mahogany, with spiral arms and yellow upholstery on which blue-green lyres were embroidered. Klaus Heinrich on this occasion did not dispose himself ready for an audience, but waited in some anxiety near by until Axel Martini on his side had waited for 7 or 8 minutes in the yellow room. Then he walked in hastily, almost hurriedly, and advanced towards the poet, who made a low bow. "I am very much pleased to make your acquaintance," he said. "Dear sir, dear doctor, I believe?" "No, Royal Highness," answered Axel Martini in an asthmatic voice. "Not doctor. I've no title." "Oh, forgive me. I assumed. Let's sit down, dear Herr Martini. I am, as I have said, delighted to be able to congratulate you on your great success." Herr Martini drew down the corners of his mouth. He sat down on the edge of one of the mahogany armchairs,
at the uncovered table, round whose edge ran a gold border, and crossed his feet, which were cased in cracked patent-leather boots. He was in frock-coat and wore yellow gloves. His collar was frayed at the edges. He had rather staring eyes, thin cheeks, and a dark yellow moustache, which was clipped like a hedge. His hair was already quite grey on the temples, although according to the May Combat Annual he was not more than 30 years old, and under his eyes glowed patches of red, which did not suggest robust health. He answered to Klaus Heinrich's congratulations. "Your Royal Highness is very kind. It was not a difficult victory. Perhaps it was hardly tactful of me to compete." Klaus Heinrich did not understand this, but he said, "I have read your poem repeatedly with great pleasure. It seems to me a complete success, as regards both metre and rhyme, and it entirely expresses the joy of life." Herr Martini bowed in his chair. "Your skill," continued Klaus Heinrich, "must be a source of great pleasure to you, an ideal recreation. What is your calling, Herr Martini?" Herr Martini showed that he did not understand, by describing a note of interrogation with the upper half of his body. "I mean your main calling. Are you in the civil service?" "No, Royal Highness. I have no calling. I occupy myself exclusively with poetry." "None at all? Oh, I understand. So unusual a gift deserves that a man's whole powers be devoted to it." "I don't know about that, Royal Highness. Whether it deserves it or not, I don't know. I must own that I had no choice. I have always felt myself entirely unsuited to every other branch of human activity. It seems to me that this undoubted and unconditional unsuitability for everything else is the sole proof and touchstone of the poetical calling. Indeed, that a man must not see in poetry any calling, but only the expression and refuge of that unsuitability." It was a peculiarity with Herr Martini that, when he talked, tears came into his eyes, just like a man who comes out of the cold into a warm room and lets the heat stream through and melt his limbs. "That's a singular idea," said Klaus Heinrich. "Not at all, Royal Highness. I beg your pardon, no, not singular at all. It's an idea which is very generally accepted. What I say is nothing new." "And for how long have you been living only for poetry? I suppose you were once a student?" "Not exactly, Royal Highness. No. The unsuitability to which I alluded before began to show itself in me at an early age. I couldn't get on at school. I left it without passing my final. I went up to the university with the full intention of taking it later, but I never did. And when my first volume of poems attracted a good deal of attention, it no longer suited my dignity to do so, if I may say so." "Of course not. But did your parents then agree to your choice of a career?" "Oh no, Royal Highness. I must say to my parents' credit that they by no means agreed to it. I come of a good stock. My father was Solicitor to the Treasury. He's dead now, but he was Solicitor to the Treasury. He naturally disliked my choice of a career so much that till his death he would never give me a farthing. I lived at daggers drawn with him, although I had the greatest respect for him because of his strictness." "Oh, so you've had a hard time of it, Herr Martini. You've had to struggle through. I can well believe that you must have knocked about a good deal." "Not so, Royal Highness. No, that would have been horrid. I couldn't have stood it. My health is delicate. I dare not say unfortunately, for I am convinced that my talent is inseparably connected with my bodily infirmity. Neither my body nor my talent could have survived hunger and harsh winds, and they have not had to survive them. My mother was weak enough to provide me, behind my father's back, with the means of life,
modest but adequate means. I owe it to her that my talent has been able to develop under fairly favourable conditions." "The result has shown, Herr Martini, that they were the right conditions, although it is difficult to say now what actually are good conditions. Permit me to suppose that if your mother had shown herself as strict as your father, and you had been alone in the world, and left entirely to your own resources, don't you think that it might have been to a certain extent a good thing for you? That you might have got a peep at things, so to speak, which have escaped you as it is?" "People like me, Royal Highness, get peeps enough without actually having to know what hunger is, and the idea is fairly generally accepted that it is not actual hunger, but rather hunger for the actual, which talent requires." Herr Martini had been obliged to laugh a little at his play upon words. He now quickly raised one yellow-gloved hand to his mouth with the hedge-like moustache, and improved his laugh into a cough. Klaus Heinrich watched him with a look of princely expectancy. "If your Royal Highness will allow me, it is a well-known fact that the want of actuality for such as me is the seed-ground of all talent, the fountain of inspiration, indeed, our suggestive genius. Enjoyment of life is forbidden to us, strictly forbidden, but we have no illusions as to that. And by enjoyment of life I mean not only happiness, but also sorrow, passion, in short, every serious tie with life. The representation of life claims all our forces, especially when those forces are not allotted to us in overabundant measure." And Herr Martini coughed, drawing his shoulders repeatedly forward as he did so. "Renunciation," he added, "is our compact with the Muse. In it reposes our strength, our value, and life is our forbidden garden, our great temptation, to which we yield sometimes, but never to our profit." The flow of words had again brought tears to Herr Martini's eyes. He tried to blink them away. "Every one of us," he went on, "knows what it is to make mistakes, to run off the rails in that way, to make greedy excursions of that kind into the festival halls of life, but we return thence into our isolation humbled and sick at heart." Herr Martini stopped. His look, from under his knotted brows, became fixed for a moment and lost in vacancy, while his mouth assumed a sour expression, and his cheeks, on which the unhealthy redness glowed, seemed even thinner than before. It was only for a second, then he changed his position, and his eyes recovered their vivacity. "But your poem," said Klaus Heinrich, with some empressement, "your prize poem to The Joy of Life, Herr Martini. I am really grateful to you for your achievement. But will you please tell me, your poem, I've read it attentively, it deals on the one hand with misery and horrors, with the wickedness and cruelty of life, if I remember rightly, and on the other hand with the enjoyment of wine and fair women, does it not?" Herr Martini laughed, then rubbed the corners of his mouth with his thumb and forefinger, so as to wipe the laugh out. "And it's all," said Klaus Heinrich, "conceived in the form of I, in the first person, isn't it? And yet it is not founded on personal knowledge? You have not really experienced any of it yourself?" "Very little, Royal Highness, only quite trifling suggestions of it. No, the fact is the other way round, that, if I were the man to experience all that, I should not only not write such poems, but should also feel entire contempt for my present existence. I have a friend, his name is Weber. He's a rich young man. He lives, he enjoys his life.
His favorite amusement consists in scorching his motor car at a mad pace over the country and picking up village girls from the roads and fields on the way, with whom he... But that's another story. In short, that young man laughs when he catches sight of me. He finds something so comic in me and my activities. But as for me, I can quite understand his amusement, and envy him it. I dare say that I too despise him a little, but not so much as I envy and admire him." "You admire him?" "Certainly, Royal Highness. I cannot help doing so. He spends, he squanders, he lets himself go in a most unconcerned and light-hearted way, while it is my lot to save, anxiously and greedily, to keep together, and indeed to do so on hygienic grounds. For hygiene is what I, and such as I, most need. It is our whole ethics, but nothing is more unhygienic than life." "That means that you will never empty the Grand Duke's cup, then, Herr Martini?" "Drink wine out of it? No, Royal Highness, although it would be fine to do so. But I never touch wine, and I go to bed at 10, and generally take care of myself. If I didn't, I should never have won the cup." "I can well believe it, Herr Martini. People who are not behind the scenes get strange ideas of what a poet's life must be like." "Quite conceivably, Royal Highness. But it is, taken all round, by no means a very glorious life, I can assure you, especially as we aren't poets every hour of the 24. In order that a poem of that sort may come into existence from time to time, who would believe how much idleness and boredom and peevish laziness is necessary? The motto on a picture postcard is often a whole day's work. We sleep a lot, we idle about with heads feeling like lead. Yes, it's too often a dog's life." Someone knocked lightly on the white lacquered door. It was Neumann's signal that it was high time for Klaus Heinrich to change his clothes and have himself freshened up, for there was to be a club concert that evening in the Old Schloss. Klaus Heinrich rose. "I've been gossiping," he said, for that was the expression he used at such moments. And then he dismissed Herr Martini, wished him success in his poetical career, and accompanied the poet's respectful withdrawal with a laugh and that rather theatrical up-and-down movement of the hand which was not always equally effective, but which he had brought to a high pitch of perfection. Such was the Prince's conversation with Axel Martini, the author of Evoe and The Holy Life. It gave him food for thought, it continued to occupy his mind after it had ended. He continued to think over it while Neumann was reparting his hair and helping him on with the dazzling full-dress coat with the stars, during the club concert at court, and for several days afterwards, and he tried to reconcile the poet's statements with the rest of the experiences which life had vouchsafed to him. This Herr Martini, who, while the unhealthy flush glowed under his eyes, kept crying, "How beautiful! How strong is life!" yet was careful to go to bed at 10, shut himself off from life on hygienic grounds, as he said, and avoided every serious tie with it. This poet with his frayed collar, his watery eyes, and his envy of the young Weber, who scorched over the country with village girls. He left a mixed impression. It was difficult to come to any certain conclusion about him. Klaus Heinrich expressed it, when he told his sister of the meeting, by saying, "Things are none too comfortable and easy for him, that's quite obvious, and that certainly entitles him to our sympathy. But somehow I'm not sure if I'm glad to have met him.
For he has something deterrent about him, Ditlinde. Yes, after all, he's certainly a little repulsive. End of section 12. Chapter 7, Part 2 of Royal Highness by Thomas Mann. Translated by A. Cecil Curtis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Margaret Espaillat. 7. Immer. Fräulein von Isenschnibbe had been well informed. On the very evening of the day on which she had brought the Princess zu read the great news, the courier published the announcement of Samuel Spoelmann's, the world-renowned Spoelmann's, impending arrival, and 10 days later, at the beginning of October, it was the October of the year in which the Grand Duke Albrecht had entered his 32nd, and Prince Klaus Heinrich his 26th year, thus barely giving time for public curiosity to reach a really high point, his arrival became a fact, a plain actuality on an autumn-tinged, entirely ordinary weekday, which was destined to impress itself on the future as a date to be remembered forever. The Spoelmanns arrived by special train. That was the only distinction about their debut to start with, for everybody knew that the Prince's suite in the Spa Court Hotel was by no means dazzlingly magnificent. A few idlers, guarded by a small detachment of policemen, had gathered behind the platform barriers. Some representatives of the press were present. But whoever expected anything out of the ordinary was disappointed. Spoelmann would almost have passed unrecognized, he was so unimposing. For a long time people took his family physician for him. Dr. Watercloose, people said he was called. A tall American who wore his hat on the back of his head and kept his mouth distended in a perpetual smile between his close-trimmed white whiskers, the while he half-closed his eyes. It was not till the last moment that people learned that it was the little clean-shaven man in the faded overcoat, who wore his hat pulled down over his eyes, who was the actual Spoelmann, and the spectators were agreed that there was nothing striking about him. All sorts of stories had been in circulation about him. Some witty fellow had spread the report that Spoelmann had front teeth of solid gold and a diamond set in the middle of each. But although the truth or untruth of this report could not be tested at once, for Spoelmann did not show his teeth, he did not laugh, but rather seemed angry and irritated by his infirmity, yet when they saw him nobody was any longer inclined to believe it. As for Miss Spoelmann, his daughter, she had turned up the collar of her fur coat and stuffed her hands in the pockets, so that there was hardly anything to be seen of her except a pair of disproportionately big brown-black eyes, which swept the crowd with a serious look whose meaning it was hard to interpret. By her side stood the person whom the onlookers identified as her companion, the Countess Löwenjoul, a woman of 35, plainly dressed and taller than either of the Spoelmanns, who carried her little head with its thin smooth hair pensively on one side, and kept her eyes fixed in front of her with a kind of rigid meekness. What without question attracted most attention was a Scottish sheep-dog which was led on a cord by a stolid-looking servant, an exceptionally handsome, but, as it appeared, terribly excitable beast that leaped and danced and filled the station with its frenzied barking. People said that a few of Spoelmann's servants, male and female, had already arrived at the Spa Court some hours before. At any rate, it was left to the servant with the dog to look after the luggage by himself, and while he was doing so his masters drove in 2 ordinary flies, Mr. Spoelmann with Dr. Watercloose, Miss Spoelmann with the Countess, to the Spa Garden. There they got out, and there for 6 weeks they led a life the cost of which it did not need all their money to meet. They were lucky. The weather was fine, it was a blue autumn, a long succession of sunny days from October into November, and Miss Spoelmann rode daily, that was her only luxury, with her companion, on horses which she hired by the week from the livery stables. Mr. Spoelmann did not ride, although the courier, with obvious reference to him,
published a note by its medical colleague according to which riding had a soothing effect in cases of stone, owing to its jolting, and helped to disperse the stone. But the hotel staff knew that the famous man practised artificial riding within the four walls of his room, with the help of a machine, a stationary velocipede to whose saddle a jolting motion was imparted by the working of the pedals. He was a zealous drinker of the healing waters, the Ditlinde spring, by which he seemed to set great store. He appeared first thing every morning in the Füllhaus, accompanied by his daughter, who for her part was quite healthy and only drank with him for company's sake, and then, in his faded coat and with his hat pulled down over his eyes, took his exercise in the spa garden and Wandelhalle, drinking the water the while through a glass tube out of a blue tumbler, watched at a distance by the two American newspaper correspondents, whose duty it was to telegraph to their papers 1,000 words daily about Spoelmann's holiday resort, and who were therefore bound to try to get something to telegraph about. Otherwise he was rarely visible. His illness, kidney colic, so people said, extremely painful attacks, seemed to confine him often to his room, if not to his bed, and while Miss Spoelmann with Countess Löwenjoul appeared 2 or 3 times at the Court Theatre, when in black velvet dress with an Indian scarf of a wonderful gold-yellow colour around her fresh young shoulders, she looked quite bewitching with her pearl-white complexion and great black pleading eyes. Her father was never seen in the box with her. He took, it is true, in her company 1 or 2 drives through the capital, to do some shopping, get some idea of the town, and see a few select sights. He went for a walk with her too through the park, and twice inspected there the Schloss Delphineort, the second time alone, when he was so much interested as to take measurements of the walls with an ordinary yellow rule, which he took out of his faded coat, but he was never seen in the dining-room of the Spa Court, for whether because he was on an almost meatless diet or from some other reason, he took his meals exclusively with his own party in his own rooms, and the curiosity of the public had on the whole remarkably little to feed on. The result was that Spoelmann's arrival at the Spa at first did not prove so beneficial as Fräulein von Isenschnibbe and many others beside her had expected. The export of bottles increased, that was certain. It quickly rose to half as many again as its previous figure, and remained at that. But the influx of foreigners did not increase noticeably. The guests who came to feast their eyes on so abnormal an existence soon went away again, satisfied or disappointed. Besides, it was for the most part not the most desirable elements of society that were attracted by the millionaire's presence. Strange creatures appeared in the streets, unkempt and wild-eyed creatures, inventors, projectors, would-be benefactors of mankind, who hoped to enlist Spoelmann's sympathies for their hobbies. But the millionaire made himself absolutely inaccessible to these people. Indeed, purple with rage, he howled at one of them who made advances towards him in the park, in such a way that the busybody quickly skedaddled, and it was often said that the torrent of begging letters which daily flowed into him, letters which often bore stamps which the officials of the Grand Ducal Post Office had never seen before, was at once discharged into a paper basket of quite unusual capacity. Spoelmann seemed to have forbidden all business letters to be sent to him, seemed determined to enjoy his holiday to the utmost, and during his travels in Europe to live exclusively for his health, or ill health. The Courier, whose reporter had lost no time in making friends with his American colleagues, was in a position to announce that a reliable man, a so-called chief manager, was Mr. Spoelmann's representative in America. He went on to say that his yacht, a gorgeously decorated vessel, was awaiting the great man at Venice, and that as soon as he had finished his cure he intended to travel south with his party. It told also, in answer to importunate requests from its readers, of the romantic origin of the Spoelmann millions, from their beginning in Victoria
whither his father had drifted from some German office stool or other, young, poor, and armed only with a pick, a shovel, and a tin plate. There he had begun by working as help to a gold digger, as a day labourer, in the sweat of his brow. And then luck had come to him. A man, a claim owner on a small scale, had fared so badly that he could no longer buy himself his tomatoes and dry bread for dinner, and in his extremity had been obliged to dispose of his claim. Spoelmann senior had bought it, had staked his one card, and with his whole savings, amounting to £5 sterling, had bought this piece of alluvial land called Paradise Field, not more than 40 feet square. And the next day he had turned up, a foot under the surface, a nugget of pure gold, the 10th biggest nugget in the world, the Paradise nugget, weighing 980 ounces and worth £5,000. That, related the courier, had been the beginning. Spoelmann's father had emigrated to South America with the proceeds of his find, to Bolivia, and as a gold washer, amalgam mill owner and mine owner, had continued to extract the yellow metal direct from the rivers and the womb of the mountains. Then and there Spoelmann senior had married, and the courier went so far as to hint in this connection that he had done so defiantly and without regard to the prejudices generally felt in those parts. However, he had doubled his capital and succeeded in investing his money most profitably. He had moved on northwards to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. That was in the 50s, the time of a great boom in railway construction, and Spoelmann had begun with one investment in the Baltimore and Ohio Railway. He had also leased a coal mine in the west of the state, the profits from which had been enormous. Finally he had joined that group of fortunate young men which bought the famous Blockhead Farm for a few £1,000s, the property which, with its petroleum wells, in a short time increased in value to 100 times its purchase price. This enterprise had made a rich man of Spoelmann senior, but he had by no means rested on his oars, but unceasingly practised the art of making money into more money, and finally into superabundant money. He had started steel works, had floated companies for the turning of iron into steel on a large scale, and for building railway bridges. He had bought up the major part of the shares of 4 or 5 big railway companies, and had been elected in the later years of his life president, vice president, manager, or director of the companies. When the Steel Trust was formed, so the courier said, he had joined it, with a holding of shares which guaranteed him an income of $12 million. But at the time he had been chief shareholder and expert adviser of the Petroleum Combine, and in virtue of his holding had dominated 3 or 4 of the other trust companies. And at his death his fortune, reckoned in German currency, had amounted to a round 1,000 million marks. Samuel, his only son, the offspring of that early marriage, contracted in defiance of public opinion, had been his sole heir, and the courier with its usual delicacy interpolated a remark to the effect that there was something almost sad in the idea of anyone, without himself contributing and through no fault of his own, being born to such a situation. Samuel had inherited the palace on Fifth Avenue at New York, the country mansions, and all the shares, trust bonds, and profits of his father. He inherited also the strange position to which his father had risen, his world fame and the hatred directed by his outdistanced competitors against the power of his gold, all the hatred to allay which he yearly distributed his huge donations to colleges, conservatories, libraries, benevolent institutions, and that university which his father had founded and which bore his name. Samuel Spoelmann did not deserve the hatred of the outdistanced competitors. That the courier was sure of. He had gone early into the business and had controlled the bewildering possessions of his house all by himself during his father's last years. But everybody knew that his heart had never been really in the business.
His real inclinations had been, strange to say, all along much more towards music, and especially organ music, and the truth of this information on the part of the courier was certain, for Mr. Spoelmann actually kept a small organ in the spa court, whose bellows he got a hotel servant to blow, and he could be heard from the spa garden playing it for an hour every day. He had married for love, and not at all from social considerations, according to the courier, a poor and pretty girl, half German, half Anglo-Saxon by descent. She had died, but she had left him a daughter, that wonderful blood mixture of a girl, whom we now had as a guest within our walls, and who was at the time 19 years old. Her name was Imma, a real German name, as the courier added, nothing more than an old form of Emma, and it might be remarked that the daily conversation in the Spoelmann household, though interlarded with scraps of English, had remained German. And how devoted the father and daughter seemed to be to each other. Every morning, by going to the spa garden at the right time, one could watch Fräulein Spoelmann, who usually entered the Füllhause a little later than her father, take his head between her hands and give him his morning kiss on mouth and cheeks, while he patted her tenderly on the back. Then they went arm in arm through the Wandelhalle and sucked their glass tubes as they went. That is how the well-informed journal gossiped and fed the public curiosity. It also reported carefully the visits which Miss Imma kindly paid with her companion to several of the charitable institutions of the town. Yesterday she had made a detailed inspection of the public kitchens. To-day she had made a prolonged tour of the Trinity almhouses for old women, and she had recently twice attended Privy Councillor Klinghammer's lectures on the theory of numbers at the university, had sat on the bench, a student among students, and scribbled away with her fountain pen, for everybody knew that she was a learned girl and devoted to the study of algebra. Yes, all that was absorbing reading, and furnished ample food for conversation. But the topics which made themselves talked about without any help from the courier were, firstly, the dog, that noble black and white collie which the Spoelmanns had brought with them, and secondly, in a different way, the companion, Countess Löwenjoul. As for the dog, whose name was Percival, generally shortened to Percy, he was an animal of so excitable and emotional a disposition as beggared description. Inside the hotel he afforded no grounds for complaint, but lay in a dignified attitude on a small carpet outside the Spoelmann suite. But every time he went out he had an attack of light-headedness, which caused general interest and surprise, indeed more than once actual obstruction of traffic. Followed at a distance by a swarm of native dogs, common curs which, incited by his demeanour, assailed him with censorious yaps, and which caused him no concern whatever, he flew through the streets, his nose spattered with foam and barking wildly, pirouetted madly in front of the tram-cars, made the cab-horses stumble, and twice knocked Widow Clausen's cake-stall at the town hall down so violently that the sugar-cakes rolled half over the market-place. But as Mr. Spoelmann or his daughter at once met such catastrophes with more than adequate compensation, as too it was discovered that Percival's attacks were really quite free from danger, that he was anything but inclined to bite and steal, but on the contrary kept to himself and would let nobody come near him, public opinion quickly turned in his favour, and to the children in particular his excursions were a constant source of pleasure. Countess Löwenjoul, on her side, supplied food for conversation in a quieter but no less strange way. At first, when her personality and position were not yet known in the city, she had attracted the gibes of the street urchins, because, while out walking alone, she talked to herself softly and deliberately, and accompanied her words with lively and at the same time graceful and elegant gestures. But she had shown such mildness and goodness to the children who shouted after her and tugged at her dress, she had spoken to them with such affection and dignity, that her persecutors had slunk away abashed and confused, and later, when she became known, respect for her relations with the famous guests secured her from molestation. However, some unintelligible anecdotes were secretly circulated about her. One man told how the Countess had given him a gold piece, with instructions that he should box the ears of a certain old woman who was understood to have made some unseemly proposal or other to her. The man had pocketed the gold piece, without, however, discharging his commission. Further, it was declared as a fact that the Countess had accosted the sentry in front of the Fusiliers' barracks, and had told him at once to arrest the wife of the sergeant of one of the companies because of her moral shortcomings. She had written, too, a letter to the colonel of the regiment to the effect that all sorts of secret and unspeakable abominations went on inside the barracks. Whether she was right in her facts, Heaven only knew. But many people at once concluded that she was wrong in her head. At any rate, there was no time to investigate the matter, for 6 weeks were soon past, and Samuel N. Spoelmann, the millionaire, went away. He went away after having his portrait painted by Professor von Lindemann, an expensive portrait too, which he gave to the proprietor of the spa court as a memento. He went away with his daughter, the Countess, and Dr. Watercloose, with Percival, the chamber velocipede, and his servants, went by special train to the south, with the view of spending the winter on the Riviera, whither the 2 New York journalists had hastened ahead of him, and of then crossing back home again. It was all over. The courier wished Mr. Spoelmann a hearty farewell, and expressed the hope that the cure would be found to have done him good. And with that, the notable interlude seemed to be closed and done with. Everyday life claimed its due, and Mr. Spoelmann began to fade into oblivion. The winter passed. It was the winter in which Her Grand Ducal Highness the Princess zu Ried Hohenried was confined of a daughter. Spring came, and His Royal Highness Grand Duke Albrecht repaired as usual to Hollerbrunn. But then a rumour cropped up amongst the people and in the press, which was received at first with a shrug by the sober-minded, but became more concrete, crystallized, took to itself quite precise details, and finally won itself a dominant place in the solid and pithy news of the day. What was toward? A Grand Ducal Schloss was about to be sold? Nonsense! Which Schloss? Delphinenort. Schloss Delphinenort in the North Park? Twaddle. Sold? To whom? To Spoelmann. Ridiculous! What could he do with it? Restore it and live in it. That's all very well, but perhaps our Parliament might have something to say to that. They don't care twopence. Had the State any responsibility for keeping up Schloss Delphinenort? If they had, it's a pity they hadn't recognized it, dear old place. No, Parliament had no say in the matter. Have the negotiations advanced at all far? Rather. They're completed. Goodness gracious! Then of course the exact price is known? Naturally. Sold for 2 millions, not a farthing less. Impossible. A royal palace. Royal palace be blowed. We're not talking of the Grimburg or of the old Schloss. We're talking of a country house, an unused country house, which is falling in pieces for lack of funds to keep it up. So Spoelmann intended to come back every year and spend several weeks in Delphinenort? No, for he intended rather to come and settle among us altogether. He was sick of America, wanted to turn his back on it, and his first stay amongst us was merely to spy out the land. He was ill, he wanted to retire from business. He had always remained a German at heart. The father had emigrated, and the son wanted to come back home. He wished to take his part in the modest life and intellectual resources of our country, and to spend the rest of his days in the immediate neighbourhood of the Ditlinde Spa. All was confusion and bustle, and discussions without end. But public opinion, with the exception of the voices of a few grumblers, trended, after a short hesitation, in favour of the idea of the sale. Indeed, without this general approval the matter could never have gone very far. It was House Minister von Knobelsdorff who first ventured on a cautious announcement of Spoelmann's offer in the daily press. He had waited and allowed the popular feeling to come to a decision. And after the first confusion, solid reasons in favour of the project had made themselves felt. The business world was enchanted at the idea of having so doughty a consumer at its doors. The aesthetes showed themselves delighted at the prospect of seeing Schloss Delphinenort restored and kept up, at seeing the noble old building restored to honour and youth in so unforeseen, indeed so romantic a way. But the economically minded brought forward figures which were calculated to cause grave misgivings as to the financial position of the country. If Samuel N. Spoelmann settled among us, he would become a taxpayer. He would have to pay us his income tax. Perhaps it was worth while showing what that meant. Mr. Spoelmann would be left to declare his own income, but from what one knew, and knew fairly accurately, his residence would mean a yearly revenue of 2.5 millions in taxes alone, not to mention what he paid in rates. Worth thinking about, wasn't it? The question was put straight to the Finance Minister, Dr. Krippenreuther. He would be wanting in his duty if he did not do all he could to recommend the sale of the highest quarters. For patriotism demanded that Spoelmann's offer should be accepted, and patriotism was paramount above all other considerations. So Excellency von Knobelsdorff had had an interview with the Grand Duke. He had informed his master of the public opinion, had added that the price offered, 2 millions, considerably exceeded the real value of the Schloss in its present condition, had remarked that such a sum meant a real windfall for the Treasury, and had ended by slipping in a hint about the central heating of the old Schloss, which, if the sale was carried through, would no longer be an impossibility. In short, the single-minded old gentleman had brought his whole influence to bear in favour of the sale, and had recommended the Grand Duke to bring the matter before a family moot. Albrecht had sucked his lower lip softly against the upper, and summoned the family moot. It had met in the Hall of the Knights over tea and biscuits. Only 2 feminine members, the Princess Catherine and Ditlinde, had opposed the sale, on the ground of loss of dignity. "You will be misunderstood, Albrecht," said Ditlinde. "They will charge you with want of respect to your high station. That is not right, for you have on the contrary too much. You are so proud, Albrecht, that everything is all the same to you. But I say no. I do not wish to see a Croesus living in one of your Schlosses. It is not right, and it was bad enough that he should have a family physician and take the Prince's suite in the Spa Court. The Courier harps on the fact that he is a tax-paying subject, but in my eyes he is simply a subject and nothing else. What do you think, Klaus Heinrich?" But Klaus Heinrich voted for the sale. In the first place, Albrecht got his central heating. Secondly, Spoelmann was not one of the common herd. He was not soap boiler Unschlitt. He was an exception, and there was no disgrace in letting him have Delphinenort. Finally, Albrecht had, with downcast eyes, pronounced the whole family moot to be a farce. The people had long ago made up their minds, his ministers urged the sale, and there was nothing left for him to do but to wave to the engine driver and start the train. The family moot had taken place in the spring. From that time onwards the negotiations for sale, which were carried on between Spoelmann on the one hand and the Lord Marshal von Bühl zu Bühl on the other, had proceeded apace, and the summer was not far advanced before Schloss Delphinenort with its park and outbuildings had become the lawful property of Mr. Spoelmann. Then began a scene of bustle and confusion round and in the Schloss, which daily attracted crowds to the northern side of the park. Delphinenort was improved and partly reconstructed inside by a swarm of workmen. For quick, quick was the order of the day, that was Spoelmann's wish, and he had only allowed 5 months' respite for everything to be ready for him to enter into possession. So a wooden scaffold with ladders and platforms shot up at lightning speed round the dilapidated old building, foreign workmen swarmed all over it, and an architect came with carte blanche over the seas to superintend the work. But the greater part of the work fell to our native manual workers to perform, and the stone masons and tilers, the joiners, gilders, upholsterers, glaziers, and parquet layers of the city, the landscape gardeners and heating and lighting experts had plenty of remunerative work all through the summer and autumn. When His Royal Highness Klaus Heinrich left his window in the Hermitage open, the noise of the work at Delphinenort penetrated right through to the Empire Room, and he often drove past the Schloss amid the respectful greetings of the public in order to satisfy himself of the progress of the restoration. The gardener's cottage was painted up, the sheds and stables, which were destined to accommodate Spoelmann's fleet of motors and carriages, were enlarged, and by October furniture and carpets, chests and cases full of stuffs and household utensils had been delivered at Schloss Delphinenort, while it was whispered among the bystanders that inside the walls skilled hands were at work fitting Spoelmann's costly organ, which had been sent from over the sea with electric action. There was much excitement to know whether the park belonging to the Schloss, which had been so splendidly cleaned up and trimmed, was to be fenced off from the public by a wall or hedge. But nothing of the sort was done. It was Spoelmann's wish that the property should continue to be accessible, that no restraint should be placed on the citizens' enjoyment of the park. The Sunday promenaders should have access right up to the Schloss, up to the clipped hedge which surrounded the big square pond, and this did not fail to make an excellent impression on the population. Indeed, the Courier published a special article on the subject, in which it praised Mr. Spoelmann for his philanthropy. And behold, when the leaves again began to fall, exactly 1 year after his first appearance, Samuel Spoelmann landed a second time at our railway station. This time the general interest in the event was much greater than in the preceding year, and it is on record that when Mr. Spoelmann, in his well-known faded coat and with his hat over his eyes, left his saloon, loud cheers were raised by the crowd of spectators, an expression of feelings which Mr. Spoelmann seemed rather inclined to resent, and which not he but Dr. Watercloose acknowledged with blinking eyes and a broad smile. When Miss Spoelmann too alighted, a cheer was raised, and 1 or 2 urchins even shouted when Percy the collie appeared springing, leaping, and altogether beside himself on the platform. In addition to the doctor and Countess Löwenjoul, there were 2 unknown persons in attendance, 2 clean-shaven and decided-looking men in strangely roomy coats. They were Mr. Spoelmann's secretaries, Messrs. Phlebs and Slippers, as the Courier announced in its report. At that time Delphinenort was far from ready, and the Spoelmanns at once took possession of the first floor of the chief hotel, where a big, haughty, paunch-bellied man in black, the steward or butler of the Spoelmann establishment, who had preceded them, had made preparations for them, and put the chamber velocipede together with his own hands. Every day, while Miss Imma with her Countess and Percy went for a ride or a visit to some charitable institution, Mr. Spoelmann hung about his house, superintending the work and giving orders, and when the end of the year approached, just after the first snow had fallen, prospect became fact, and the Spoelmanns took up their abode in Schloss Delphinenort. 2 motor cars, their arrival had been watched with interest, splendid cars they were, bore the 6 members of the party. Messrs. Phlebs and Slippers sat in the hinder one, driven by the leather-clad chauffeurs, with servants in snow-white fur coats and crossed arms beside them, in a few minutes from the hotel through the city gardens, and as the cars dashed along the noble chestnut avenue which led to the drive, the urchins climbed up the high lamp-posts which stood at all 4 corners of the big spa basin, and waved their caps and cheered. So Spoelmann and his belongings settled down among us, and we basked in the light of his presence. His white and gold livery was seen and known in the city, just as the brown and gold Grand Ducal livery was seen and known. The negro in scarlet plush who was doorkeeper at Delphinenort soon became a popular figure, and when passers-by heard the subdued rumble of Mr. Spoelmann's organ from the interior of the Schloss, they lifted a finger and said, "Hark, he's playing. That means he's not got colic for the moment." Miss Imma was to be seen daily by the side of Countess Löwenjoul, followed by a groom and with Percy capering round, riding or driving a smart 4 in hand through the city gardens, while the servant who sat on the back seat stood up from time to time, drew a long silver horn from a leather sheath, and wound a shrill warning of their approach, and by getting up early one could see father and daughter every morning go in a dark red brougham, or in fine weather, on foot, through the park of Schloss Hermitage to the spa garden, in order to drink the waters. Imma, for her part, as already mentioned, again began a course of visits to the benevolent institutions of the city, though she appeared not to give up her studies for all that, for from the beginning of the half-term she regularly attended the lectures of the Councillor Klinghammer at the university, sat daily in a black dress with white collar and cuffs among the young students in the lecture theatre, and drove her fountain pen, with her forefinger raised in the air, a trick of hers when writing, over the pages of her notebook. The Spoelmanns lived in retirement. They did not mix in the life of the town, as was natural in view of both Mr. Spoelmann's ill health and of his social loneliness. What social group could he have attached himself to? Nobody even suggested to him that he should consort with soap boiler Unschlitt or bank director Wolfsmilch on confidential terms. Yet he was soon approached with appeals to his generosity, and the appeals were not in vain. For Mr. Spoelmann, who, it was well known, before his departure from America, had given a large sum in dollars to the Board of Education in the United States, and had also stated in so many words that he had no intention of withdrawing his yearly contributions to the Spoelmann University and his other educational foundations. He, shortly after his arrival at Delphinenort, put his name down for a subscription of 10,000 marks to the Dorothea Children's Hospital, for which a collection was just being made, an action the nobleness of which was immediately recognized in fitting terms by the Courier and the rest of the press. In fact, although the Spoelmanns lived in seclusion in a social sense, a certain amount of publicity attached to their life among us from the earliest moments, and in the local section of the daily newspapers at least their movements were followed with as much particularity as those of the members of the Grand Ducal House. The public were informed when Miss Imma had played a game of lawn tennis with the Countess and Messrs. Phlebs and Slippers in the Delphinenort Park. It was noted when she had been at the Court Theatre, and whether her father had gone with her for an act or two of the opera, and if Mr. Spoelmann shrank from curiosity, never leaving his box during the intervals, and scarcely ever showing himself on foot in the streets, yet he was obviously not insensible to the duties of a spectacular kind which were inherent in an extraordinary existence like his own, and he gave the love of gazing its due. Section 14.